Hello everybody, welcome to Edgbaston for Warwickshire versus Yorkshire in the Women's One Day Cup. The sun is shining here, a little bit of cloud in the distance over the city of Birmingham as we look down towards that end, but we're set fair for a good game of 50 over a side cricket. In terms of these two sides, Warwickshire start the day in 4th on 23 points, Yorkshire are in 8th, they have 16 points, so both in with a chance of qualification. Warwickshire's probably the stronger. The top 3 of the 9 teams at the group stage go through. The second and third place teams playing an eliminator and the top team going straight to the final of this competition. It's the one that runs throughout the season. As for today, the news from the toss is that Warwickshire have won it and they are going to bat. Alongside myself, Mike Perkins, is former county player Claire Jenkins and women's cricket commentator extraordinaire. She's been all around the country following this competition, so we'll get her thoughts on what's fairly eventful team news from the Warwickshire perspective. I think it's fair to say there are 7 changes from the game in June, or put another way, there are only 4 survivors from the game in June. So in terms of who comes in, Meg Austin replaces Amu Surankuma. Katie George will captain the side. She replaces Sophie Beach. Brooke Halliday is now the overseas player replacing the Australian George Redmayne. You've then got Caris Pavley coming in for Abby Freeborn. Em Arlott replaces Chloe Brewer. Alexa Stonehouse is in for Millie Taylor. And Georgia Davis, the captain, missing from the squad altogether. She's replaced by Phoebe Brett. So that Warwickshire team in full is one of the survivors, Davina Perrin, will partner Meg Austin. You've got Katie George, Brooke Halliday, Caris Pavley, another one coming into the side, Em Arlott, Nat Wraith, Mary Taylor, Alexa Stonehouse, Hannah Baker and Phoebe Brett. So I make that Perrin, Wraith, Taylor and Baker as the only 4 survivors from the game in June. And crucially, we've learnt this morning that Georgia Davis will leave Warwickshire at the end of the 2026 season when her contract expires. So pretty eventful Warwickshire team news. We'll get Claire's thoughts on that in just a moment once we've run you through the Yorkshire team. They make 3 changes from their last game in June. Stair Callis comes back into the side for Rebecca Duckworth. Hannah Rainey replaces Ines Blackwell. And you have Jess Woolston into the side for Lucy Randell Bissell. So in full, it's Lauren Winfield-Hill, the captain and wicketkeeper. Alice Clark, Jess Jonathan, Stair Callis, Erin Thomas, Amy Campbell, Sarah Glenn, Beth Langston, Claudie Cooper, Hannah Rainey and Jess Woolston. So those are the sides, Claire. The big news seems to be that Georgia Davis, who's been captaining Warwickshire, well, since they reverted back to Warwickshire from Central Spark, she's going to be leaving the club at the end of the season. Big news there.
Yeah, it's big news. We don't know much more detail than that, although the press release makes reference where Georgia is saying she's looking forward to the next chapter, so one assumes there is a next chapter. And that leadership and captaincy across the women's game, I mean, I'm sure she'll be in demand. So, yeah, I think it's a watch this space moment for that. But we've got some interesting dynamics here also, because we also, you know, there will be players swapping teams and changing and all the rest of it. So there'll be quite a lot here. We've got Brooke Halliday, New Zealand White Fern vice captain. I think she's captained the side a few times. We've got Stair Callis, who was playing for Warwickshire last season.
Well, she played for both sides, basically. Both of these teams, didn't she, last season?
Yes, well, and the Netherlands and Birmingham Phoenix last season, etc. So, yeah, we've got some interdynamics and things here. So, yeah, it's going to be a fascinating game. Jess Jonathan's as well, the Aussie player for Yorkshire, been brilliant with the bat and the ball. So I'm really looking forward to seeing her play, because she's made a big impact. For me, that's a kind of, personally, my feeling is that that's a sort of almost a comment back to the Australian selectors. You're not picking me, but let's see what I can still offer the game. So great acquisition from Yorkshire.
Yeah, and
2 years contract as well.
A real sort of show of her professionalism. She's got 451 runs at a shade over 50, 50.11, including 300s and a 50. And she's also taken 20 wickets, including a best of 4 for 18. So as you say, whether she's trying to send a message to selectors or just show her professionalism coming into the county game, she's certainly done that. The other interesting sort of dynamic between these two teams is the fact that Em Arlott is also leaving at the end of this season, and she's signed a 3-year deal with Yorkshire, but plays against them today. So you'd imagine she won't be bouncing Lauren Winfield Hill as her captain next season, but we'll find out later in the afternoon, because it's going to be Warwickshire who've won the toss to bat here, and we're all set to go at Edgbaston, which is fantastic to say. Good to have you back with us on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube stream and via the Match Centre edgbaston.com. Well worth tuning in there, because you get interactive scorecards and all the replays and highlights of anything you might have missed whilst you're away from your screen as well. So really good to be with us. As I say, my name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me is Claire Jenkins, and we're just about ready to go here. A couple of guards need to be taken. The hotel's been springing up throughout the season, where the old Raglan stand was. It's sort of been built off the end of the Wyatt stand there, and it's going up quick, and it looks like it's going to become the Amos stand over there. Yeah,
Dennis Amos. He's certainly on the hoardings, and saying it's going to be the Dennis Amos stand, which is great news. Honouring a Warwickshire legend as Hannah Rainey comes to the top of her mark at the 25-yard circle, ready to bowl that first ball to Meg Austin, who's just surveying the field. The sunshine, we've got a shadow of a floodlight across the pitch here. Right arm Rainey comes into the right-handed Austin, who just sort of bunts that down to the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. There's lots of cheering in the field.
Yeah, such is the length of Rainey's run that she's starting right back on the shadow of that that's cast by the floodlight at this time of day, as we've just ticked past 10:30 in the morning. So we're bang on time for the start, and yeah, right on the edge of the circle as well she runs in from.
Austin just defends that down respectfully, and there is no run. Yorkshire chirp in the field in their sort of turquoisey royal blue tops and navy trousers. Warwickshire in their familiar navy strip now for the Metro Bank, with the yellow detail on the sleeve, etc. Rainey, Scottish international, of course. It was also very useful for London Spirit in the 100, as that's defended again down past the bowler, but there is no run.
Well in line there was Austin to start her innings. We know she is an attacking batter, likes to go over long off if she can. Doesn't mind going in the air through the square of the wicket on the offside as well. Yorkshire have opted for a fielder back on that boundary early on, and they've got another one down at backward square leg as well.
Rainey in again. Again, that's defended down. We might be going to get a maiden here, potentially. Very, very respectful to start off, and Austin just takes herself off and has a little wonder and a word with herself towards square leg.
Yep, 4 dots so far, so a very respectable start, this one.
Austin got 30 in the win that Warwickshire had against Yorkshire earlier in the season. Plays that through mid-wicket, and they take a hesitant run there, but they do get a single, so we don't get a maiden that first over. Rainey still bowling a good line there. Underway
for the day, though.
Yep.
Davina Perrin, who I thought was excellent on the 100 final, actually. She was very enjoyable to listen to on commentary. She's down there batting today.
Yes, having made a name for herself in last year's tournament with that huge 100 at the Oval, of which Phoebe Litchfield was standing at the non-strikers end. That's the thing that's kind of forgotten about, that huge 100 that Davina Perrin got in last year's 100 eliminator game. She takes strike. That goes outside of off, and it's left. That's the end of the over. So Warwickshire are 1 without loss, 1 overdone. 1 went to Austin, who played just a dabble down through mid-wicket, easy single there in the end.
Yeah, it was an exaggerated leave to finish the over from Perrin, wasn't it? There's nothing she sort of seems to do that isn't flamboyant in some way, and even the leave there was a exaggerated motion with the bat to let it go past the off stump.
Yeah, so Meg Austin, when they played up at Scarborough in the Metro Bank earlier in the season, the Warwickshire won, and she got 30 and the only 6 of the match that day. Well, it wasn't particularly. There were some higher scores that day, but yes, Yorkshire will not be wanting to see Meg Austin stay around very long, but obviously Warwickshire will have the opposite opinion as Lauren Winfield-Hill just stretches behind the stumps and encourages her bowler. Jess Woolston coming in from the Birmingham end, again right arm over to the right-handed Austin, who leaves that one. It's given a wide by umpire Sue Redfern. The other umpire is Simon Widdop. It's square leg at the moment. They're in their resplendent purple, which the umpires describe as like Kevlar because it's very plasticky. And I think it will stand up on its own. It is pretty sweaty on a hot day, I think. As Woolston returns to the top of her mark, which is at the 25-yard circle, which is a handy marker. Coming in again. And that's defended but thumped straight to mid-off. Thinks about a run but thinks better of it, so no run there. Oh, Sue Redfern's already into the, what's the stance? She's fancying a bat, I think, today, by the look of it. Just looking at the markings, obviously asked something by Davina Perrin at the non-striker's end. Warwickshire 2 without loss. Woolston to continue. Austin just defends that down again. Just checks that she's in her crease. Not wanting to get stumped by Lauren Winfield-Hill, no doubt. Who's in a very jazzy pair of... She's always in jazzy shoes, isn't she, Lauren Winfield-Hill? They're rather snazzy blue to match the top. But through the 100, she was in some very bright colours.
Yeah, they've got sort of orange soles to them as well, haven't they?
Oh.
Definitely fall into the category of elaborate.
Austin plays that, to cover, but can't get it past cover. It makes a good stop there, one-handed. Short in there. That's Sarah Glenn, by the look of it. Blonde ponytail. Formerly of Central Spark, so she'll know this ground well. And Worcestershire player previously. Previous eras. Woolston into Austin. Oh, sneaks the edge off that one. Down to third. And they get through for an easy single there. Score moves to 3 without loss. I was looking at the scorecard for that game up at Scarborough that Warwickshire won, and Woolston ran Redmayne out the first ball of the game.
Well, that's never the best.
I wonder if she went back to Australia. Woolston also doing well this season with catches. She's got 6 catches to her name. So can she add a wicket here as she bowls to Davina Perrin, taps a bat. That's another wide, another one to the total. Woolston getting some encouragement from her colleagues there. Mid on and mid off. Blonde ponytail. Flicking behind her. She rounds her mark. Perrin leaves that one. Another sort of slightly exaggerated. I think she's been watching too much of sort of Steve Smith and Star Wars. Just flicking the lightsaber over the ball.
Just trying to be very deliberate about it, isn't she?
Yeah.
This morning, just sort of really exaggerating her movement. As if to say, I'm going to make it very clear when I am playing and when I am leaving today.
It's Warwickshire have won 5 and lost 5, so they're on a sort of that sort of even balance. If they win today, 4 points will put them up into contention, could leapfrog. So they'll want to do that as Perrin eyes the field. Plays that down towards Sarah Glenn. They think about a single, but Perrin sends Austin back, and it's just a dot.
Yeah, it's all very close, isn't it,
Yeah.
in that table. for that third spot. The games happening today are Essex versus Somerset. Essex 4 without loss in the early stages of that one. Surrey are playing Hampshire, 17 without loss. Surrey batting first there. And the Blaze are 5-1 against Durham. So those are the other games happening apart from this one between Warwickshire and Yorkshire.
Perrin leaves another exaggerated leave through to the wicketkeeper. That's the end of the over. 2 overs gone, and Warwickshire are 5 without loss. Austin on 2, and we had with a couple of extras from the wides.
But yeah, you look through those, and it's a case of all the home teams batting at the moment. Lancashire are the team that miss out of the 9 on this round of fixtures. But when you sort of flick back to that table, you've got the Blaze out at top on 41, Hampshire then are second on 37, and then you've got this bunch of teams around third spot, currently occupied by Durham on 24, then Warwickshire on 23. Surrey have 22 and have played a game less.
Austin flicks that to square leg past the umpire. Sarah Glenn comes off the rope, and they get 1 run.
And to complete that table, you've got Lancashire in 6th on 19, Somerset in 7th on 18, and Yorkshire, who have 16 in 8th. And it's Lancashire, Warwickshire and Durham who've played the most games out of those as well, because that's always a factor. So it's very, very tight for that final qualification spot. And of course, that was the one that the winner came from in last year's competition.
Perrin plays that down towards point, but they don't get a run there. Austin keen to get off the mark, but there wasn't a single there. Yeah, it's tight at the top, and given that last season there was only 8 teams, and now Yorkshire had joined Tier 1 automatically at the beginning of this season. Now you've got 9, as you mentioned. 1 will always have a rest day, as it were. So that'll make a difference to who's got a game in hand potentially, as Rainey comes in again. Right arm over to Perrin. Defends that down again. It's picked up by short cover, and there is no run.
And it's a slight shame for me that they added a team to the table and then took away a qualification spot, because they had semi-finals and finals last year, which I think I prefer. And I hope when they go to 10 teams next year, they will go back to that, because it's less of a percentage of teams now getting into that qualification spot. You know, it was 50% last year, and it's gone below that this year, because you've got 9 teams, so sort of a third of the table.
Exaggerated, of course, because Warwickshire early in the season I was certainly commentating. It was we had a game that was rained off, and all 4 of the openers got over 50. So Warwickshire were in the box seat for that game as that squirted backward of square. Austin gets through for the run, and Perrin trots along 2, so they get another single. I think she knew where that ball had gone.
Yeah, fairly sketchy way to get off the mark for Perrin, but she'll be grateful of the run, and it'll hopefully settle her down. We've seen Warwickshire be fairly explosive with the bat this season, although they've had some big scores and not defended them will be the thing they're ruining. Yeah.
Rainey to continue. Austin full toss, but that's just sent to mid-off, and there is no run.
And a couple of big scores in chasers actually as well that have not got the points.
I wonder when you've got that the dynamic of 9, you lost a game to rain. You know, those are all those margins that you need going your way. As Austin faces again, plays that straight to cover, thinks about a run, that sort of has a half a rounder there, and they don't get a run. That's the end of another over as ticks by. So 3 overs gone. Warwickshire are 7 without loss. Austin on 3, and Perrin just off the mark, squirted one backward, squaring that last over for 1.
Yeah, so a watchful start here for Warwickshire. Obviously, we're later in the season, so the pitches have had a little bit more use on them. How that'll affect things, we'll find out. It's obviously been very, very dry. I mean, you can see the grass on all the parks around here in Birmingham was definitely... It's definitely part of the country that's in that drought, isn't it? It's very sort of yellowy, browny sort of colour. It's all sort of turned to straw, essentially.
Yeah, everywhere looks like the strip looks elsewhere, but they've obviously managed to get some water on here, and it did rain heavily the night before last locally. I know because I am a local. Perrin has a little attempt at that, and it goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run.
Yeah, further north in the country there's a bit of rain about, so that might affect the Blaze and Durham, but we look set fair, it has to be said here.
Yeah, there's
tiny chance of a shower, isn't there?
Yeah,
but,
over lunchtime potentially. We hope it's going to stay away. We've got some big fluffy clouds over the Birmingham skyline as we look at in the sunshine out towards that from the main pavilion side of Edgbaston as Woolston comes in again. And that's played to point, straight to point, and there is no run. Well, he's not thrown very well, and Lauren Winfield-Hill has to rely on someone, Amy Campbell, by the look of it, backing up there. Amy Campbell, of course, ex-Central Sparks as well, so a couple of players who've played here in the regional days in Amy Campbell, left-handed bat, and Sarah Glenn, former England bowler. Woolston at the 25-yard circle mark, coming in from there. Perrin plays that straight to Sarah Glenn at short cover, and there is a no run. Got 10 overs of power play for those of us who are a little rusty on that, having watched a lot of T20 cricket and 100 cricket. 10 overs of power play where fielding restrictions relate to the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard circle in the men's game, and the numbers inside and out. But for the women's game, there are only 2 fielders allowed outside that 25-yard circle, so Yorkshire have Warwickshire pinned in here as Perrin awaits. Again, defends that straight to Sarah Glenn. It's a bit of a deja vu moment. No run. We know who's looking after you down on the Surrey live stream, because that's Georgie Heath, Daniel Norcross and Mark Church, but we're not sure who's on the live streams in the rest of the country. But remember, if you're watching it, press that thumbs up button, because that helps other people find it. Lots of information on the Edgbaston Match Centre, so avail yourself of that as Woolston comes in again to Perrin. Plays that lovely through mid-wicket, past the mid-wicket fielder. There is a bit of a chase on from Beth Langston. Will she get to it? No, the ball. So we have for the first 4 of the game to Davina Perrin. Nicely stroked past the mid-wicket cover there on that dark area, which has dried out from previous usage. So we've got 4. Perrin moves to 5. Score moves to 11 without loss here at Edgbaston, the Metro Bank One-Day Cup.
Perrin's timing just seems to have been coming to her during this over, doesn't it? There was that shot into the offside earlier in the over, and then that one through the leg.
Perrin again flicks that backward of square. Looked like a bit more confident on the timing, as Mike said. So they think about 2, but think better of it. Just the 1 as Austin takes cover as the ball comes in from the fielder, and that's the end of yet another over. 4 overs gone. Warwickshire 12 without loss.
She just slipped there as she went to turn Austin in the dust to the left of the pitch we're playing on, and just hampered her opportunity to get back for that second run. But yeah, that was by far the best of the ones we've seen so far from the Warwickshire perspective.
Yeah, it felt like she meant that, didn't she? You know, that was a. I know there's a gap there, and I'm playing it into it.
Yeah, it just felt like Perrin was working out the shots that were going to work on the pitch as well during that over.
Yeah, I've seen a maturity in her batting this season. Let's hope that continues, especially since she's getting England call-ups now. That's played. Oh, lovely shot there through covers past the fielder. It's going towards the boundary. I think it's going to get cut off by Stair Callister. She's going to get there. Ooh, very close, but I think she reeled that in. So they'll have to take what they've run. And the score moves to, I'm just waiting for the scoreboard to click over, 15. So they managed to get 3 while the fielders ran after that one.
Yeah, that was the shot that sort of felt like the first one she timed in the last over was towards extra cover, and she got it through this time. See how Austin goes.
Ooh, thumps that to mid-off. And there is no run. Fielders come round. Meg Austin is interesting because I happened to bump into Georgia Redmayne's mum, as I do, at various places, and she's obviously been watching a lot of Georgia's games earlier in the season, and I said to her, you know, which of the Warwickshire players has impressed you, and she named Meg Austin as one of those players to watch that she'd been particularly impressed with. She faces up again to Rainey. Oh, it's up in the air. There is a fielder underneath it. Stair Callis is just out of her reach. Then they managed to get through for some runs. It was one of those swirly ones that was coming down from a great height, and she's running backwards towards it. So, what do you reckon, Mike?
She'll be disappointed. I think she'd got in a pretty good position and then just sort of stopped, and that meant she ended up diving towards the ball rather than taking it a bit more comfortably. It was, as you say, one of those over-the-shoulder ones. It was an attempt at a pull stroke from Austin, but it ended up going out through sort of extra cover, really.
Tough chance as Austin faces this one. There's a big appeal, but I think there's more just frustration not getting the catch, and they get through for a single. So the score moves to, that's a leg by, signalled by Simon Widdup. The lovely little hop there. 17 without loss are Warwickshire here, and 18 without loss in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. So this is the women return to the Metro Bank following the 100 break, having started the season with the 50 overs and then coming back again. Rainey in again, and that's played. It's a lovely play, but straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Claudie Cooper there, who made the England development side earlier in the season, so she's obviously on the England radar. There's lots of chirping in the field. We have got some spectators speckled about the seats here at Edgbaston as Rainey comes in again. Perrin works that backward of square. That's that gap that she's spotted. The fielder is going to run round. Managed to cut that off with a lovely diving stop there at what ends up being fine leg. And they get a couple of runs, and the score moves to 20 without loss here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire versus Yorkshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Austin on 5. Perrin on 11, and thank you Mike Perkins, who's going to have a little rest and a cup of tea, and I'm going to be joined by Sarah Ginn. Welcome,
morning,
Sarah.
Claire.
What have you made of it so far?
I think Warwickshire will be relatively pleased with the start. Obviously haven't lost a wicket in those first 5 overs, although there was that drop catch in that last over that was possibly not the right shot to play at this point in the game. But Davina Perrin starting to find her timing quite nicely, so that bodes well for the next part of the innings.
It was a tough chance, wasn't it, as well, as Woolston comes in from the Birmingham end to Austin. Plays that, 2 point, is that another drop there? Potentially it is another drop. They get a single off it, 21 without loss. What do you reckon, Sarah?
Yeah, it was a tough chance there, but I think by the looks of the fielders and Lauren Winfield-Hill just going over and giving the fielder a high five there.
It's just Jonathan, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's some disappointment there. So, yeah, I think it probably did carry to that backward point area.
It's one of those, I mean, having fielded, that was my specialist position, so having fielded there, you either see it or you don't. Which, as you say, having got hands to it, you always feel like that's a chance then, as Woolston comes into Perrin, waggling a bat. Tries to work that down the leg side, but can only succeed in sending it straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, a couple of early chances haven't gone Yorkshire's way there. So that one was pretty sharp, but I think Jess Johnson, being the fielder that she is, will be disappointed with that.
Yeah, and she's having a magic season at Yorkshire. She must be really enjoying herself. Into Perrin again. Just goes onto her back foot and just defends that down. There is no run.
Yeah, it's always good to have someone, from Australia come over for the team for morale. I think she's a very good person to have around the camp. So it looks like she's enjoying her time over here.
She does. She looks very relaxed. It's great. Like you say, a seasoned professional who's going to be giving a lot, I'm sure, off the pitch and on the pitch, as Woolston continues to Perrin. Goes straight through. There is no run. And we've got Brooke Halliday for Warwickshire.
Yeah, there was rumours of
midfielder.
a signing from India initially, and that obviously fell through with selection. And then, Brooke Halliday's joined the camp, I believe, this week, and she's straight into the side today.
We're hoping she's not too jet-lagged. We're not sure exactly when she's arrived. But left-handed back, good fielder, so and leadership responsibility from Whitefern, so I think she'd be a great addition as well. That's played down and defended. They are being very watchful here, Warwickshire. They'll want to get some more runs on the board, but they are, as you say, defending the wickets, which is no bad thing, because of some of the seasons and some of the women's cricket across the country, with valuing the wicket has not necessarily been the top of batters' priorities, it would look like.
Yeah, because there's been the change from the 100 for many of these batters straight into 50 overs, which is quite a big difference, really, in the way that they play the game.
Yeah, style of play is very different. So that's tries to find that gap between point and extra cover, but can't, and that's the end of the over. So 6 overs gone, Warwickshire 21 without loss, Austin on 6 and Perrin on 11. So you are what level coach, and what are you up to at the moment?
So I completed my level 4 a few years ago. I'm currently on summer holidays from my role at Solihull School. So this is something to keep me going during that school break. Doing a little bit with club cricket still, and of course the school, and that goes to sort of winter training over the closed season, with a little bit of hockey and netball thrown in there for good measure as well. So
which club are you working with?
So Berkswell.
Berkswell still.
That's sort of not far from here, half an hour away, playing the women's Midlands Prem. We've got a lot of good youngsters at the club.
You should tell us who we should look out for as Rainey comes into Austin. That's played 2 point, but directly to point, so there is no run. So we've got some good youngsters.
Yeah, I think we've got 4 who are playing for the Warwickshire Academy today. There's a 3-day game for them. Happening at the moment. There's a lot of good youngsters. Of course, Warwickshire recently signed Sophie Beach, who's come up through their academy programme.
Austin to continue. Ooh. Sort of thwacks that down, but they don't get a run. So multi-day games. Mike spotted earlier. Was looking at they're playing the academies playing multi-day cricket.
Yeah, I think it seems to be the way. Even from I've seen some of the boys' sides as well, at under 13, under 14, playing 2-day games, and sort of getting those boys to value their wickets. And I think it's very good to know how to bat long. And I think sometimes in the game at the moment that it goes amiss.
Yeah, as that's defended down again. Yeah, well, it's the batting for long periods, valuing your wicket. It's the bowling for long spells, setting up a batter. It's the problem solving with how do you move the field. Oh, Mr. Widdop's just checking the follow through for Rainey. She may be on the protected area, and there might be a little word there. He's just checking where she's going through her follow up. Yeah, the multi-day game is a great learning thing, and the women do not play enough of it, in my opinion. Oh, let's go straight through to the wicket keeper. Didn't quite time that. Went straight through, didn't it? Felt like a hole in the bat there.
Yeah, she's bowling nice areas here, Rainey. I think it's swinging away a little bit by the looks of the field that they've set. And Meg Austin just looked to play the wrong line to that ball there, but got away with it. So all's well at this point. Yeah, the 3-day games this summer I think have been a bit tricky for these girls, because it's been so hot as well,
so hot.
and sort of long days in the field, much more than they're used to.
Rainey. That's played down. They're going to get a run there because it just goes past the point fielder. Jess Johnson, they get a single. So managing to tick that over. Yeah, it must be a great coaching moment to be able to see those longer periods of skills being practiced, and the women just have not ever, to this point, had that culture of doing, having the opportunity. And I get that the fixtures list is tight, but they just do miss out on that learning experience of playing multi-day cricket, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it's something that can be introduced lower down the the sort of pathway. Obviously, not starting it so young that it's too much for them, but it is definitely a good experience. Doesn't always have to be long days, but just playing, a couple, 2 or 3 days in a row is good to see who's got the fitness, who's got the the skills and the ability to do that.
Stamina and a concentration, isn't it? 7 overs gone, and Warwickshire are 22 without loss. Austin on 7, Perrin on 11. And also, talking about Solihull School and your cricketing, I don't want any details here, but Sarah has a nasty finger injury. Just give us the short version, because I might get a bit squeamish.
Short version, playing for the staff cricket team, dive for a ball in the field to show, obviously I'm the sports coach there, and backfired a little bit, and one operation, and 4 weeks later I'm still in a sort of bandage here in the comms box.
But she's very brave, so she's carrying on. She's got a lovely little splint on it. Woolston comes in. Ooh, it thumps the pads. There is a big appeal. Sue Redfern shakes her head. They get through for a single, which is going to be signalled as a leg-a-bye.
I don't know whether that was doing a little bit too much there. She's got some nice movement with the ball here, Woolston, and judged to perhaps be missing those stumps, or at least not been in line when it pitched.
Yeah, a little word from Beth Langston to Jess Woolston. Into Perrin. Plays that meaningfully, but without a run on it, straight to the forward point fielder. There is no run. Yeah, she's trying to get her timing here, isn't she? So that was a full-faced bat straight to the fielder at forward point.
Yeah, I need to say that Perrin perhaps didn't have the 100 of what she did last year.
Yeah.
She didn't have
It was a breakthrough, wasn't it, last year?
Yeah, the Phoenix obviously coming 7th in the end in the table, and didn't get as many runs as she would have hoped for.
Perrin just defends that down again. Yeah, having moved from what is now Leeds Sunrisers back down to home Birmingham Phoenix. Yes, not the tournament that she might have wished for, but still games, and still being picked up in auctions and things, and I'm sure that she will be much in demand across the world.
Yeah, and we talk about these players playing these 3-day games, the way you can see Davina Perry already adapting to this different form of the game in the way she's playing her shots.
Yeah, Perrin defends that again, and that I remember hearing Charlotte Edwards say about the great players are the ones that adapt quickly, and that's a good way to summarise it, isn't it? You see the players at the top of their game, they are able to switch between the various formats.
Of course, some players are choosing just to play in one format of the game or the other as well, so there is that option. I think we see that more in the men's game at the moment.
It will come into the women's game, I'm sure, though. That's defended again, and there is no run. A couple more overs of power play for Yorkshire to keep the squeeze on the Warwickshire batters. Warwickshire not having lost any wickets so far. Warwickshire fans will have their fingers crossed at that.
Yeah, there's currently obviously only 2 players outside the circle. They've got a deep square and a deep third at the moment for these overs in the power play.
Perrin comes forward. It goes in the air, but past the cover fielder, and they're not even going to bother running that. That's 4 runs to Davina Perrin. Nicely played there.
It looked like she's been building to that the last over or so, just getting her shape nicely, and then that one, although it was slightly in the air, I think it was probably all safe all the way.
Yep. And there goes another over. 8 overs gone. Warwickshire 27 without loss. Austin on 7, Perrin on 15. You're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer. Sarah again, what should we say? Level 4 coach? What should we have as your...
You can do.
Level 4 coach.
Just saying, there's other games around the country today,
yes.
as we
Tell us
talked
about
about earlier.
Yeah.
Surrey women have got off to a very strong start. They're 55 for none off 8 overs against Hampshire. Essex are 26 for 2 currently against Somerset, and the Blaze are 41 for 1, so another strong start for them off 7.3 overs against Durham.
Yeah, Rainey to continue. Austin. Ooh, that's a lovely stop at short mid-wicket. There's a run-out chance, and it's given out. So Perrin is now, having just got a timing right, they just took a risky run there. How do you make of that then, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't directly to the fielder, but she did very well dive there, picked it up and threw it into the stumps. I think at this stage of a 50-over game, that was probably a little bit too risky.
It was. Given it went straight to the fielder and she stopped it, as
yeah, I mean, it was a good bit of fielding,
Yeah.
you know, and I think you could have thought that was going past, but yeah, I think perhaps not the greatest of decisions there, and it leaves Davina Perrin, who he's just saying was just looking like she was coming into some form there, and she's walking her way back over to the far side of the ground.
Yes, so run out was Davina Perrin, and Austin stays at the crease. The umpires have a little chat, and refreshments are brought out for the players.
Yeah, it seems the way now, every single wicket they're having a little drink, but I think it's probably still quite hot out there. The sun is shining. It looks Edgbaston's looking great today. Perhaps some of the only green grass that there is in the area, but the ground staff have probably worked so hard to maintain this over the past few months. We've heard from other sports, for example, I mean, rugby aren't even starting their domestic season and club stuff because the grounds are so hard, and say Warwickshire, it's a credit to them the way the ground looks today.
It is, and I was playing golf yesterday, and the whole golf course looked like the strip here. It was just scorched brown, and then the odd splash of green where the actual golf greens were, where they've actually obviously concentrating their watering. But yes, done a good job here, and it is looking glorious. I mean, obviously worn because we're later in the season at various points, but looking glorious this morning. That's defended, and there is no run. Ball straight back to the bowler. 27 for 1.
Yeah, it's Alice Clark in there, isn't it, in the short cover, and that was a great bit of fielding for her to dismiss Davina Perrin. Picked it up, I presume, with her wrong hand, with the left hand there, and threw it straight at the stumps for Winfield Hill to gather quite easily to dismiss.
Katie George is the new batter. High back lift. And that's played straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, Katie George captaining the side today in the absence of Georgia Davis. She has done that at points during this season. A very good tactical player, and you know, a lot of experience bringing to the game today.
Yeah, she found herself as a specialist fielder for London Spirit, but doing some brilliant fielding during the 100, as that's carved through points straight to the fielder who's coming off the rope. Beautifully thumped shot there from Katie George. Just gets a single, but really nice timing there.
Yeah, I mean, she hits the ball well, always has done, and she's a very positive player, and that's showed intent from the very first. Well, it was the third ball that she faced, but it was a nice crunching shot through the covers there.
Sounded great off the bat there as Rainey comes in again. Austin this time plays that to mid-on. They're going to take a run. There's a shy at the stumps. Oh, Johnny just misses that. Another madness.
Well, you thought they might have learnt their lesson from the last one there, and I think that was Beth Langston throwing the ball in there, and if that had hit, she'd have been also joining Davina Perrin on that long walk back to the changing rooms.
Oh dear. Yes, I mean they're young and enthusiastic. Katie George obviously wants to get a move on with the scoreboard, but that may have been a madness too far then. Fortunately they survived that, and that's just dotted down, and that's the end of another over. So 9 overs gone. Warwickshire 29 for 1, Austin for 8, and George 1. We've lost Davina Perrin to a sort of slight mad run out, which is what Sarah's referring to in terms of you thought they might have learnt their lesson. You mentioned the games at the other pitches. Now Warwickshire will take on you said that they're doing well this morning. They're going to take them on in the the T20 County Cup, which the way to explain this is the men do not have an equivalent of this. So it's like the FA Cup. It starts at the beginning of the season in Tier 3. Tier 3 were then joined by Tier 2. Tier 2 then, and then eventually Tier 1 get involved. But on Sunday at Portland Road, Warwickshire will take on Surrey in the quarter-finals of the T20 County Cup. So it doesn't have a men's equivalent. And it's a great opportunity for all the tiers. I was fortunate enough to commentate on Gloucestershire versus Cornwall. The Cornwall players delighted to get a chance to play on the Bristol pitch, I have to say. And they did give them a good game. Always up thump of the pad. And there's no run. The Cornwall players are so excited to get to play on a decent pitch and all the rest of it. And the coach had to get some shirts with the numbers on the back and was giving me information about what they batted and things. So yeah, it's a great opportunity. It's that FA Cup sense of, the underdog could come. A team from who play in the Tier 3 could theoretically come through. And there is one of the teams in that cup on Sunday, because all the games are going to be played then from Tier 2 still as Bowler comes in, thumps that down, thumps the pad as well. Warwickshire struggling again a bit.
Yeah, Austin doesn't seem to be quite playing the right line here. Seemed to be tucking her in a little bit, and she likes to free her hands, Austin, and I think this is their plan to her, is to not give her any width at all, and she's finding this ball and the line quite tricky to play.
It's that sense of they're trying to frustrate her, aren't they? They're just moving Amy Campbell out of slips and into a short, sort of extra mid-wicket almost position. Sarah mentioned there is a sweeper on either side, and that's played past that Amy Campbell position change, but they get through for a single. That was a bit more sensible because it went underneath the fielder, so there was definitely a single there. Warwickshire 30 for 1.
Yeah, they waited then, didn't they, to make sure the fielder hadn't actually got it in her hand before they ran through for that single. But that fielder change there, and Meg Austin put it almost straight to the fielder, but it just went through her at the last minute.
Yep. Katie George will want to have a little bit of a calmer moment. What's she got for Woolston? Just defending that down to Amy Campbell at that new position. No run.
Yeah, they have sort of got 2 mid-wickets, one a little bit shorter and straighter, and then one in a more conventional position with also that square leg deep in this power play. But Woolston bringing the ball in nicely to both of these batters, so it's a really good position to have there, and that fielder seems to be very busy.
Yeah, they're expecting perhaps something square of the wicket. Woolston comes in again to George, plays that through point and goes for 4 runs. We're just getting some interference. I'm hoping you're not getting that. We're getting sort of weird notification noises through the headphones and an intermittent hiss. And we're just going to try and sort that out. I hope we're not disturbing your listening there, as Woolston will continue George to face. Very high back lift from Katie George, very distinctive. That's just defended. Presents the bat to mid-on, and Beth Langston tidies up, and that's the end of the power play. So 10 overs are gone. Warwickshire are 34 for 1, Austin on 9, George on 5.
Yeah, thank you, Claire Jenkins, who's having a little short break there, and we're joined back on the mic with Mike Perkins, who's I don't know how the coffee or tea, because he's not really that way inclined, but he's coming back to the seat anyway. So that's the end of the power play. I think you could say honours even there. There's 1 wicket gone down, and Warwickshire are 34 for 1 off 10. Looks like we are seeing a bowling change now as well, as Jess Johnson is coming on to bowl and setting her field quite differently, being the spinner that she is. We've got a deep cover on the boundary and a deep mid-wicket to start proceedings. with Jess Jonathan. Welcome
Morning,
back, Mike.
Sarah.
Hello.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good. It's been eventful for Meg Austin, this.
Yeah. So Jonathan, left arm round the wicket. First ball's a dot there. She's playing around with the soil there. Perhaps a little bit of a slip on the way in for her run in and up for the first ball there, but a dot ball nevertheless.
Yeah, dropped twice and should have probably been run out as well, Austin.
Johnson again, putting that down, and that's just played into the point fielder for no run. Yeah, she's using up a few of her lives early on there, you would say. They dropped a backward point, that tough chance, and then the one over Staircallis' head, and then that run out was perhaps, well, if it had been a direct hit from Langston, she would have been walking for the third time today. It's Jonathan back in to Austin, who plays that nicely through the covers for a single.
This could get pretty difficult, though, I think, for Warwickshire, given they're 34 for 1 after or at the 10 over mark, and they've got Jonathan coming straight on here, who will no doubt be looking to choke things up.
Yeah, she doesn't go for many runs, Jonathan, and field slightly changed there for when Katie George takes strike. We've got a long on. I think she's known to be a little bit more positive there, so there's a little bit of a field change, but didn't get very close to that one, and I think it must be moving a little bit out there.
Yeah, Katie George is batting very well in this competition.
Jonathan to George, who comes back and defends that back for no run.
Picked up a little injury, so wasn't involved in the last game that was played by Warwickshire, but she's striking at more than 100 so far this season and has 127.98 to her name.
Oh, and she's trying to be positive here, George, but not quite. I don't think she's got the right line with that spin going there, and that was a dot ball to end a very good first over from Jonathan there.
The 127 against Lancashire over at Portland Road, the 98 against the Blaze. So it's 392 runs for Katie George, who captains today, and they've come at 66.16 as well. So she has done very well indeed. Now I think it's that strike rate of over 100 that's particularly impressive at this stage of the season, to have managed to score consistently above 1 a ball in 50 over cricket is some going.
Yeah, and we haven't seen it quite from her just yet, but we did see some very positive shots, or she's at least tried to play some positive shots. There was one through cover point early on, and she just strikes the ball and times it so nicely that, you know, and these pitches are so quick that when it goes, it's going to the boundary. And we had a double bowling change here with Sarah Glenn coming on to bowl. Her leg spin, and to Meg Austin. First ball, it's chipped up in the air, but I think it's between the fielders there, so she's, you could say, lucky to get away with that one again, as it's just lost under the feet of the fielder, and they come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, continuing to live on the edge there. That one felt sort of slightly more controlled in that she'd edged it, but she sort of seemed to take the pace off the shot a little bit.
Yeah, and she's going through the shot in her mind there that perhaps should have gone down in the ground rather than up in the air, but slightly scratchy start from Meg Austin here as Glenn back into bowl. That's a nice shot from Austin there, just for no run to mid-off. Slightly wayward throw on the way back in there. Winfield Hill having a nice jump and exercise to field that. Puts it back to the bowler. Winfield Hill having a discussion here with Sarah Glenn about what's perhaps best to do in the field.
Yeah, this might be a feeling that, no, I thought they were going to take the 45 away. I was going to say it might be the feeling that the ball's going to run away relatively slowly in that direction, but quicker in others. But it's actually long on that's gone back, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got a sort of very straight, short mid-wicket on the track over but 1 from the batter at the moment as Glenn back into Austin. Oh, and there's an appeal there, and they're scampering through for a single, which must be a leg by. That looked pretty close to me from here.
Yeah, I think, though, that the fact it sort of almost hit her on the full, didn't it? I think it was probably drifting down leg side.
In fact, I don't even think there was a signal for a leg by there, so perhaps there was some bat involved. As George taking strike now to Sarah Glenn. Nicely flighted up there. and to mid-off for no run.
Generally, if it takes the batter on the full, the assumption is it sort of continues on the line, isn't it? There's no... they don't factor in any potential turn that there would have been had it bounced.
Slight field adjustment for Katie George here by Sarah Glenn of her sweepers out on that leg side boundary. And that's nicely defended by George for no run. Sarah Glenn looking quite sprightly here at the wicket.
Yes, yeah, she's keen to get through her work, isn't she? And had a little spell here with the central spark, so we'll know the ground well.
Then into George, who again defends that for no run. That's a very good start by Yorkshire for both of their spinners there in those first couple of overs.
Yeah, tidy, isn't it? Just the 4 runs from those 2 overs of spin that have come in from the power play. And it's a little bit of a case of needing to get the innings going here for Warwickshire. As I say, they were watchful in those first 10 overs. It wasn't without alarm for Meg Austin, but it was Perrin who ended up on the wrong end of the run out. And she's the batter to go if you just join us at the match centre at edgbaston.com or on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Very good to have you with us, Mike Perkins and Sarah Glenn. Sarah Ginn, rather, your commentary team.
As Johnson bowls another dot ball there. Yeah, you do feel that Austin must be trying to look to score here, and you're hoping that she doesn't do anything silly again. But you know, she is 13 off 34 balls currently. As Johnson comes in again, she hits that one in the air, and that has actually cleared over the top of long on, but mid on, but it's not going to get to the boundary. It's sort of plugged on the floor as Langston has a chase on there for 2 runs.
With Sarah Glenn bowling from the Birmingham end and Sarah Ginn on commentary, it was going to happen at some point. It's only a couple of letters out.
Much better player than I ever was, but yeah, I'll take that, Mike. As Johnson back into Austin, who defends that for no run. Yeah, Meg Austin and Davina Perrin have grown up together playing quite a lot of cricket, and they opened the batting for Staffordshire for a number of years, but there seemed to be that mix-up between them, as that's nicely struck to that cover fielder there, Alice Clark, who's done very well in that position so far today.
Yeah, Alice Clark on a permanent deal now with Yorkshire. Moved here on loan initially, but has put pen to paper for the 2027 season.
It's Johnson back into Austin. Has hit that one again down to this long on region, and Langston fielding it there for just a single. Yeah, she seems to be very very active in that fielding, that cover position there. She's always on the move, getting the backing up. She's a good example of how to make your mark in the field, which of course they'll be looking at when they're putting these contracts together, is not just your batting and bowling, but everything else in between. As that's hit nicely by Katie George for a single through the covers back into the gloves of Winfield Hill.
Yeah, keeps wicket as well, does Clark, and we expect to see her somewhere near the top of the order as well in this Yorkshire side today. So they'll be anxious to prove herself, you would imagine, having made the move.
Yeah, I think so. It's always nice to start your day the way that she has done today. So hopefully that'll put her on the positive foot for what's to come later in the day. But saying she's looking every bit a professional fielder there in the covers. As Sarah Glenn just tossing the ball from hand to hand to start her second over here to Katie George, who is currently 6 of 14, and the Bears are 42 for 1. Glenn into George, has hit that nicely, just dropping short of the deep mid-wicket or cow corner fielder there for 1 run.
Yeah, firmly enough hit stroke there, but just bring the one.
So lovely fast outfield out here, but I think that was placed just before the fielder, and I think it was probably pretty safe, as Sarah Glenn brings the fielder a few yards off the boundary, perhaps in response to that last hit there, and it brings Meg Austin on strike, who is 16 of 38 balls. Just hit that through the covers nicely. It was a bit of a dive there, whereas perhaps it maybe should have been a chase, as that ball runs for 4 for Meg Austin. It's I think it's her first 4 of the game. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Mike, but I believe that's Meg Austin's first 4 of the game.
Yes, I'll double check, but I think it has to be. It was warmly applauded either way by those below us in the pavilion.
Yeah, the players are actually over the other side of the pitch today. Must be using the older change rooms. I think actually there's one of those more based for the female players now, which is nice, over the far side of the ground. It's Glenn back into Austin, who defends that for no run.
That was indeed Austin's first boundary of the day. Coupled to Perrin before she was dismissed for 15, run out by a combination of Clark and Winfield Hill. And Katie George has also hit 1-4.
Yeah, the score, you'd say, is slightly under par at the moment, though, with 47 for 1 off this 13.3 overs. It's Glenn back into Austin, who hits that behind square. They've taken another, you could say that was a slightly risky run, but perhaps not quite as risky as some of them they've taken so far.
that one was a good distance to the fielder's left-hand side, and the fact that the fielder was right-handed as well. That one ended up being a well-judged one in the end.
Yes, again, slight field adjustments for each batter here as Katie George gets ready, bat nice and high in the crease. Sarah Glenn, dot ball again there, nicely defended by Katie George. So this positivity from George, we haven't seen quite as yet in this innings, but I think there's plenty of time for her to play for, coming in at this role at number 3 in the order. Perhaps slightly less freedom for her initially, but we hopefully will see it in the next few overs coming up. It's Glenn to George, knocks that down to that long on fielder for 1 run.
I think with the way Katie George has been playing, there's no worry about catching up if she needs to get back up to that one a ball strike rate that she's been at all season. She can sort of almost hang a little bit behind it and then just hit a couple of boundaries to get herself back up to 1 a ball later in her innings if she wants. So yeah, she'll hang a little behind it to start with, and then all of a sudden she'll be there and progressing at a decent rate. Of course, you've got Karis Pavley as well, who had back-to-back hundreds earlier in the competition, so she's got power to add later in the innings as well.
It's Jonathan into George, who defends that for no run. Jonathan has only gone for 5 runs off her first 2 overs here, and looking very comfortable in this first change bowling role that has been given to her today. It's another dot ball from Johnson, getting Katie George on the back foot, just defending that straight back to the bowler.
That first ball of the over as well, noticeably gripped and turned again. We've seen her go past the outside edge already.
Again, it's just gone past the fielder at that sort of short mid-wicket for a single there, but I don't think Yorkshire will mind that too much.
No, it was a little prod, wasn't it? Slightly against the spin, and just took it uppishly. 50 up there, 50 for 1.
Yeah, 14.3 overs from Warwickshire here. It's Jonathan back into bowl to Austin. Again, straight back into the bowler's hands. I think they would have been hoping to get that first 50 slightly quicker than that 14.4 overs, but I think the main thing is they're only 1 wicket down at this point, which hopefully will build a steady base. It's Jonathan into Austin, who again has chipped that slightly in the air, but the fielder is now long on rather than mid on, and they come through safely for a single.
I've just been teasing Langston since she moved back to long on. Everything that's been hit in her direction has been uppish, but has landed well short of her.
It's Jonathan to George, rocks back, hits that between the point and the cover fielder, the extra cover fielder for a single.
Right, I'm going to depart for 5 overs or so and bring Claire Jenkins back in alongside you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mike. A brief stint on the mic there and welcoming Claire Jenkins back into the fray as the score is 52 for 1 of 15 overs. Austin 22 of 43 balls and Katie George 10 of 21 balls. Continuing is Sarah Glenn, who has only gone for 10 off her first 2 overs. Both of these spinners keeping it nice and tight here, but can see some shots starting to be played from these two batters. Welcome back, Claire.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's Glenn into Katie George. Just hit that in the air. It's like, oh, it's dropped. As a have to put that down as another drop there in the mid-wicket area. It was nicely struck by Katie George. We've talked about her positivity, but perhaps that was slightly too close to the fielder out in the deep there, who did put it down. I think that's Hannah Rainey out there. I'm not sure. I can't.
Number 11, isn't it?
Claudia Cooper. Claudia Cooper.
It seemed to hang in the air, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just taunting her, really.
Slightly mistimed there by the fielder, diving to at the side, but Meg Austin hits that straight back into the hands of Sarah Glenn. That's got to go down as another chance, hasn't it?
Yeah, she's just seemed to react slightly slowly. I don't know if they weren't sure which of the boundary fielders it was going to go to, but it sort of hung in the air and it just dropped just agonisingly in front of her, unfortunately.
It's Glenn to Austin, tossing that up nicely, and that's going to be a leg by down for that single there.
I thought she got some back to it.
Yeah, no, there we go.
By.
Leg by signalled by the umpire.
Because it is interesting looking at the other games, because we all start at the same time, so you can do a little bit of comparing. Obviously the pitches are different and the bowling and blah, blah, blah. But see, others have lost more wickets but are at higher amounts of runs. So yes, I'll come back to that when we have a gap.
It's going to George. Again, defended that to the short mid-wicket fielder for no run.
So Warwickshire are 54 for 1. Essex are 70 for 2 at Chelmsford against Somerset.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for another gap.
It's Glenn to George. On the back foot punched for no run.
Blaze are 68 for 2. And Surrey are running away with it. 104 for 2 off 15 overs. So Surrey are blasting. I'm just going to have a quick look at who's on the...
That's almost double our runs at the same time.
Yeah.
As a position of the game here. It's Glenn to George, who knocks that to the square leg for 1 run. They're looking for 2 and decide against it there. So that's the end of the over. So after 16 overs, Warwickshire are 55 for 1.
Get through the overs quicker, won't they, with the spin bowls? Yes, down at Surrey. I'm just having a quick look. So King got 45. King. Not sure who that is. Monaghan got 36. Sune Luce, who is a new acquisition for Surrey, the South African international. She's on 13, not out. And Alice Davison-Richards in on 10. So they're all chipping in there with that 107 for 2.
Yes. And we say you don't know the conditions there might be slightly different, but that looks like to be a very positive start.
It's at Guildford,
there.
so it is a relatively small ground, and it'll be dried out, I imagine, and very hard.
Jonathan to George here again, back foot punch back to the bowler for no run. Jonathan does a lot of the fielding off her own bowling here. She's very busy when she's bowling. It's the line that she's bowling, it means that they're tapping it straight back into her hands. And she's gone for a bit of a bigger swing there. And, dropped out of the keeper's hands as well, but there's a no run there.
Yeah, I think George's eyes lit up at that ball. Jess Jonathan knows what she's doing, doesn't she? So
yeah, Jonathan, slightly shorter ball there as George rocks back to no run to that backward point area. She's flighting it really nicely, Jonathan, and I think it's keeping the batters guessing here. Katie George going sometimes on the front foot, sometimes on the back foot, and there's just slight variation that's making her spell so effective here. As back into George, back for no run.
Jess Jonathan is actually the most valuable player overall. That's not batting or bowling, that's overall for the Metro Bank in terms of the PCA rankings.
Back into George. Back sends that into that cover point fielder for 1 run. And watching her here today, there's no surprise that's her role in this side, isn't it?
Yeah. So effectively, those stats are saying that the Professional Cricket Association is saying that Jess Jonathan is the best player in the whole of the Metro Bank so far this season, which is some going.
Jonathan for Austin. Just another single to that point area. to finish the over. It's another tight over from Jess Jonathan there.
So no surprise she's also first in the bowling rankings, and she has the second most wickets in this competition at 20. And she's taken 4 for 18 versus Ablaze, 4 for 30 versus Lancashire, 3 for 24 against Hampshire, 3 for 32 against Warwickshire, and that was that game that actually Yorkshire did lose up at Scarborough, but we haven't mentioned that, so that's all right.
But you can see how she gets her wicket. She seems to be frustrating these batters here.
So wily, isn't she? She just knows what she's doing.
Very, very good experienced player to add to the mix here. As Glenn is continuing her spell as well. Another experienced spinner. There's a good spin twins here from Yorkshire today. Glenn,
that's some tool to use, isn't it?
Yeah, Glenn into Austin, who's starting to try and use her feet a little bit there, but it just found the hands of the mid-off fielder. She practices that strike again. I wonder whether she was going to try and go over the top there and didn't quite succeed. Glenn back to her mark. To Austin, who's hit that nicely to deep square. It'll just be a single.
Beth Langston does the tidying up there on the field, on the boundary, I think.
Yeah, just went slightly through the keeper there, but some good backing up from the Yorkshire girls meant it's only gone for 1 run.
Yorkshire really frustrating Warwickshire, aren't they? And trying to make them do things, because Austin likes to be more positive, doesn't she? So really putting the squeeze on and starving of her runs.
That's a no run again, as it's nicely stopped in the covers by Alice Clark. Yeah, it's you can see that they're trying to think of their scoring options here, Warwickshire, but there doesn't seem to be too many free balls or easy ones to hit, and that's Yorkshire have bowled very nicely so far this game. It's Glenn. It's George slightly down the leg side, but it's got away with that one a little bit as it's no run and back into the keeper's hands.
Yeah, it's a potent mix of good field positioning and some great bowling, isn't there? Some really good lines here from all the different bowlers that Lauren Winfield Hill has at her disposal here. But Glenn and Jess Jonathan is some spin lid to put on it.
Slightly mishit by Katie George there into the square leg area, and they scamper through for a single.
Felt like a sort of consolation single, or we can finally get a single off that, but it wasn't necessarily where I meant to put it.
Wasn't perhaps exactly where it was meant, but they all count on the scoreboard, don't they?
That's right, yes. No marks for style, as the cliche goes. Oh, it's just as well Mike's out, otherwise we'd have the cliche klaxon off.
Glenn changing her field slightly here for Meg Austin, who's looking to be more positive through that offside. It's Glenn into Austin, is using her feet, but again has hit that just straight to that mid-off region to finish the over. And the Bears are 59 for 1 off 18 overs.
It's that real sense of frustration. Yorkshire are really trying to force Warwickshire to do things that they're really not comfortable doing, and they're really not getting away. Warwickshire being patient, but there's only so far that you can be patient, can't you? Because at some stage they're gonna have to pick a bowler to try and. Well, they say that they use the words take down now, which seems a bit too aggressive for me. But yeah, they're going to have to find some way to get the ball through the gaps here, or manufacture something.
Yeah, as Johnson comes into George, who's hit that again nicely, but straight to that mid-off fielder. Yeah, and you don't really fancy either of those. For the one that you were having to go off either of them, between Johnson and Sarah Glenn, it's not much pickings. They've both bowled really nicely so far. Johnson tosses the ball between her hands and into Katie George. Oh, and that one's just going to get away down to third. Perhaps again not exactly where she wanted to hit it, as there's a chase on for the fielder there, and they get back for a couple of runs.
Yeah, Katie George showing her willingness to try for the third, but turns and finds that the ball's back at the wicket keeper. Yeah, Warwickshire will have to. Yeah, I mean, if they bowl Glenn and Jonathan sort of out, that could be another kind of 20 overs gone, isn't it? So
yeah,
before they know where they are.
Jonathan to George, who goes on the back foot there, hits it down to backward point area, and they're coming through for another couple of runs. It could be tight, but the throw didn't quite make Winfield Hill's hands there. Again, not sure whether they meant to run to a quick two quick runs there, or was a single with an afterthought of the second there. There's always a...
I don't know. I think it's just Katie George. She's always desperate to move the score on, and I think it was sort of slightly smacked of desperation.
It's Jonathan to George, who's using her feet nicely. Oh, Austin leaving her crease again there, but getting straight back in for no run. Yeah, both the batters now have started to use his feet down the crease, but so far only finding the fielders, and you see the frustration is building. Jonathan into George, who defends that for no run.
Because they nearly collided there. I mean, my question is how much coaching is there running between the wickets? Because I think it's often the most forgotten art, calling and running between the wickets. Because I think it's just assumed that people can do it.
Yeah, so that's Jonathan finish that over on a nice dot ball that went straight through to the keeper's hands. It is something to work on, but I think there's a big emphasis on trying to make coaching as realistic as you possibly can, and kind of in a sports hall over the winter, it's quite difficult to replicate the actual pressure of a game and a fielder throwing it in and where it's going to go, etc., etc. But there's lots of gains to be had if you can turn really quickly, get back for those twos, and the best players can turn those dots into singles in various ways, and it is something that a lot of coaches look at. We work at it, from a very basic school level of yes, no, wait, and making sure you've got the bat in the right hand and don't turn blind. So it is something to work on, but say replicating the pressure of a game situation where the ball's being thrown in and you're under the scoreboard pressure is another thing altogether. As Glenn into Austin, who sends that to a deep point fielder for one run.
Yeah, and it's the kind of, if you're batting, you're running on the inside line, and the backing up batter should be going around the outside, so you're not having to go around them as you've just played the shot. Just some simple basic stuff that, there seems to be a bit too much collision and near collision.
As Glenn to George, plays that straight back into her hands for no run. Yes, it's there's a lot of things to think about that I think people see running between the wickets as one of the more basic skills of cricket, but actually you've got to look where the ball's gone, you've got to judge the pace of your shot, you've got to judge the pace of the ball coming back in. As George hits that down to the long-on fielder. Mid-wicket's sort of lying there on the floor there, disappointed she didn't stop that, but she made a good effort of it there, and that's another run to the total from Katie George.
And even just tapping, the kind of what I would call hoovering, but making sure your bat's out in front when you're doing the running, making sure that you aren't running blind, so that you can see where the ball's coming in from, all of those skills.
Yeah, it's Glenn to Austin again, using her feet and sending that out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
We've got some nice deep boundaries today, so we're a fairly central wicket, which is always good.
Yeah, and two very sort of active fielders out on the boundary here for Yorkshire, doing a really good job of stopping these balls going for boundaries. That one wasn't quite hit as well as she would have hoped, but it still almost made its way there. As Glenn into George, who swept that to, again, one of those deep square, who's thrown that in for a single. And you can't help but think that Warwickshire are just desperate for a boundary here, and it's been quite a while since the last one, and I think you can see that they're thinking that this pressure is building. As Glenn coming in to finish the over here to Meg Austin. Oh, she's used her feet nicely there, and she has sent that, and that is that. Well, no, it's not. It's going to be cut out. Thought that was going to go for that boundary they're talking about there, but it's a nice shot there for a couple of runs for Meg Austin to finish the over.
Seemed to plug, didn't it? So it went in the air, and you kind of feel like in this dry conditions that it might run on and you might get a boundary, but no, it was cut off. So they had to run those runs. 69 for one, Metrobank One Day Cup, Warwickshire in the Navy. They won the toss and elected to bat as Sarah again has a little break for a cup of tea.
It's very hard not to say Sarah Glenn, isn't it?
I know it is. I'm going to say it again. But what I should have said while she was on was she sent me a picture So Sarah Ginn sent me a picture last night. She said, I've made cake for tomorrow. Unfortunately, I forgot to tell
I thought
my
it was going to be at the
sons.
broken
So she sent me
finger.
a photograph of an empty plate. It's just Jonathan comes in again.
This
It's
is
up
in the air, and it should be caught by Winfield Hill. No, gets a hand to it, and it's another catch down for Yorkshire, and that's cost them so far today. I was going to say it had been a quiet 29 balls there since the drop of Katie George on 21. Well, she's added another single to the total, and it was a top edge again from George, who has again been dropped. Looking to play leg side this time off Jonathan is Austin. Takes her on the pad. So Katie George this time dropped with her score on 20.
They're going to have to take some risks, though, aren't they, if they're going to take that pressure off that Sarah was talking about.
Well, they are, but I think perhaps the sign that these little chances have been coming shows that it is quite hard to force your strokes, as Austin was trying to force that one through cover. It's another dot ball, second successive one, 70 for one it remains as Jonathan comes in, left arm around the wicket from the pavilion end. Austin down the track, does get this one past mid-off, but long on will come round, which again shows that it's just not quite flying off the bat in the way Warwickshire would like. 72 for one. Austin on to 30, who was herself dropped twice in the first 10 overs. George has now been dropped twice there, this time by the wicketkeeper Lauren Winfield Hill. It's always tough with the helmet on when it goes above the eye line. You've kind of got to get that head back to.
And she's diving
then
across
run.
that carpeted area as well, which I think probably is slightly confusing visually as you're diving.
Either way, didn't hold on, did the Yorkshire captain, as that one's driven firmly out to cover right on the back of the 25-yard fielding circle. Sarah Glenn, in fact, she stepped outside it to do the fielding. 72 for one then, the score at the end of an eventful 21st over, Claire Jenkins.
It was. I was talking with Sarah about, it's great field positioning and, some brilliant bowling. I mean, Jess Johnson just dropping it just on a length, which is really nagging. You can't really go forward, you can't really go back, and you left in those two minds. I think we may be having a bowling change here for you, Mark.
It's looking that way, yeah. It's looking like Langston, who nearly affected the run out of Austin. That was her third life. All inside the first 10 overs. In fact, the two drops were third ball of the 5th and the first ball of the 6th, and then it was the 5th ball of the 9th where Austin gave away her chances. George's from the first ball of the 16th and the first ball of the 21st over.
That's a lot of detail, Mike. Have enough.
Well, it's a lot of chances, really, and you feel that's got to cost Yorkshire somewhere, but it also shows that they're on top at the moment as Langston comes into bowl and George drives to mid-on but doesn't pick up a run. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, you get the impression that Yorkshire are out for revenge on that loss at Scarborough to Warwickshire earlier in the season. Are they going to get their revenge?
Here comes Langston again. As the drilling gets into force in the building site, and cutting with force was Katie George. Picks up a single, 73 for one. She's on to 22 now. Austin has 30. The wickets fall Davina Perrin for 15, run out by a combination of Clark and Winfield Hill, the wicketkeeper and captain.
That hotel is going up at some rate that you can hear the knocking in the background.
As I say, the sort of the outsides all seem to go up very quickly, and then there'll be a long pause whilst they do the inside, won't there? As that is just dug out there by Meg Austin, who I think was calmer than just about anyone else as that one rolled back past her leg stump. I think she judged the line there was not going to hit it, so she just sort of watched it roll through to the keeper, Winfield Hill. No run is the result. It was a good Yorker length delivery from Langston, though, from the Birmingham end. And Birmingham has cloud above it, but sunshine shining on the buildings there, the high rises. There's a new one gone up just sort of to the left of the telecoms tower. As this one is driven to Amy Campbell and is Having fielded it on her knees, she throws at the non-striker's end, but for no great effect. But yeah, there's sort of a shiny new one that seems to have opened this season over there. There's a number of cranes of varying colours. Some sort of a dark blue, some red in the distance, doing more work over there in Birmingham as Austin flays at that one. But the reason she couldn't reach it was a wide ball. 74 for 1, the yellow numbers on the black background of the scoreboard tick onto. Weather vane pointing towards us here in the commentary box at the pavilion end, and the hands moving round on the clock there as that one is short again. And a quick consultation with square leg brings another wide, 75 for 1.
Yeah, well overhead height, so that's a wide now. There's been some changes in regulations, etc. But yeah, that is a wide. And signalled 1 for the over. They do get 2 if they are allowed 2 in an over.
Well, Austin certainly couldn't reach that one,
No.
it's fair to say. So it definitely was a wide, as that one is driven to mid-off again. No run off the bat. It's been a struggle here for Warwickshire, you feel, so far, but also it doesn't feel like a 300 wicket, does it? It feels if they can smidge up to kind of 250, that could be a very competitive score today. Certainly based on the evidence of what we've seen so far. Yorkshire could come out and make a mockery of that, of course, as this one is driven wide of mid-off, but still not wide enough for the single. Another dot record. Tidy over from Langston to start with, bar the wides. 75 for 1 is the score at the end of it. We've had 22 so far this morning. Reminder games elsewhere. Essex 100 for 2 already against Somerset, going along very nicely. Somerset 124 for 4 there in the 22nd over against Hampshire, so scoring a bit easier there than it has been here at Edgbaston too. And the Blaze also ahead of where Warwickshire find themselves. They're 111 for 2 against Durham. The men's test match is also underway with Pakistan 23 for 2 before the rain there. So good to have you with us at the match centre at edgbaston.com or via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube stream if you have flicked over from there, but also good to have you with us if you are following throughout the season this Women's One Day Cup, because it is a competition that's, as I say, it's the one that runs through the season. It's had a bit of intrigue to it, I think it's fair to say. We're going to see Sarah Glenn switching ends to the pavilion end here. Here she comes. Right arm leg spin into the pitch, and it's dragged away towards that boundary at mid-wicket, and it'll get there in front of the Hollies. Just hits the railings, and 4 is signalled. 79 for 1. Much needed boundary for Warwickshire, and it was well struck.
Yeah, I think Katie George will have really enjoyed that one. She managed to find a gap right in the middle of those 2 fielders there, as you say, towards the Hollies, and there are some spectators scattered about to our right.
In terms of Sarah Glenn's switch of end, she bowled 5 overs for 20 in her first spell from the Birmingham end, as this one's cut away, and she'll concede her 5th run of the over. It's stopped by Jonathan at backward point. 80 for 1 with the single. Is that for you just about maybe keeping a few of Jonathan's overs back for later in the game?
I think if I were, yeah, I mean, you might usefully keep a few, mightn't you?
She sort of seems the slow bowler who could bowl at the end if, you know, if you needed somebody to do that role. I mean,
I think she could bowl anywhere in the innings, the way she's played this season for Yorkshire.
Glenn's floated one up, and it's been driven to Stair Callis at mid-off, who was responsible for one of those drop chances earlier on. The first of them, in fact. Turns this one well, though, without the cost of a run. Jonathan bowling 6 overs in her first spell, 17 for no run. So it must have been tempting to keep her going, because she's bowling very well, albeit without picking up a wicket, I suppose. But she's had...
Just saving a bit of magic for later, perhaps.
That one dug out from Yorker length from Glenn.
Yorkshire successfully frustrating Warwickshire, who are trying to be patient, but I suspect that Austin and George are desperate to get that scoreboard going, because they're both very positive players who really do like to see those numbers going up.
Yeah, both round about strike rates of 50 at the moment, as Austin comes down the ground, and she's going to find a boundary. Out through the offside. She's rather flayed there after a series of dots. And wasn't in total control, you didn't feel, but she gets 4 for it, 84 for 1. It was a good use of the feet in the end.
Yep, in the air, but no risk at all into a gap. So Warwickshire finding a way here, but they desperately need to increase this score, because this does not look like it's heading to a defendable total unless the pitch is really difficult to get away on.
Glenn again bowls a better ball, but it's still squeezed past the on-rushing Amy Campbell, who I think rather overdived that one. 85 for 1, 10 off the over. That's encouraging for Warwickshire, because they found the boundary twice there, and despite the couple of dots in the middle, they still kept the board moving.
Yes, there's a definite need to click into the next gear for Warwickshire. And Warwickshire fans will be hoping that it is a pitch that is difficult to get away on, because, as we often find, second half of a cricket match, and the opposition then prove that it isn't difficult to get away on.
Yes, yeah, it can be that way, can't it?
It's the old wait till you've seen both sides bat cliche.
But yeah, by my maths, that last over was 4-1, ... 4-1. So that's the sort of thing that Warwickshire
to look for.
Are after, and will accelerate their run rate. Langston, though, bowled a tidy first over, just conceding 3 from it, 2 of which were wide. And she starts with a dot here that's driven to the left of mid-off by Austin, but the right-hander doesn't pick up a run.
I'm trying to think about the eras, but Katie George and Beth Langston would have been peers for England. It's probably about the
I guess because Langston was very sort of in and out the side, so whether they would have actually played together, who knows. But here comes Langston again, and Austin it is driving to Amy Campbell at short mid-wicket. But yes, they'd have certainly been in the same squads, you would imagine.
Sort of wider communities.
I mean, George's England career was cut short by injury, really, wasn't it?
That's right.
Really brought in for her left-arm bowling as much as anything.
Yeah, point of difference.
England level, as this one's played from a standing position at the crease, really. Not particularly, though it was a back foot stroke, she didn't really go back there, did Austin, and played it up to mid-off for the third dot of the over. 85 for 1 if you just join us. More than 1,000 of you watching the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page, and do tune in via the match centre at edgbaston.com as well, as this one's driven out to cover for another dot.
Austin has a word with herself, taking herself off the pitch, playing with her gloves and just taking a breather, getting frustrated because her natural game is definitely much more attacking, as is Katie George's, but she waits for the next ball.
Yeah, working through these dot balls at the moment is Austin, and does find a single here out to the cover sweeper. Just sort of pushed into that gap this time, just waited a little longer for a ball that bounced a little more, and that allowed her the opportunity to get the single there. 86 for 1. Takes him on, and a little bit of pressure on George from this final ball, be able to try and find the boundary. Drives straight instead, and only finds mid-on and a dot in the scorer's book. So 86 for 1 is the score. We've had 24 of the overs. They're flying through them at Yorkshire, but
that's it. When you've got a short run up, they go through them quickly. Has anybody counted how many fielders? Because they seem to have much more than 11. There never seems to be a gap for the Warwickshire batters.
Yeah, it can feel like that. Scoring is tough, but the minute going well from the Yorkshire perspective, but will they just be ruining that wickets column slightly, given, as we say, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chances, 3 for Austin, 2 for George there. One of them was a run out, and all the others drop catches. And okay, you can get the odd drop, but you would suspect you'd hold on to one of the 4 at least, probably 2.
Yeah, there were some hard chances in that bunch.
Yeah, nothing's been clear cut, has it, as Claudie Cooper comes in. So it's just the one exploratory over from Glenn there from the pavilion end, and it's going to be Cooper to try her spin instead. a single from the first ball inside edged to the fielder and the 45, 87 for 1.
Very bright shoes, Claudia Cooper. Bright red. Zinging against the green of the grass.
Here she comes again. Delivers. That one's defended with a high elbow from Katie George, who was advancing slightly. So just a change in direction of spin here to the off spin of Cooper.
Straight to the fielder again. It must. I mean, I think it's brilliant field positioning and bowling to your field, etc.
Yeah, Glenn picked out on the drive that time by Katie George, but just getting a little concerning. Oh, full toss. Now, this one has been picked out the fielder. Well, that was exactly what George was waiting for, and she's looking accusingly at her bat.
It's going to be
because she hasn't got as much as she would have liked on that, and it's gone straight to the fielder out at backward square leg, and Katie George is out. She's made 27 so far, and that'll be a lot for the day. And really, that one should have gone for 4 or 6. You would have felt, Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, full tosses get wickets. You know, the batter's eyes light up and they smack the ball and straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it was a disappointing end.
It was a good catch. I mean, that was probably one of the harder chances that they've had to take a catch.
I mean, they've all been difficult, haven't they, in one way or another, but that was an effort diving forward, looking for as George looked for the boundary, but clearly she just felt she got the wrong bit of not enough of the bat on it anyway. And it was a really, really good grab in the end to get that one tumbling forward.
Still, it brings to the crease the debutante for the Bears, Brooke Halliday. New Zealand White Fern, left-handed bat also distinctively. So she's going to get to bat here with Meg Austin.
Yeah, she's got a decent record at international level, 1,462 runs, a best of 157. She's also hit 950s along with that 1 century at international level, so knows what she's doing, but it's not going to be an easy task here, having seen George get out for 27. He was caught by the sub-fielder, I think it was. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was Erin Thomas with the catch there off Claudia Cooper out on the backward square leg boundary. George making 27 in 50 from 51 balls in 54 minutes and hitting 2 fours as Sarah Ginn is going to jump back in alongside us. And she'll give us her thoughts on that wicket, because it's one Yorkshire will feel they've deserved because they've created chances so far, and they've taken one there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the way that Katie George would have wanted to leave the crease there, definitely. But, yeah, Yorkshire have frustrated the batters here, and that does often lead to those sorts of shots being played. Katie's eyes probably would have lit up, as we said, when it's the full toss coming there, but unfortunately she's picked out that deep square fielder, and that'll be very frustrating for her, especially seeing she has been patient. We've talked about how she scores at more than a 1 a ball in this competition, but she was definitely showing some good sort of patience and resilience there. But so I think that was just one temptation too many for her, and she picked out that fielder there at the deep square, and departed for 27 kind of steady runs off those 51 balls. But yeah, we would have liked to see more of her today. Absolutely.
And I think one good little bit of housekeeping we've done there is we've managed to sneak the drinks break in 2 balls before the end of the 25th, so the players have had their refreshments, and that should save us a little bit of time. And we will resume with Halliday at the crease. And there's work to do for the left-handed Hamilton-born New Zealander.
Yeah, presented with her Warwickshire cap this morning. First game for the Bears today, and I think She'll be excited at the prospect of this. She's a good competitor, plays a lot of high-level cricket, and this is just a slightly different environment that perhaps she's used to here. But nevertheless, I look forward to seeing what she can do here.
Yeah, runs come at an average of 34 in international cricket, so she'll expect to be a shade above that at domestic level, although she's got to settle quickly in English conditions, and she'll have to get things moving quickly. Can't get off the mark there with a little dab to a short straight mid-wicket in the form of Sarah Glenn.
I have to confess I'm not that au fait with the domestic system in New Zealand, or whether they'd be playing in a similar environment at the big stadiums for their domestic games. You know, sort of a smattering of a crowd watching, but it's always different to play in this stadium environment.
And there's a little bit of prestige about the English stadiums, as that last ball of the over there was pulled up to mid-on. It was on it quite early, but didn't bring Halliday's first runs. But I think just their sort of Edgbaston, Trent Bridge, the Oval, they're all sort of iconic names, aren't they, that people hear growing up as cricketers, and they want to impress at these sort of big grounds. Yeah,
and obviously the domestic game over here is now attracting these big names, which is fantastic. We talked about who's getting runs today, South African international as well.
Here comes Langston, bowls to Austin, takes her on the pad. There was a degree of excitement there from those in the lighter blue of Yorkshire, but it was more in hope than expectation, you feel.
Yeah, I do think that this line to Meg Austin is something they probably have talked about before the game, so not giving her any width.
The delivery into the gap. It was uppish, but it's going to roll all the way to the rope, and that'll be 4 more useful runs. And Meg Austin, who, as we say, had 2 drop chances off her and a run out that could have seen the back of her at the start of her innings, needs to make the most of this opportunity. She's on to 41 from 73 balls. 91 for 2 is the Warwickshire score. Neat stroke.
Yeah, you could say she's done a lot of hard work to still be at the crease here, and it'd be a shame for her to waste this now.
Can she turn this into a big one? For Warwickshire, it's short of length, that one, and swaying out the way was Austin. This time it's not a wide, but it is one bouncer for the over. I think Austin was trying to appeal to the square leg umpire for a bit of help there, but that was a well-directed bouncer. If Austin had stood still, that'd have hit her pretty much straight between the eyes, I think. Fuller this time, whisked away into the leg side off the front foot, and there'll be a single on offer to Austin, so backs up the boundary. 42 is her score, 92 for 2.
Yes, getting some nice bounce, Beth Langston, here today. It's the sort of second one that's gone up to the batter's head, if not over the top of them, and she's definitely using that ball to her advantage here.
With the keeper up as well, it's a fairly risky strategy, because any bat on it will probably take it past the wicket keeper and away for a boundary, as Langston comes around the wicket to the left-handed Halliday, who dabs into the offside, was looking for a single. Austin wasn't keen on it. 92 for 2, and the running between the wickets has been slightly fraught so far.
Yeah, you would hope that wouldn't have been Brooke Halliday's debut there with a run out, but it was looking close at one point there.
Here's Langston again. Little dab at that one from Halliday. Goes down to the ground before hitting Winfield Hill, the wicket-keeper. 92 for 2 it remains, and Halliday still looking for her first run with the Baron staff on her helmet.
Yeah, she's obviously a very good player. She's experienced, but it doesn't stop the nerves in these sorts of environments. As we talked about the big stadium, you still desperately want to get that run and get yourself off the mark. She's been patient here so far, but she'll still be looking to get that first initial run in the Warwickshire kit.
Here's Cooper, starting the 27th over with a right arm off spin, and this one is driven firmly up to Langston, who bowled the previous over and is now at mid-off. No run.
Here's another spin option here for Yorkshire, and they've definitely used it to their advantage today and kept it nice and tight. It's the third spinner that they've used today.
Throws this one up with a bit of flight. It's driven off the toes by Austin, who's on to 42 now.
Claudie Cooper, another one of the bright shoe brigade here, bowling in these bright orange shoes, and the field is changing now for the left-handed Brooke Halliday. What's your thoughts on the bright shoes, Mike?
I seem to have ended up with a set with very orange soles to them, mainly because they were cheap. Yeah. They're not my chosen preference, I'll be honest, as Cooper bowls. And this one is prodded into the leg side by Halliday, who's still awaiting her first run. She's faced 4 now. And they've all been dots.
You're wearing them with your whites, though, I presume, not your coloured.
Yes, yeah. And the sort that the players have got on out there are, it's not just the soles, is it? It's the tops of them as well that are very colourful. As Cooper dives for this one and tries to prevent a run. Needn't done so because it was straight at mid-off who did prevent the run. Stair Callis there with the field in 93 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, with the coloured kit that is so prevalent in the women's game, though, perhaps it does allow for a bit more of a colour on the trainers.
Halliday does get her first run, cut out to the cover boundary. Takes Warwickshire on to 94 for 2. So creeping up towards those 3 figures. See, Winfield Hill's matched hers quite nicely, hasn't she, with the light blue of the jersey. She's got the light blue cricket shoes on, but I'm not sure the garish kind of reddy orange necessarily goes with the rest of the kit as this one is played and hit back. But I suppose if your sponsor sends them to you, you're you're rather bound to them, aren't you?
Well, yeah, and there's also a lot of women's ranges out there now, which is great to see. When I first started playing cricket, it was definitely, well, mine were hand-me-downs from my older brother, but yeah, you can get specialist kit now. So Lacuna Sports, one of the big companies that does it, I think, and also specialist shoes, pads, bats. So a lot more now for the women's game than ever there was. But yeah, I'm not sure where the bright shoes fall in that category, but yeah, it's good to see that everything sort of is made for the purpose nowadays.
Yeah, it's a big part, isn't it? And particularly with sort of injury prevention and that kind of thing, you sort of need the right stuff, particularly at this level. As Langston comes in to start the 28th over of the innings, and it's just prodded into the offside, and the score will remain 94 for 2 as a result. No run there for Halliday, who is on 1 now.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of frustration in her body language there when she's found that fielder, and you think she has got that 1 run, so she has got off the mark, but she's looking to make a good impression here.
Waits now for a ball that she's able to pull away into the leg side. Might have wanted rather more than the single she's going to get to backward square leg, but settles for it, 95 for 2. Langston just took the pace off that shorter ball. I think that resulted in Halliday having to slower shot as well.
Yeah, she did well to correct herself late on in the proceedings there, and didn't quite get all of the bat on the ball, but still got it away for a single.
Langston goes full this time. It's driven firmly by Austin. Will get 1, but again could have got 4 there, I think, had it not been for a good bit of fielding. And another single for the Warwickshire total. Austin wants a new bat now after that stroke, 96 for 2.
Yes, there, Callis doing a good dive to her probably weaker side there to stop that ball going away to the boundary for 4.
Waits again, does Halliday. Ball short of length and just squeezes it past the wicket-keeper and the stumps and away for a single. 97 for 2, but that was more a case of preserving the wicket there. Mind you, getting this game via the match centre at edgbaston.com and the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube feed with Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn here at Edgbaston for this Women's One Day Cup match, 50 overs a side. Here comes Langston again, bowls, slightly short of length, and that allows Austin to lift it away, and it'll be 4 runs, brings up the Warwickshire 100, 101 for 2 now. It also takes Austin on to 48. as we approach the end of the 28th over. It's been a decent season for Austin so far. Has a highest of 116 that she made over at Portland Road against Lancashire. And she is progressing nicely again here up towards a half century.
Yeah, and of course then when you look back at the scoreboard or the scorebook from today, it won't say dropped twice and nearly ran out. It will say she's currently 48 off 80 balls, which is the positive way of looking at this innings so far today.
Waits again, does Austin. Hits airily, but into a gap. Went over Jess Jonathan at short mid-wicket and wide of mid-on. It's another 2, and that's the 50 for Meg Austin. And she may well replace that bat that she's waving to the pavilion in a moment, but it's a very well-made half-century, her second half-century of the season. She's also made a century, which is her highest score at this level, and she's become the backbone of this Warwickshire innings all of a sudden, having, as we said, ridden her luck earlier on.
Yeah, and she's got to be pleased with that, especially after the way things started for her today. And she's brought up that 50 in 81 balls. She started to pick up the pace a little bit of this innings now, so we're into the 28th over.
Takes composure to do that, doesn't it? As the first ball of this Claudie Cooper over, who's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Halliday, is prodded into the offside, no run taken.
Yeah, Meg Austin suffered from a nasty injury earlier in her career, and she's come back, and she's got a lot of sort of staying power from that point of view.
Halliday drives, it's a direct hit. The umpire took a long look at it, but immediately sort of swayed the head to the left, to saying, not sure. Brilliant bit of fielding by Stair Callis, but Halliday had set off, having driven that ball straight away, and got to the non-striker's end for a single as a result. So 104 for 2. Tight one that, Sarah.
Yeah,
I think TV replays might have been interesting.
Yeah, so there's no TV replays or referrals today, but it's actually, that umpire has to look at that and make that decision, and I think she was in there, but it would have been tight. Cooper
bowls another one that Austin's down the pitch and driving this into the offside for a single. 105 for 2. Yeah, Austin made a first half century in career best for Warwickshire, a 51 in the first game of this competition, then as we say went past it at Portland Road with that century that she made of 116 as this one's played away into the offside. Neatly helped there by Halliday, who was back in her crease. And 106 for 2 as the building work continues to go on in the distance. A little bit of a breeze blowing the Warwickshire flag at the Birmingham end.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people working on site today, just over to our left of this new hotel.
Here's Cooper, bowls a ball that's driven powerfully. Langston, it bounced awkwardly just in front of her, I felt, and couldn't prevent it going for 4 runs. So Austin, having gone past 50, opens the shoulders and takes the team to 110. She has exactly half of them, 55 to Austin's name.
Yeah, and it's starting to look more positive from Austin here. She got a little bit bogged down and that gave those chances early on, but hopefully she's coming out of the other side of it now, and she's looking a little bit more confident at the crease as time progresses.
The faces up again. Cooper on her way. Final ball, the 29th over, and it's worked into the leg side just in front of square. Thomas is quickly across with a throw that bounces a couple of times. She apologises for it. I have to say, I thought it was deliberate at first. I thought she was sort of trying to go for that theory of if you loop a throw in, you're kind of, it's going further distance than if you hit it in on a couple of bouncers. But either way, it was effective. Kept the scoring to 111 for 2. And it often is the case in the modern era. They just say just let it go, because that'll
put the pressure on.
Yeah, and put the batters off going for the next one.
So this is this new bat for Meg Austin that's just been brought to the middle by the 12th and 13th man. I think that was for Warwickshire.
Took a little while to find it, didn't it?
Yeah.
She sort of waved it a good couple of overs ago, and she's gone past a half century since then. And I'll be honest, she's did a couple of boundaries and they haven't looked bad to me, but there we go. Guess always best to get these things checked if you take one on the toe. So with the bat, that is, as Langston comes in and bowls a length ball, which hasn't bowled many of those actually for Beth Langston. She's generally either gone short or Yorker length so far in this spell.
Yeah, she's definitely bowled the most variations we've seen today, well, obvious ones, and likes to mix it up and keep the batter guessing at the crease.
18 runs conceded so far, none from the previous delivery. There will be some here though. Driven up and over the top of mid-off, fairly wide mid-off, and it almost out to a kind of extra cover area by the time Glenn slides and fields. They pick up 3, 114 for 2. Brings Halliday back onto strike, who is in the early stages of her innings as the New Zealand international.
Dare I say it, that bat didn't sound very good for that shot there.
No,
It came off cleanly, but not sure how many times you're supposed to change the bat during your innings.
Langston around the wicket with a shorter ball. Umpire's happy with it. 1 for the over though. I mean, Winford Hill did have to go to the leg side, so Warwickshire might have felt a little hard done by there, but I think the theory was if the batter had stood straight, they'd have been hit by it. As Langston bowls again, pushes into the offside. Halliday starting to look a little more comfortable in this 30th over. She's on to 6 with that neat stroke.
Yeah, started off with a couple of kind of non-deliberate shots, if you like, an edge and one just to keep the ball out from her stumps. But yes, the last couple of runs she scored, she's probably feeling a little bit more positive.
As is generally the way with an innings that batters tend to get in more. How big can Austin go today then? She has 59 to her name and she's getting a slower ball that she whisks over the top and through the offside. Just a little whisk of the wrists. It took the ball up and over the offside and away for 4, 119 for 2. Really neat stroke from Meg Austin.
Yeah, and it just proves that, yes, although she was going quite slowly at the start, now she's 63 off 87 balls. So you have to say that she has built this innings well, and she's starting to look very comfortable.
Here comes Langston to complete the 30th over, pushes into the offside, will pick up her 1. And the score will be 120 for 2. So after a thought from Sarah Ginn, Claire Jenkins will be back to pick up the ball-by-ball commentary.
Yeah, and it's a decent innings now by Meg Austin from that kind of start with giving those chances. She's starting to look a little bit more comfortable, starting to play with a little bit more purpose. She's hit a lovely couple of drives through the covers in the last over or two. Obviously, she's batting with a new partner here in Halliday, who is making her debut for Warwickshire today. So let's hope that they can keep talking. We don't see any of those run-outs that we saw early in the game, but I think she'll be a lot happier now in the 30th over than she perhaps was 10 overs ago. Welcome back, Claire.
Thank you very much. So Cooper, right arm, bit of spin. That's played lustily through the covers. That's going to get cut off, or it's certainly parried along the line there from the fielder on the rope. You just get the 2. So Warwickshire 122 for 2. I was just looking at the scores at the other grounds. So Surrey were going very well. And then Amanda Jade Wellington has taken 4 wickets. So I'll come back to that. Up in the air, up and over the fielders, going towards the rope. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4. 4 more runs to Austin, who's really starting to motor here after a very, very, well, let's say patient, but slightly frustrated start, because Yorkshire really put the lid on the Warwickshire innings to begin with, and they've done the right thing in valuing their wickets potentially here. Now that Austin is through a 50 and now onto 70 off the 90 balls that she's faced. Cooper in to Austin. Just dots that back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's gone pretty quickly these last few runs for Meg Austin. So they've put Beth Langston back now on the rope at this long off position, but she's been finding those gaps nicely.
Straight to the fielder on that one, unfortunately. Straight to Sarah down at cover. There was no run. 126 for 2 on Warwickshire. into the back half of the innings now. 31st over we're into already. The constant hammer from the building site as the hotel emerges, and that's played out through sort of forward point, straight to the fielder, comes off the rope. Another one to the total. There is a feeling that Warwickshire's starting to grind up a little bit more now.
Yeah, and they'd be pleased to get through to the 30th over, having just lost the 2 wickets. So that run out and this sort of wild hit down to square leg by Katie George are the 2 wickets that have fallen so far. But yeah, it's a good basis to be working on. They've been hoping perhaps for more runs on the board, but so those 2 wickets down through the 30th over is a positive for the Bears.
I think so. As Callis comes into the 25-yard circle area. Is this a trap? Well, the ball goes straight to her, so it was bowling to your field there as Cooper decided to go around the wicket for that last ball of her over. 31 overs gone. Warwickshire 127 for 2. Austin on 71 off 93 balls. Halliday on 6 off 16 on debut. New Zealand White Fern left-handed opening bat, so she'll be wanting to enjoy this first outing here in Bears colours, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think the longer she spends out here in the middle, obviously the better for getting used to the conditions, used to sort of English county cricket, if you will, and it's a great addition for this Bears side to have someone with her experience alongside these players.
Yeah, we've had in terms of Kiwis, we had Maddie Green in the previous seasons, haven't we? And so yes, not the first Kiwi to play in these parts. I think a great addition, hopefully. She's also a great fielder, so we'll see that later. But yeah, I mentioned about Surrey started off like a train, but they are now 7 wickets down for 163 down at Guildford, which we presume is a smaller but very hot and dried out pitch since the big score. But 7 wickets thanks to Amanda Jade Wellington, so that's a bit of a result there as Glenn comes in again. Goes down the leg side, it's given a wide. Another one to the total and a bonus ball to bowl. And meanwhile, the Blazer 174 for 2 after nearly 30 overs, and Essex 140 for 2. So some differences in the scores as Glenn comes in again. That's knocked down just defensively, and there is no run.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire have gone back to the spin of Sarah Glenn here. Maybe to put the cosh on that sort of Austin flurry that's been in the last few overs.
Yeah. Just to keep her in check potentially as that's played through mid-wicket. There is a gap there now. They did have 2 fielders in that, but they just get the one. Halliday was a bit keen but was sent back by Meg Austin. So the fielder will now have to readjust because we have a left-handed bat. So they have to resume their left-handed bat shaped field as Lauren Winfield directs traffic. Amendments in the field. Yeah,
everybody obviously at this level knows where they're going and they're moving to, and it's quite a seamless operation. But yeah, it's not perhaps quite the same in my club cricket crowd when there's a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Right-hand round this time to Halliday. Plays that through point past the umpire to the fielder coming off the rope. They just get the one, another one to the total, and the field will readjust again for the right-handed bat, Meg Austin. I was listening to Meg Lanning talking about the difference between being a captain and not being a captain. She was saying how hard it is to concentrate and keep an eye on the captain where she's supposed to be, because she said she didn't know where she was supposed to be most of the time, which I thought was human of somebody who has had robotic success as that's played up into the air, bouncing towards the rope. Another 4 for Meg Austin, who's starting to really motor here, which Warwickshire will want to see. 134 for 2. Austin on to 76.
It's a nice positive shot for Austin now, square of the wicket. Most of her runs have been through the covers in the mid-off region, but yeah, nice to see that sort of string to her bow there as well.
It'll be interesting to see what they might get in terms of a total. The Jenkins formula said 194, so can they beat that? So that's played into the leg side. by Meg Austin. There's a fielder there who's going to cut that off. They just get the one single. So a nice blow and out into a large area of real estate, but only one run for that one. So 135 for 2, Austin to 77. And Glenn once again comes around the wicket to the left-handed Halliday, who has a little look at the field.
There's a lot of people on site today, isn't there, working over in the building sites?
Lots of clanking. Yeah. Glenn in again. Halliday works that into the big gap on her leg side. They're thinking about 2. Oh, they are going to go for 2. Oh, the fielder misfields. And they get through easily in the end, but that was a keep your legs moving. I mean, Meg Austin's been out there for a while, so Halliday's not giving her any respite here. It was
and that
without risk in
shows
the end.
what shows what putting the pressure on the field does for you. Erin Thomas running in from the boundary, at a good pace, but not quite getting the pick up clean, and they scampered through for the second run there.
Yeah, as you say, that they needed to do those sorts of things, put the pressure on the field, change the batting tempo, as opposed to, it felt like Yorkshire had really got the fielding and the bowling tempo, and were really putting the lid on Warwickshire earlier, and Warwickshire are now forcing Yorkshire to do different things, sort of taking the impetus, if you like, trying to find some gaps. The field spreads a little. There is some gaps there as Cooper comes in over the wickets to Austin, who manages to flick that, and there is a bit of a shot at the stumps, but it only ends up hitting the back of Meg Austin, and she makes her way to the bowler's end.
Yeah, she looks okay, but that was thrown at her some pace there, wasn't it? But yourself between the ball and the wickets is always.
You don't want when your calf's like flexed to have a ball thrown at them, do you? That can come pretty keen. Halliday just having a little breather there, taking a bit of the sting out of the attack as Cooper comes around the wicket to her, plays the ball. I would call that a Kiwi single. They love to play that, just that, knock the ball straight and then trot after it. And it's something that I don't know. I don't know if they coach it or whether I've just imagined it, but it kind of feels like a White Fern single there from Halliday's. Score moves to 139 for 2. Oh, down the leg side, that's going to be out wide, so 140 for 2.
Well, it's a clever use of the gaps in the field, really. You can see that the mid-on, well, it's a long on the boundary, and there's going to be a single there every time, and just playing with the spin into that gap there, and just sort of running over the top of the ball for a single is getting yourself off strike and getting Meg Austin back down that end.
Smart batting, isn't it? That's sent straight to Sarah Glenn at cover and is stopped because the mid-on and the mid-off are really quite wide. They're not that fine area of the V, as it were. That's played straight to that mid-off fielder who comes off the rope. Again, an easy single. This is what Warwickshire need to do. Put the pressure on Yorkshire, make them do something else. Keep that scoreboard. They want to be heading towards that next milestone of 150, so 141 for 2. Cooper to continue. Right arm around to the left-handed Halliday. Carves that towards point, but not convincingly. There is no run. What do you reckon they could get to then, Sarah? Have you got a number in mind?
Well, I mean, it's changed quite a lot, hasn't it, in the last 10 to 15 overs? I
To
mean,
move on now.
yeah, they'd. I think that they'd be easily hoping for. Oh, sorry, just watching that shot there as that's going to go.
It's going fine because it was just edged, and she's going to get 4 for that. She is. Halliday gets 4. Not convincing, but still it's going past you and you get some bat on it, so still 4 runs. Yeah, what do you reckon?
Well, I was looking at the 280 mark earlier. I was
280?
thinking,
I
was thinking it might be positive.
I'm buying into that.
Austin is looking a lot more positive now. She's 79 of 100 balls. I mean, if she can stay in the crease, and there's obviously some hitting. There's a lot still to come, and perhaps who can see play the ball all around the ground. So you'd like to think that there's some positivity still to come in the innings, and to set a big total.
Yeah, as you say, Karis Pavlid's coming next, who's just earned a call up to England. Emily Arlott, Nat Wraith, Mary Taylor, Alexa Stonehouse, even Baker and Brett. I mean, they you know, that's the thing about Warwickshire. What you've missed is when we've been doing some commentary earlier is like they do all bat because they can all bat. They do tend to have those democratic kind of collapses or they use all of their resources with the bat. Do Warwickshire, so they can all bat really very well. Caris Pavley when she's in full song is something to see. So yes, as you say, plenty of resources in the hutch, plenty of explosive batting resources in the hutch. As Lauren Winfield Hill is just making fine adjustments to her field, bringing a couple of the deeper fielders just off the rope. They want to try and stop this single as Austin faces her 101st ball. She's been in there since the beginning, having opened. Warwickshire put themselves into bat, having won the toss this morning as Alston comes in again. It's in the air, but in a gap towards deep cover, which it's cut off there, and they just get a single. 146 for 2. Austin on 80 off 101. Halliday off on 14 off 21.
And you do wonder, they obviously are protecting that boundary out there where Austin has hit a lot of her runs, but it is, again, that easy single out to that deep cover fielder. And I think Austin at this point in the game will be quite happy to take that.
Yeah. Well, and then, yeah, I hope there's a loose ball that can go for a bit more, a few more runs as Halliday deliberately stands and waits. Bat flexing. Played through point. There is a gap there. Straight to the fielder who comes off the rope again. Again, another easy tick over for Warwickshire.
Yeah, down to the noisy end of the ground. Just going back to the hotel, I've heard that. Yeah, it's going to be. It's not the first ground to have hotels on there. That seems to be sort of a popular option. But yeah, bedrooms that turn into spectator boxes during the games. You flip the bed up against the wall, and yeah, can have stay overnight or.
Very nice. That's played through cover again. They're going to get at least one. They'll look for two, and that might have been a bit short there. No, Widdop says no. And they're going to get two more for that, so they're heading towards that 150, 149 for 2. So a bed. So when you push the bed up, then it becomes a box, as it were.
Yeah, so you can watch the cricket. I'm not quite sure how or who changes it or what happens there, but
it flicks over, or you press a button or something, perhaps.
But we'll. I'm sure it will become clear in due course.
Yeah, they have to make them all year venues now, don't they? That's banged in and played through cover. They get through for a single there, and that's the 150 up for Warwickshire. 150 for 2 after 33.4 overs. Austin on 83, Halliday on 15, and Lauren Winfield Hill just exchanges a few words with Jess Woolston, her bowler, and changes the field slightly for Halliday. She's sending the orthodox square leg slightly backward of square leg. Or is this a trap, or is this just to get in the batter's mind as Woolston comes around the wicket to the left-handed Halliday? Banged in, squirted almost past the fielder, manages to get a hand on it, and it's just the one. I think she landed quite heavily there. Is that Jess Johnson? Yeah, she landed nasty there with that ball, but managed to stop it. She's been very brave. She's now going to short third, limping away there.
Yeah, she did well to get a hand on that. It was hit quite nicely, and could see it running away for the boundary.
Winded, I think she's at least winded, or just trying to be very brave, because she's from Yorkshire. You have to be very brave when you're at Yorkshire, don't you? You have to be hard. Woolston into Austin, and just knocks that down across the carpet, which is 2 strips over, and there is no run. And another over goes by. So 34 overs, Warwickshire 151 for 2, Austin on 83, Halliday on 16, partnership of 64 developing, which is rather nice, I think.
Yeah, they've built a few partnerships across this innings, Warwickshire, but yeah, this one at this point in the game is going to be vital for them, you'd think. And Halliday looking more and more settled at the crease, and so Austin looking to play a few more shots than she did early on. Yorkshire seem to be chopping and changing their bowlers, trying to get this breakthrough here as Jess Jonathan is setting a field. She can't have been too injured by that fall now because she's coming back on to bowl.
I'm sure Warwickshire are really delighted that Jess Jonathan is coming back to bowl. Of course, yes, one Antipodean to another Antipodean. So Australia to New Zealand here is left arm over to the left-handed Halliday. Rocks back but can only get that ball straight to the short point field, and there is no run.
Yeah, Jonathan been definitely one of the pick of the bowlers today, just keeping it very tight, varying her flight, varying her length somewhat, but just not giving anything away to the batter.
Again, another dot. Oh, you're right, most valuable player in the whole of the Metro Bank this season so far. As Jess Jonathan sends Beth Langston out to the boundary for a left-handed Halliday. So again, is this a trap? She's going over the wicket this time. Halliday takes a big swipe and just gets a bruise for that, and there is no run. Yeah, I went through quickly some of her stats for Halliday. So she's played 63 T20Is and 56 ODIs for New Zealand. Jonathan in again. Or reverse hit, and it's going to get 4, I think, unless the fielder can reel this in. She might be. She's getting to it. So they're going to just have to run these. So 2 more to the total. For a reverse there. Didn't really get hold of it, but got enough to put it in the pocket so they could run 2. In terms of the stats that are available, she's the second in the fewest ducks in her career, which is 49, which actually is a handy thing. But I wasn't going to mention it before she batted, so...
it's always quite a good stat to have in your favour, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, few ducks. I mean, happy days, isn't it, for Warwickshire? You're 153 for 2. Austin on 83. Halliday on strike on 18. Jonathan in again. Rocks back again to point, but there's a bit of a misfield, and they're going to get a single after that one. Easy in the end, just trotted through. Another one to the total. Warwickshire will want to knock off those various milestones as they head towards a score that hopefully they can defend here, as Sarah Ginn takes a brief rest bite, and I'm joined again by Mike Perkins, who is down from the north this morning. Morning.
It's a bit sunnier here.
Is it dark up north?
It was wet, to be honest, when I left.
I thought I'd be probably grateful for some of it, but not all of it.
It looks quite wet at that test match that's happening at
Is
Headingley.
it? Okay, Woolston comes in again. Oh, goes straight through Halliday, straight to Lauren Winfield Hill. Can't get a bat on that one, and she kind of says, "No, that was a good ball. Can't get on that one." 54 for 2. What are you making this then, Mike? What do you think?
I think Warwickshire are progressing pretty nicely,
Yeah.
and I think the wickets column will be encouraging them that they can cash a few of those wickets in for runs, take a few risks late on, and they could be on for a decent total from here, but they're a bit on the slow side at the start.
They were. Halliday works that too short square, but Lauren Winfield Hill has to go and do the fielding for herself, but they get a single. So once more the scoreboard moving on. That was a leg by, signalled by Sue Redfern, then taps her knee again for no apparent reason. And Simon Widdop is at square leg. The scorers today are, I'll come back to that, is Ruffles and Brereton are our scorers today. I'd like to mention them as well. All involved. Woolston right arm over to the right-handed Austin, who works that to long on. They get through for a single.
But even though she didn't connect there, Austin, there's a lot more of that clearing of the leg going on at the moment, and it was quite interesting looking at the 5 over splits. They got 20 from their first 30 balls, then they got 14 from their second 30, 18 from the 30 after that, 17 from the 30 after that, and then 18 from the 30 balls up to the 25 over mark. But then since then, they've notably increased their score, and I'll continue after this ball.
Halliday facing, it's up in the air, but up over the bowler. There is a fielder who's going to try and cut that off, but oh yes, manages to do a diving stop there and stop that just before it met the rope. It's a good bit of fielding there, and they've had to run them. So is that 3 there? Did they manage to get 3? Yeah, 3. Oh, the scorers love that, collecting 3s.
It was 3, but my little finger doesn't bend into a fist anymore.
I think that's what Mike was saying. There wasn't any other kind of gesture to me.
But yeah, it was
Poor
3.
old Sarah's fingers. Oh, bless her.
Well, Sarah might have the same problem, I think, after that ping going in.
Austin plays that back past the bowler. She's learnt from Brooke Halliday. There's a 4 there, not just a single. 4 more runs to Meg Austin, who heads to 88 of 106 balls. Warwickshire 163 for 2.
Well, that bat that she called 4's working, and it's reflected, as I say, in those sort of 5 over marks, because they didn't score at 1 a ball for any 5 over period during the first 25 overs, but in the 5 overs 25 to 30 they scored 33, and then 30 to 35 they scored 34. So it's going in the right direction for Warwickshire at the minute.
Yeah, it could be a well-managed innings here, let's hope, for Warwickshire fans. Austin up and over this time. There isn't a fielder underneath that one. It's going to bounce, but is it going to plug? Oh, it's a dive. It's a dive. They managed to stop it. Yes, they did manage to stop it, so they're going to have to run these again in the air, and it looked like it should bounce and go over the rope, but they managed to cut it off. There was a team of 3 of them there, and that's the end of the over. So 36 overs gone. Warwickshire 166 for 2. Austin on 91, the nervous 90s, and Halliday on 22.
There has been a lot of that, hasn't there? When the aerial shots have gone up, they've sort of just plugged rather than bouncing on.
Perhaps
that'll take a little bit off the total.
Perhaps Gary Barwell shouldn't have watered the outfield quite so well.
It's looking in very good condition, though, considering
for the time of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, and considering the summer we've had, which has been horrendously dry, it must have been an absolute nightmare for ground staff to try and keep things ticking over the way they usually do. Done very, very well here indeed.
So a little breather is taken, and Austin will face again. Jonathan. So they've decided to really try and get a result here, get some wickets. Jonathan is just changing her field.
I think
she'll put in a short third.
She'll go 1 more here, and then she'll save 2 for the last 10, I reckon.
Left arm round. Austin takes a swipe, but I can only send it straight to Sarah Glenn, who is wishing that she'd stop that slightly more efficiently, and looking down at her, tucking her fingers, looking down at her hand. You need to save that for your bowling later, Sarah.
Jonathan's first 6 overs went for 17, and her last over only went for 3 as well.
Wiley. Just Jonathan. Straight to Sarah Glenn again. And there is no run.
So I think they'll want a bit of that when Warwickshire really start slogging at the back end.
The question is, when will happy hour start? We'll get to 40, do you reckon?
I think with 8 wickets in hand, I mean, it's really looking costly, isn't it? The drops of Austin on 3 and 5. She's now into the 90s.
Does she ride her luck? That's played into the gap inside of cover. Langston has to come round off the rope and get through for a single. Austin moves to 92, and the score for Warwickshire 167 for 2.
They almost had a run out on 7 as well. Of course, she was involved in the run out with Davina Perrin, and then George was dropped twice as well. Now, if you added even a couple of those wickets onto this score, it would give it a very different complexion.
You're right. Left arm over to the left-handed Halliday, who notices there's a gap at square. She just drops that into the pocket. Wiley batting there. Brooke Halliday, another one to the score. She's also putting Austin back on strike. Austin on 92. Warwickshire on 168 for 2. Jess Jonathan. All her bag of tricks. What's she going to serve up? Oh, it's dropped into a gap. It's between the fielders, but Stair Callis is running around and cuts that off just inside the rope. Again, they'll have to run those ones. So another 2 to Meg Austin. She moves to 94 off 111 balls. I hope 111 isn't significant. It's Jonathan.
Another one there, though, at her sort of parched out ground. That'd have
Just
bounced on like it was hitting the concrete.
You'd probably got 12 for that at Guildford.
Southport or something like that.
Yeah. Meg Austin just very patient. I'm pleased because for a young player, it's good to see that they've got the patience to do that kind of dot if the ball isn't there to be hit, and that's the end of another over. 37 overs gone. Warwickshire 170 for 2. Austin on 94 off 112. Halliday on 23 off 33. Partnership of 83 off 74 balls. That's the key, isn't it, really?
And it's still, like you say there, it's still sort of block the good one, hit the bad one, but it's just make sure you hit the bad one and get the most out of it, and maybe try and create the odd bad one or two, sort of hit the odd length ball to hit the bowlers off their lengths.
Yes, so it just feels like Warwickshire starting to get the upper hand here, and Yorkshire looking slightly more flagging. You know, we're into that back end of the innings, and 37 overs gone and all the rest of it. So Woolston into the left-handed Halliday's taking her time, just setting herself up, making sure she's got the grip right. Right arm around. Halliday plays that past point. And they get a single, so another one to the total, 171. Halliday will no doubt want to just keep Meg Austin calm as she's into the nervous 90s. It's a good partner actually for her to be batting with. Halliday's experience guiding the younger batter at this stage, and she keep her patience. She's on 94. Woolston now coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Plays that to point, but there is no run. It's thrown back by Amy Campbell straight to Lauren Winfield-Hill to keep Meg Austin in her crease.
I'm sure our Yorkshire listeners will be interested that things are brightening up a little up there. The clean-up operation is underway in the men's test match. 23 for 2 Pakistan. They've taken an early lunch in that one whilst they mop things up. In this competition, though, Essex 184 for 3 in the Women's One Day Cup against Somerset.
Come back to the others. Austin plays that back to the bowler, and actually to the bowler, so she's out. Caught and bowled, Jess Woolston, and Austin is, needless to say, frustrated as she twiddles her bat, walking back towards the pavilion. But a fine innings from Meg Austin, who has been batting right from the beginning. She finishes on 94 off 114 balls, 140 minutes, 9 fours. So a very useful innings, a very patient innings from Meg Austin. Comes to an end with a bit of a damp squid in the end, wasn't it? Damp squib, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I think it's that sticky nature of this pitch, isn't it? It's still there, and she hit it straight back at Woolston, who took the cat nonchalantly, really. But yeah, it's been costly for Yorkshire that they could have had her on either 3 or 5, so either costing 91 or 89 runs, depending on how you look at that. But it was a fine innings from Austin. She made the most of her chances, which can be difficult to do, and she really pressed on and made the most of it after being dropped by Stair Callis and Jess Jonathan. Both tough chances, but they've proved costly for Yorkshire. But it's that thing now, isn't it? You can't sort of just make your way gently through the 90s and not the singles anymore. You have to keep playing your shots, and that's what Austin was trying to do, and it's proved her undoing. But we should have some fun here.
We should.
If Pavley stays around for any period of time, she's at the crease taking a guard.
I imagine that Caris Pavley has been like some sort of greyhound in the traps, waiting for that artificial hair. We're not condoning dog racing or anything, but I imagine that she's been like a caged animal, waiting to get a bat out here. So she will now face with her left-handed compatriot. Banged in, and it's swept towards the square leg boundary where it's cut off. They get back for 2 because Caris Pavley will be, I mentioned, a caged animal. She'll want to run and run and run and hit the ball and hit the ball and hit the ball. So, yes.
Well, that's
this could be
blown the
some fun
cobwebs
now.
out, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
That
There's going to
too.
be no hanging about here. I hope Halliday's got the message that this is the no hanging about zone.
Yeah, the thing, the way Pavely plays as well is she can go down the ground, but she can also play those little scoops and reverses.
Yeah, yeah. And she gets hit on the body there. And a bruise. And there was a dot ball.
It might be why Woolston went into the pitch there, actually, just to try
Yeah.
and you almost take both options out by going a bit shorter, sort of almost
Yeah.
try and make her hit square. But I mean, she really can hit 360, can't she, Karis
She
Pavely?
can. She's been very exciting. It's a great prospect for not only Warwickshire but England as well. She crouches to wait. Plays that between the fielders. Now this is the have you been here for the Pavely corridor? She loves that shot underneath, kind of where's she mid wicket.
Mm.
And she's left-handed, so
Extra cover, yeah.
sort of extra cover and past the. We talked about the Pavely corridor, which she kind of plays that shot, and it's almost round, golf style. So at the end of the over, 38 overs gone. Warwickshire 175 for 3. They put themselves into bat when they won the toss this morning. We've just recently, for Warwickshire fans, lost Meg Austin in the nervous 90s, unfortunately, caught and bowled. Halliday on 24 and Pavely on 4. We are anticipating some interesting fireworks from Karis Pavely, who gets her bat checked by Simon Widdup.
The scores were 127 against Somerset and then going one better, 128 not out against the Blaze.
Oh, yeah.
Keep her third in the
Pavely.
run scoring list coming into this innings, so she'd like another little contribution here, wouldn't she?
Cooper around the wickets to Halliday. Can only work that straight to short cover. Amy Campbell in the box seat again for that one.
Also been past 50 on 3 occasions. Another one with a strike rate of over 100 in the competition.
Yeah, she's averaging over 58. So, and she does that reversey thing for Halliday, and Pavely has to run back. Oh, thinks about trying to burgle a run there. That you've got to say that positive attitude that Karis, but she's always after a run. She's always after a burgled run. She's always after a 2 from a 1, and that will serve her, Warwickshire, and potentially England well in the future, methinks, as Halliday spots a gap behind square and manages to get an edge to that. Karis Pavely's going to lap her if she's not careful. She does. They get back for 2. Karis Pavely was on for about 5 there if she got a chance. That's another couple to the total. So Warwickshire moved to 177 for 3. Halfway through the 39th. We said happy hour might start at 40, but now that we've got Karis Pavely in, anything can happen. Halliday just taking a breath, just taking a breather. Making Cooper wait slightly. She knocks that through Amy Campbell at cover. Fielder comes off the rope. They're going to get 2. Ooh, it's a bit of a shy of the stump and the dust cloud from Karis Pavely. I imagine the dust cloud probably follows her everywhere.
That had been close, I think.
It would have been very close.
Sort of Halliday had got a good start that time and was pushing for it herself.
Trying to catch up. Halliday to face. Again works that into that gap. They get through for an easy single there. Karis Pavely has to do a quick duck out of the way of the ball.
Yeah, that was a
It's
bit of
fielded in.
relief.
Yeah, that was a punctuation mark as Halliday signals to the dugout for something. Might be another bat. Do we need another bat already? Maybe.
Battle gloves. Oh no, drink. I think in the end.
Could be.
Yeah, it was the.
I need a signal. It's probably when to start the happy hour or something. But in the guise of bring me a drink. Pavely takes a guard.
Well, she can be forgiven for what she's run.
She's
2
been,
pretty quick
has.
2s
She's
and a
been
single
in
there.
a partnership
so
of a lot. Big number.
came to the crease in the 25th over.
Yeah, so she's been out there for a while. Pavely tries to hit that. It's going wide anyway, and she nearly made it into a proper ball then by going so far out.
I think that was rather the look she gave Pavely when Pavely was trying to come back for that third earlier in the over, was sort of saying, You're only running a 12-over race and I'm running a 25-over one.
Oh, that's straight to the fielder. Amy Campbell is going to take a shy, but doesn't make it towards the stumps. So Pavley gets through easily. It will not be bothering Caris Pavley that they're taking shies at the stumps or 1 iota. So 39 overs gone. Warwickshire 182 for 3. Still some overs left, and they're already looking like they're going to smash through the Jenkins total. So they really have built that innings in terms of a trajectory that's going up and up and up, which is heartening for Warwickshire fans, more worrying for Yorkshire, who want to emulate the pressure that they put on them at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they started this innings well, Yorkshire, but it's threatening to just start to get away from them a bit. But the fact that it was so tight in the first 25 should mean they restrict the total fairly well. But this is where the pressure will start to turn onto them. And as you say, there'll be no waiting around from Pavley. She'll just go from the moment she gets in the crease, really.
She will. Meanwhile, at the Blaze, Catherine Brycehart, as I like to call her, has got a century for the Blaze. That's her second, apparently, for the Blaze. So Woolston comes in around the wicket. Caris Pavley gets a bat on that, sends it backward of square, gets a single, another one to the total.
You've got Arlott, Wraith, as well as Taylor and Stonehouse, who are hard hitting as well. Yeah. So they're in exactly the bit of the order they want to be in here going into the last 10.
I would want Warwickshire to be batting 12 because I feel for Amrita Kumar, who's been on the bench in the 100 and now the bench today, and I think she's got a great future ahead of her, as that's defended down by Halliday and there is no run. She might feel aggrieved that she's not playing today, but there's only 11 places now, Mike. You can't pick everyone, can you?
No, and the lineup has felt balanced today, hasn't it? As I say, they've got to the bit of the innings they want to be in at the right time, it feels.
Yeah, let's hope so. Right arm around to Halliday, sweeps that to the backward square fielder, comes off the rope. They get a single. They're heading towards that next milestone of the big 200. Pavley will face the next ball from Jess Woolston.
You know, when you look at it, you've got the likes of Freeborn, Brewer missing out today, Millie Taylor as well.
Yeah.
Bethan Ellis, of course.
Yeah. All stalwarts. And that's sent to long on, bouncing across the carpet. No risk. Another one to Pavley's total, another one to Warwickshire's total.
Swing looked fluid there, though, from Pavley.
Yes, on the Pavley stats, she's also top of the most sixes. She's hit 10 sixes already this season, and she's hit third in the most runs in the Metro Bank with 470 runs this season. So Pavley's having a good season. That's, again, a through point. They get through for a jogged single. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, there's always a danger, isn't there, in when you're coming back from the 100, which the final of was at the weekend, that when you've been playing such a short form tournament that you go into this longer form and you do go a bit hard a bit early. But Warwickshire have seemingly paced this quite nicely.
Yeah, and that's the other sort of regret of me for the 100, that Caris Pavley didn't get to bat very much for London Spirit. I think we didn't really see the best of her through that, so let's hope she's on for one today. She sends one, 4 runs, just as I heralded the last ball of the 40th over. Caris Pavley hits a thumped 4, and Warwickshire moved to 190 for 3. Pavley on 11, Halliday on 31, 40 overs gone.
We'll bring Sarah Ginn back to pick up the ball-by-ball commentary. That's clever saying there, though. Slightly strange as well that London Spirit didn't make more use of Pavley, given they'd spent 110,000 of their pounds in the auction on her as well. So perhaps just didn't come off for her in year one, but she's a talented player, as that sweep shot at the end of the 40th over showed there, Sarah Ginn. And with her at the crease, Warwickshire can sort of anything's in range, really, isn't it, if Caris Pavley's there?
Yeah, and she is an exciting player, and I think she will be disappointed with the amount of cricket that she did get in the 100. But these players are now being signed for these 3-year deals, so they're looking for the future, and perhaps are looking for her sort of slightly on in the future. But they're saying that I think she bowled more than she batted there as well, and yeah, she'll be looking to take a bigger part, definitely going into the next couple of seasons.
And the big news at start of play was the Warwickshire captain George Davis will leave at the end of the 2026 season. There was a reference to contracts being renewed, so it'll be interesting to see whose has been renewed by Warwickshire when that comes out.
Yeah, as Cooper just pops the ball in to Halliday there, who scampers through for a quick single. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, obviously, some of the more senior players have been playing elsewhere in Tier 2 cricket, and whether with Glamorgan moving up to Tier 1, whether any of those will be more permanent moves. We're yet to hear all the news on that. It's Cooper into Paverley. Nicely flighted ball there and hit into short cover for no run.
Because Warwickshire is sort of Warwickshire and Somerset, really, are the two counties that are closest to Cardiff. They're both a fair distance from Cardiff, it has to be said, but
there's a lot of movement in the women's game as Cooper puts that ball in to Paverley again, and obviously, yeah, Sophie Beach signing from the academy into Warwickshire, but then Bryony Gilgrass, another graduate from the academy, has actually gone down the route of going to Essex, so that can't be very close to home for her. So Cooper flights that up a little bit more, probably gets it on the full and sends it down to Beth Langston for a single.
And of course Yorkshire went through, it was effectively now in this 19 format, what was the Northern Diamonds in the regional era has been split into two, with Durham and Yorkshire now both having county teams in this competition.
Yeah, and it seemed some time ago that they actually bid as counties for this Tier 1 status, and Glamorgan obviously impressed in that bidding and have had a couple of years to get everything in order, as that's a nice reverse hit from Halliday there. It comes through for another single off the fourth ball of the over. But yeah, Yorkshire spending 1 year at that Tier 2 status and then coming straight up, and Glamorgan spending 2, and then hopefully we'll hit the ground running next year and we'll go to that 10-team league. I don't know whether, Mikey, correct me if I'm wrong, what we've heard about the exact format of what that will be next year with the 10 teams in it.
Well, I mean, it will obviously be the league into some sort of eliminator, but whether it'll be a semi-final or what we have this year with 2 and 3 playing off, I'm not sure. I mean, I would like to see them go back to the semi-finals. I think certainly with a 10-team league, 4 qualifying seems right. I think you've with 3, you've got a bit of a danger of losing some at the bottom of the table there.
Yeah, there's a single off the last ball of that over. And you think, yeah, 10 teams and 4 that get through to the semi-final stage. And of course, we haven't seen it this year, but we have seen it in previous years where weather can affect these games, and be it across the country. So they wouldn't affect all of the games in a league situation, but you know, I think maybe seeing 4 going through to a semi-final finals is probably the best format. Does of course depend on what else is happening in the year and other cricket commitments. As Woolston back into the attack. Paverley taking a big swing at that, and I don't think she got anything on it as it goes straight through to Winfield Hill, who is still standing up to the stumps here.
Yeah, there was a slight deviation, but I think it was just the ball off the pitch. I was worried at first that it had she dragged it onto her stumps, but it doesn't appear so. The Paverley swing looking very fluid though.
Yeah, she's 13 off 12 balls here, so she's going at more than run a ball and looking to be positive in this back end of the innings. As Woolston to Paverley puts it in a gap there in the covers. It comes through for another single.
Essex were slowed in their innings in this competition against Somerset by that flurry of wickets that's kept. So they're 200 for 5 now, going into the 40th or halfway through the 40th over of their innings. So that's kept them in check.
As Woolston in her final over into Halliday's hit that nicely over the top of this short mid wicket as someone scampers round the boundary. There's a good stop. I think that's Beth Langston, is it, over there? Just for 2 runs to Halliday. She's got to be pleased, hasn't she, for her debut here, Halliday, you would think, so far?
Yeah, it took a little bit of time to settle, didn't she, and get off the mark. But once she has, she's looked the international player that she is, and she can almost sort of hold her effort back a little bit with Pavley at the crease, I think.
Ralston to Halliday, who's cut that through for another single. The score's just ticking over nicely, runs off most of the balls now in this sort of latter stages of the game, which, you know, looking a lot more intent at the crease, these 2 batters.
Looking at the Surrey game against Hampshire, they're 222 for 8 now. Amanda Jade Wellington doing the damage there with 37 for 4, including a maiden from her 10 overs.
Ralston looking to finish off strong here. She's currently 53 for 1 off her 9.4 overs. And that is one of those sort of rare dot balls at this stage in the innings there. It's nicely bowled. You can see it sort of swinging quite considerably from up here. Ralston coming round the wicket to the left-handers.
Yeah, but there'll be, after this ball, 8 overs to go and 7 wickets remaining. Warwickshire really have to sort of put the accelerator down, don't they, in these closing stages?
With Pavley at the crease, I think we can think that will probably happen. This is last ball from Woolston. Oh, she's taken a big swike and they're appealing for a stumping, but looks like the foot is just in there. Yeah, she went for the big swipe, missed it totally, and then managed to just get her foot back there, and the umpire has given it not out to finish that over with a dot ball.
Looking for the hoik over to the mid-wicket boundary on what's probably the slightly shorter side, although it's fairly equidistant the whole way round. Just give you the other score that we haven't given you from the 4 games taking place. The Blaze 274 for 2 against Durham, so they're really putting their foot down. Trent Rockets having success in the 100. The Blaze continuing it seems, and having done well in the T20 competition as well. They are looking to really assert their authority on domestic cricket in England this year. It's Bryce with 131 there, and we know she can go big. Did so throughout the regional era, and's probably got her sights on 150 at the moment as Catherine Bryce.
So Cooper into Halliday, trying that reverse shot again for no run. Halliday looking a little bit like she might be in some pain here. I'm not sure whether she got a little bit of cramp or she was just sort of testing her foot there just between the overs. She seems to be pulling up on her toes of this left foot here, and I'm hoping that's nothing too serious from the New Zealander on her debut today.
Yeah, particularly having come in last minute. Donna carrying a knock.
Cooper to Halliday's popped that in the air. This is going to be, it's 1 bounce, it's safe into the hands of Sarah Glenn for 1 run there.
You could see Glenn wanted to put herself underneath that, but just knew the ball was going to beat her to the turf, and she risked losing the 4, so took the sensible option in the end.
Yeah, just bounced in front of her, 1 bounce, puts it up nicely and put it back in for that single. It's Cooper coming round the wicket to Pavley. Hit that. Oh, and that's another drop there by Yorkshire. That was to the hands of Alice Clark. I mean, wicket, we were saying how earlier on how well she'd done in the field, but that one should be disappointed to have put that one down.
Yep, 5th of the innings, and that's what's cost what would have been an even better position for Yorkshire.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment on the fielder's face. Next ball into Halliday's head in the air. Is this going to give her another chance to catch it here? Oh, and she makes no mistake with that one. Alice Clark underneath that one, taking it cleanly to dismiss Brooke Halliday for 37 off 48 balls.
Well, enterprising little knock from Halliday, but struggled to go through the gears there. It seems like the sort of pitch, though, where it is difficult to do that. And Caris Pavley still there on 14 at the other end. We'll see what she can produce, having been dropped by Alice Clark. But you're right, Sarah, again, she made no mistake there from probably the easier of the 2 chances.
Yeah, and it's always nice to get a second chance there at the catch in the field. I should be very disappointed with the first one, but dismissing that Halliday, just as she was getting settled at the crease there for 37 of 49 balls, and say nice safe hands underneath the ball second time around. That's bringing Emily Arlott to the crease. Arlott, one of the players that we're talking about that is moving on for a different contract at the end of the season. So these will be her new teammates this time next year, and you just wonder how that's going to play out today.
Yep, she's been offered a 3-year deal with Yorkshire from the end of this season, and she's going to take them on today. And again, another player who can pose a real danger. Emily Arlott made 130 in this competition last season. Also took 14 wickets with the ball. Got 90 against Surrey in a lost cause in the opening game of the season as well, did Arlott. So with bat in hand, she can produce.
Yeah, and you can see straight away that Lauren Winfield-Hill is moving the field for Emily Arlott. She's just pushing the mid-on and mid-off slightly round here to get right in that arc where we know that Arlott likes to hit the ball and is very strong down the ground. As Cooper into Arlott's first ball, she's hit that down to that long on fielder, Esther Callis, who comes in, and that's just a single off her first ball. Quite easy, nice to get off the mark with that sort of shot there.
Yeah, she actually averages 113 in this competition, but that's because she's had 3 innings and not out twice. And as we say, one of them was 90, so that does help proceedings.
Yeah, definitely helps. So the field is being moved around for the left-handed Caris Paverley here. Cooper now setting some impressive figures of 40 for 2 of her 7.5 overs. It's at 8th over there. That's skewed. Oh no, that's another drop. You have to put that one down as a drop again in the field there. So Paverley hitting it in the air to the cover fielder, who takes a dive there, Erin Thomas, and does not time that at all well, and it's just dropped in front of her to bring up a single and to finish the 43rd over.
Took a good catch on earlier on did Erin Thomas to dismiss Katie George for 27, but Paverley now dropped by Clark on 14 and Thomas on 15. Very, very disappointing really from Yorkshire, and if they do end up short at the end of this game with the bat, they will be looking at their fielding as a big reason for why that's happened, because it's not been to the standards they would expect.
And that's the 6th one, I think, Mike, isn't it? If we were adding them all up there. Yeah. And yeah, it's a good example there as well of actually taking catches in wicket in practices that don't come off cleanly off the bat, because that definitely didn't come off Caris Paverley's bat cleanly. It was sort of a spin and it wasn't hit at all well. And then it's sort of the judgment of that ball that kind of got the better of Erin Thomas there.
Yeah, it was the drops of Austin on 3 and 5 that really cost Yorkshire, because she went on to make 94.
Sarah Glenn comes back on for her 8th over here, and the score is 202 for 4 of 43 overs. Paverley hits that through the mid-wicket. That fielder is deep on the boundary, and they just settle for the 1 run.
But George dropped on 2 and 20 as well on her way to 27. And now Paverley on 14 and 15.
As the field gets altered for the right hand of Emily Arlott, so likes to hit strongly down the ground, can hit a very big ball here. As we saw in one of the 100 games, I believe she came out and just scored 6 off the only ball that she faced.
Yes.
So quite a good strike rate for that game, definitely.
And I think it was, she'd taken begun taking her thigh guards off and all that kind of thing, so came out with none of them on, and
good
still,
job she made
still managed
contact
to hit
with the
a
ball
6, because
then, yeah.
I think it was a stumping off a wide for the last ball, so she'd obviously started taking her pads off ready to bowl. Waltzed out, hit a 6 and waltzed back off again.
Well, there we go. There's Glenn into Arlott. Slightly dragged to the leg side, and Arlott makes the most of that. And it says it's misfield. It's gone for 4 through mid wicket there. Fielder would be disappointed with herself. Should have perhaps done better there, Claudie Cooper. But not a very nice bounce in front of her, and Em Arlott clears the rope for her first boundary of her innings.
No, strange off the square to sort of get an unexpected bounce. I think it was a pretty poor piece of fielding in the end. But it just shows how dry they are over there.
As Glenn back over wicket to Arlott, who just defends that for no run. Arlott practicing some big shots here that we might see within the next few overs. So we've got the long on and long off back for her at the moment. She comes down the track, hits that down to the long on fielder for a single. Of course, this point in the women's game, we have 4 fielders allowed outside the ring, so Yorkshire currently have a long on, long off, a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square for Emily Arlott, and the field is changing somewhat now for the left-handed Pavley, or actually very similar but just on the other side of the wicket for now, as Sarah Glenn comes round the wicket. It's a little bit fuller. Pavley down the ground for a jogging single. Don't think Yorkshire would mind this at this time in the game, is getting this one a ball. But
no, I mean, again, looking at those 5-over splits since the 25-over mark, they've all been above one a ball. They've had 33, 25 to 30, 34, 30 to 35, and then 36, 35 to 40. And we're approaching that 45-over mark now.
Yeah, and I think still looking slightly light on the scoreboard, so anything that Warwickshire can do to push this score up, they'll be trying their hardest. So skews that a little bit to the backward point. Fielder there, Erin Thomas, who makes no mistake this time and gets it back into the hands of Sarah Glenn.
So yeah, they've taken 29 from the last 24 balls, so they're on course again to keep that trend going of scoring more than a run a ball. But it's almost, with those wickets in hand, they kind of want to be going even more than that. They kind of probably want to be looking at 8s, 10s if they can, just because, as I say, the Yorkshire fielding has enabled them to have wickets in hand at this stage.
Yeah, and we can see Beth Langston but underneath us here, making this long run from long on to long on, going across the whole length of Edgbaston every over at the moment, just to make sure they've got that protection in the field. As Cooper coming in for her 9th over of the game. Currently she's got figures of 41 for 2 round the wicket to Karis Pavley, and that is out. She is stumped. That's some great piece of work behind the stumps from Winfield Hill, tempting Karis Pavley into the shot there, and she missed the ball totally and was given it out, stumped, rightly so, and off she goes for 18 off 20 balls.
Well, Claudie Cooper deserved the wicket of Karis Pavley. She'd twice had her, and ends up getting her with the stumping. Just clever little bit of bowling in the end, dragging it a little bit wide as Pavley advanced, and she was just left pushing the bat at it, really trying to get to the ball. See, it can be a dangerous tactic because you can open the batter's arms up, but it didn't prove to be the case there. So an important wicket at the start of the 45th over.
Yeah, and you'd have to say that Pavley perhaps hasn't timed it to perfection today. There's been a couple of times where Winfield Hill has nearly taken her wicket with the stumping, and she's tried to play positively there, Pavley, but just say that wide ball from Cooper just got the better of her there, and yeah, she is unfortunately making her long way back to the pavilion, which brings the wicketkeeper Nat Wraith to the crease in the 45th over.
Another who likes to run hard between the wickets, likes to scoop and sweep. So we'll see what she's got to offer here.
Yeah, Nat Wraith not possibly as powerful as Emma Arlott at the other end, but can work the ball around the ground and plays a number of shots, and hopefully she'll find some gaps in the field and keep this run, this rate at 1 a ball or more. Yeah,
sort of, what, 10s would give you 2, 6, 9, wouldn't it? 8s would be, you'd be back down towards 250 here.
Yeah, and Yorkshire, although they ruined these chances that they've had, they would probably still be pleased with the total where it is at the moment. It's Cooper into Wraith, the first ball, and that's hit directly to the point fielder for no run. Could be so much different, but you never quite know, do you? That's the thing with this game. You can't say what would have happened had we taken those catches. I mean, you'd think that the total would have been a lot lower, but all it was said before, Warwickshire's order, capable of batting all the way down as Wraith gets off the mark with a single into the extra cover area there to bring Arlott back on strike.
Yeah, I mean, 8s is probably more realistic, isn't it, with the way that the pitch has played so far during this Warwickshire innings. We'll wait to see what Yorkshire make of it in the second part of this game. But from the start of this over, 8s would have given you 257, I think.
Yeah, I think that Warwickshire, anything over 250 from this point, they'd be pleased with that. It's Cooper. Arlott's driven that down the ground. So Langston here doing this mid-off to, or long on to long off fielding has just kept that to a single there. To bring Wraith back on strike. It's still very sunny here at Edgbaston, not seeing any of the rain that they're seeing at the current test match. Oh, is that not sure whether that was a drop or not there. I think it might have gone into the ground, and that's a single for Nat Wraith.
I think it probably was direct, but it was one of those where it was sort of a hand on it rather than
took the pace off with the hand.
Yeah, rather than it being a
else.
genuine chance like some of the others have been. I think she did quite well just to get something on that.
Cooper to Arlott, who swings her hands through that ball, and that's gone out to the mid-wicket boundary fielder for 1 run.
Well, the cap's taken. I am going to make way for Claire Jenkins to give her thoughts on the conclusion of this innings, and Sarah again will continue the ball-by-ball commentary.
Yeah, so we are now in the 45th over. Warwickshire 213 for 5, Nat Wraith on 2 of 3 balls, and Emily Arlott on 8 of 7 balls. Sarah Glenn with a couple of overs still to bowl that you'll think that she'll probably get through these both for the remainder of the Yorkshire innings. Yorkshire recently dismissed Paverley stumped, and they also got the dangerous Meg Austin out just short of her century, which on 94, which Claire, you have to say is a shame for Meg, the way she played today.
It was, and it was almost like it felt like there was a sort of holding of breath, hoping that she was going to get it. Certainly from the Warwickshire spectators and players, and it is those nervous 90s did for her, unfortunately. And it was a sort of calm end really to a really patient innings, which was a shame.
And having said that, we think that Glenn might close off the innings here. It's actually Jonathan that's coming from the far end now. So she's taken the ball in hand, coming over the wicket at Arlott, who's hit that into square leg boundary for 4. That's a great sweep shot by Arlott there. Very convincing, hits the ball really well, and that's gone over the boundary and then some. Claire Jenkins on this pitch.
Yeah, she's not gonna wonder, is she? She's gonna.
Yeah, just I have to say that
Definitely.
ball's probably in her out there. Probably it's a rare. Well, I wouldn't say it's a bad ball, but it's a rare ball from Jonathan to be hit for a boundary during the course of this game.
Yes, indeed. She's changing her field, sending the mid-wicket more to the corner.
Jonathan to Arlott is trying to scoop. She's got something on there, and it's racing away. There'll be a chase on. They will come back for 2 off this ball. It's a little bit inventive from Arlott there. So he saw the field being moved and thought where the gap is, and tried to get the ball to go in it. Not quite as cleanly as she could have hit it, but still a couple of runs on the board, which takes her to 14 off 9 balls. It's Jonathan. And she's trying it again this way in the different direction, and this one will go away for 4. It's a great shot from Arlott, showing some real ingenuity in the shot selection here, and that's gone away for 4. to take her to 18 off 10 deliveries.
I mean, Yorkshire have clearly have spotted this is going to be a great asset for them next season. I wonder whether Emily. Well, I feel that Emily Arlott missed out a bit, that she in not getting in that England side for the Ireland series. But who am I?
So it's slightly down the leg side from Johnson, and Arlott will pick a single up there. Yeah, I mean, a few players being rested for that game, a few new faces coming in, and Arlott doesn't seem to have featured in the plans as much as she was in the last previous couple of years. But you know, she'll still be working on her game. She'll still be being the professional that she is, and sort of looking to take her game forward. As Johnson into Wraith defends that ball for no run.
Because she is that rarity of a fast bowler who is genuinely a really good strike batter as well. You know, a genuinely potent force. So yeah, she will be an asset to Yorkshire next season.
Jonathan to Wraith. Wraith trying to give herself room. Perhaps not exactly where she wanted it to go there, but it goes down to third for a single to finish the over. And score moves on to 225 for 5 of 46 overs. That was a good over from Warwickshire there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned when you were on with Mike, they'll want to be north of 250, won't they? And I suppose the challenge is how far north of 250 can they actually take that?
Yeah, I think my 280 is looking a little bit unrealistic now, but
I mean, I'm liking it still.
Yeah.
It seemed a bit mad when you said it, I have to say, but no, you know. Right.
Well, you know, you have
In
to
the
think
sight.
positively here.
Well, and also if Gareth Pavley had stayed in, I know we've talked
And
a lot
connect
about
well,
Gareth
she
Pavley.
connected with some of the ones that perhaps she didn't today, then it might have been a different story. As Cooper finishing off here with her final over to Wraith for no run.
Because the other thing about Wraith is that she's often quite high up the order, so this is quite late for Nat Wraith to come in, I think.
It's another dot ball. Wraith finding each of the fielders in turn at the moment. That one going straight to the hands of cover. Cooper, a good spell here with the ball. Oh, that's a full toss. Has that gone? It's gone over the head of Beth Langston, and that will go away for 4 runs there. So nearly got away with the full toss there, nearly hit into the hands of the fielder, but Nat Wraith would have been frustrated if she'd got out, and luckily for her, it cleared the outstretched hand of Beth Langston and went away for 4.
I remember when she first sort of batted for Warwickshire a couple of seasons ago, and she'd sort of been defending, and then she came up with this massive, like, cover drive, and it was a joy to watch.
It's Cooper.
That sort of
Wraith
thing.
hits that again,
Got
and
straight
that
to a
does make
fielder.
no mistake that time. I'd say just a similar shot again, but with a better result from Claudie Cooper there, and it's caught by the safe hands of Beth Langston. So Wraith is dismissed for 7 off 8 balls, and the score moves on to 229 for 6.
And Claudie Cooper finds herself with a 4-fer. Is it going to go to 4? It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
4
4.
for 49.
She's got 2 more wickets sorry, 2 more balls to get that
Well, it could
final
be 2 more
wicket. Let's hope for Warwickshire's sake that it isn't 2 more wickets.
Indeed.
And Wraith trying to push on there. You can't really blame her at this point in the game with the wickets
right
in
thing
hand.
to do, yeah.
Got one just over the top, but that one finding the fielder's hands, unfortunately for her.
Yeah, another couple of inches above would have been right. But Mary Taylor to the crease.
Yeah.
And she got 22 not out off 18 balls in that win against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Definitely can hit it cleanly as well. So it's nice to see she joins Arlott at the crease.
Good strike rate as well, 118. Has Mary Taylor.
So Cooper's got 2 overs. Sorry, 2 balls left of the spell. I'll get it right in a minute. 2 balls left of the spell. She's currently on 49 for 4. She has bowled nicely today. So tempted Pavley with that wide one earlier on for the stumping, and then getting Wraith caught out at cover. Mid off just now. Mary Taylor taking her guard, taking a look at where the fielder, which has come in somewhat for the new batter here. Cooper over the wicket to Taylor, who rocks back, and that's no run.
Defending that nicely there. Just getting a feel and maybe just wanting to play out Claudie Cooper's bowling.
Well,
One more delivery.
Yeah, one ball remaining. Some nice shape. Mary Taylor's gone big. Is that going to get through the fielder? Hard.
Oh, is that 4 or 6?
It's very hard to tell.
Hang on
We've
a minute.
paused here. He's given it
6.
as a 6. It was a good chase round the boundary, but unfortunately the fielder just did tread on the rope there.
Yeah.
Did take the ball, but yes, also stepped back and stepped on the rope. So that is given a 6. That's unfortunate there off that last ball from Cooper, who bowled really nicely.
Yeah, it could have ended up with a 5 for there, but for the sake of the fact that the rope was in the position where it was, Stair Ellis did well to get to that actually, but was just dicing with the boundary rope there, unfortunately for Yorkshire.
Took it nice and cleanly, but then trod on the rope while she was trying to keep her balance. It was difficult to see it from us right under the commentary box, but yes, umpire soon signalled the 6 there to get Mary Taylor off the mark nicely.
Yeah, start with 6, so her strike rate's going to be maintained.
And changing up again now with Sarah Glenn, coming back on with her leg spin to Emily Arlett.
They're having to change their plans, aren't they? As the batters step on the gas here.
Yeah.
Whitfield Hill moving fielders. Amy Campbell to a more traditional cover, right on that 25-yard circle. Oh, there's a refusal there from Sarah Glenn. Going to go at that again. Long on and long off in place, which would be my suggestion, because they do tend to play down the ground, the tall fast bowlers.
Yeah, and there you are, down the ground, as if you knew that was going to happen. One
Thank
bounce
you.
4, and that's a great shot from Emily Arlett down the ground there. So yeah, they've got a long on and a long off out, slightly wide, and she goes very straight over the bowler's head, 1 bounce 4.
I'd have had them narrower, only because it seemed that through the Central Sparks days, they were teaching their fast bowlers to hit not just in a V, but a very fine V. And if you watch Potts, Anderson, Arlott, Wong, all of those fast bowlers that came out of the Central Sparks, they all hit that straight drive.
And she's meet that one on again. And is that one going to go for 4? Or is it going to go? Oh, it's going to go over the cover fielder now for 4. So that's gone either side of that fielder long off. She's had to fetch one from the right on her right-hand side and then over on her left-hand side. And Arlett's flying now on 27, not out off 13 balls.
Wow, that's some strike rate, isn't it?
Yeah.
That, yeah, I mean, last year in the Metro Bank, she got that 130. She dug them out of a hole in at least one game. I think I went shopping and came out of the supermarket thinking, oh, Warwickshire losing. Came out and she'd come in and hit a massive total and they'd won.
Glenn back to Arlett, who swings again. That's going over mid-wicket. Is this one going further? Is going to? Yeah, that's a 6. That's a great shot from Emily Arlett over mid-wicket there, and that. So it nearly got to the fielder. You thought it was a bit hard to judge, and then no, went over her head for 6 runs, and that is a big hit from Emily Arlett there.
Do you think Yorkshire are going to be in a couple of minds here? They're thinking, oh, this is not good. Oh, well, it's good for next season.
Wow. Yeah, I think
Well,
they'll be
next 3
thinking
years,
about the here and
2,
now,
3
but I
years?
think, yeah, she's definitely showing that she was worth every penny that they've paid for her in this new contract here, Emily Arlett. Coming round the wicket now, Glenn. Arlett hitting that down to the long on fielder. He's going to pick that up and they're going to scamper back for a second run there.
Yeah, so was that that? Oh, is that the 250 up as well? 250?
Yeah, 251. So 251 for 6, and the 47.4 balls there, and yeah, this is a good innings from Arlett here, who's changing the shape of the game. Glenn coming back round the wicket here to Arlett, who's going to swing again, and that's going down between that mid-wicket and long on fielder, and they're coming back for another 2.
I was at Sophia Gardens when Emily Arlott hit 6 off 1 ball. I'd taken some friends to their first ever live 100 game. They're both great fans of the game. I took them down to Cardiff and we were chatting, and you know, when she came in and obviously said this is a Warwickshire player, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if she hits a 6 off this ball. Bang, she hits one. down where she just hit that 6 over the ropes. Happy days.
It's the last ball from Sarah Glenn. Let's see what Arlett's got in store here. She swings big again, down the ground, straight down the ground. The fielder's conversion, no, it doesn't make her as far as the fielder. She just runs through for a single and to retain the strike.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the score moves on to 254 for 6 or 48 overs.
Well, they got north of 250 then, Sarah. That's what you wanted. That's what you were calling for.
Yeah, and I think, say, Arlett's got nothing to lose here, has she? She's coming out and they've still got wickets in hand. She's going after the ball. She's using her feet nicely. She's obviously swinging through that arc. I say she's very strong, straight down the ground. She did make them think in the last over by doing those paddle little sweep shots, but I think this is her bread and butter, isn't it? Into that V and down the straight lines into the ground.
The ability to put her hands through the ball is incredible. 38 of 17. At the back end of this Warwickshire innings, and forcing them to play their last card, which is Jess Jonason's last over.
Yeah, and unusual to see Jonathan not in the wickets in one of these games this year.
But
she's still got 1 over remaining, and she's just moving her field around here for Emily Arlett, who has retained the strike with that single off the last ball. Jonathan into Arlett, who swings again. That's through the mid-wicket area. Is that going long enough? Yes, it's gone all the way for 6. Over the head of Alice Clark there on the boundary, and that's another 6 runs for Emily
into
Arlett.
the hollies. We're needing the spectators to go fetch the ball now.
Oh. Yeah, so she's, again, that fielder. It's like the boundary's not quite big enough for Emily Arlett here. So
you can put the boundary where you like. She's put it in the seats.
Yeah, right. And the fielder's right on the rope, but she's cleared over their heads again for another 6 runs.
As we mentioned, it's quite a pleasing, decent-sized boundary both sides, which is great to see. But I'd be an advocate for putting the boundaries back to the men's-sized boundaries, whatever that would be on today's wicket.
Johnson into Arlett, swings again, and she is out. That is a great innings by Emily Arlett, but it comes to an end. Just one go too many down the wicket for her there, and she missed that, and that's another stumping for Lauren Winfield Hill. So Jonathan has got a wicket after all
you
of that.
called for it.
Yeah.
I'm blaming you for that one.
But, I mean, Arlett's walking back 44 off just 19 balls there, and she's got to be pleased with her contribution. She's got a few overs and the break now to get ready for the bowling as well, and really showing her new Yorkshire teammates what she's capable of.
Yes, I'm sure they're delighted for her. But it's every coach's dream, isn't it? Have a fast bowler who can come and hit 44 off 19 balls. I mean,
Yeah, and they weren't just small hits either, were they? They were some really big hits down the ground. She's very strong, and she hits the ball really true, and we've sort of seen that today. She's got to the pitch of the ball and really swung her arms through, and she's cleared the boundary straight and to that mid-wicket area. And then it's good to see these other shots she's got in her game as well, the sort of the reverse and the paddle that she did a couple of times as well, which is really sort of adding another dimension.
6s and 4s. I mean, that's the thing that you want, isn't it? Coach on 6s and 4s.
Yeah, this brings Stonehouse to the crease, and she is also capable of
Big
hitting the ball hard.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see now, with just 8 balls left in the game, how she goes about this. Johnson into Stonehouse, who hits that nicely through the mid-wicket area. Is that going to run away for 4 for her first ball? It's a great shot. There's a good dive on the boundary by Alice Clark, but she couldn't keep that away, and that's another boundary for Warwickshire, and Stonehouse gets a 4 off her very first ball that she faced.
So Stonehouse is coming in at 9. She has the best strike rate in the entire competition, and she's the 9th batter for Warwickshire. 156 is her strike rate.
Wow. So she's
it's
allowed
not a
to
bad
the
ninth.
situation of the game. Let's say she'll do that today. She defends that one for no run. Oh no, they're gonna
get.
Oh,
could have had one there. Ooh.
Jonathan didn't field it quite cleanly off her own bowling there, and they were considering the single, but I think Mary Taylor was pretty much in her crease there. That might have been a bit of a step too far.
Yeah, I think Mary was on her heels then, wasn't she?
Stonehouse hits that to the cover field and runs through for a safe single in the end. Yeah, Jonathan's figures somewhat changed in the last over, but she did get that wicket, and we have seen that from her throughout the competition.
She's having a season of her life for Yorkshire.
To finish up the last ball there, Mary Taylor hitting that nicely down the ground, but only as far as the hands of Beth Langston for a single. And Jonathan finishes with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 48 for 1. Score goes on to 266 for 7 with 1 over remaining.
What can they get to? What can they defend?
Well, you did laugh at my 280.
No,
but,
no,
you know,
I'm withdrawing my laugh.
Okay, good.
Yes. Yeah.
Although Sarah Glenn will be hoping for some different results for her last over here. She's her figures of 9 overs for 66 so far, and she has been without a wicket, although you would say she has bowled well.
Yeah, she has, yeah. But, you know, I mean, but sometimes it's about the pressure that you create, isn't it? Because that certainly, it felt like periods early in the Warwickshire innings where Yorkshire really pinned Warwickshire down. They couldn't score, they were getting frustrated. But they've built a rather nice innings here.
There's Glenn into Taylor, who's scampering through. Are they looking for 2? No, they settle on just the single there off the first ball of the last over.
Yeah, they touched down and looked at each other and thought, no, we're not even mad enough to take that single.
No.
The weather is looking rather impending coming from that would be the west across the city skyline. Let's hope that gets blown well away.
I did hear you say earlier that you thought there might be some lunchtime rain.
It can blow around us, hopefully.
It's Glenn into Stonehouse. He's hit that nicely, but is that going to go to the fielder? I think that's going to be caught at cover, and that's the end of Stonehouse for 5 off her 4 balls that she's faced there, and that in the end turned out to be quite a simple catch.
Yeah, it looked like it was going a long way, but then from the angle that we're at, we were sort of looking along the angle, and then it was deceiving because it was going high rather than a long way.
I believe that's Stair Callis under the ball there. I'm just trying to confirm that.
Yeah, I think so, yes.
So that's her second catch of the game. She did miss that one early on against Meg Austin. She did take one on the boundary, but unfortunately they trod on the boundary there, but then safely underneath that one then.
Which brings Hannah Baker to the crease, who had a good 100 really, didn't she, for Sunrisers Leeds. So she'd have some Yorkshire teammates probably there.
Glenn to Baker hits that down. Is that going to be caught? And she is caught out off her very first ball there. She's hit that straight down
She's
the
running straight
throat
off.
of Amy Campbell at long on. And Hannah Baker is out. She's ran to the crease, hit the ball and ran back towards the changing room.
Almost.
Yes. And she had to go for it, didn't she? There's not many balls left. And brings Phoebe Brett to the crease. And the score moves on to 267 for 9.
Because you've missed all those commentaries where we've been talking about, well, Warwickshire do all bat because they can all bat because they do all bat. Proving the point in this last over, 50th over, 3 more deliveries to go, and Warwickshire proving that they can all bat, hopefully.
But as with most of these girls, when they play the level below this, they will be batters. They will be seen. Hannah Baker played for Worcestershire and Warwickshire growing up and has got county 50s at that sort of level, and she can hold a bat. Same as Phoebe Brett will be playing her school cricket at King's Worcester and batting number 3. She hits that ball to mid-wicket for a single to get off the mark. So in this form of the game, they might play a very different role than they do in other forms of the game. And so Hannah Baker, although she'll see herself much more of a bowler, and she had a very good 100 competition with the ball, she can also hold a bat. And she was unfortunate to find that fielder there, wasn't she? And that ball.
She was. She got hold of it. She was doing the right thing.
It's Glenn to Mary Taylor, who sweeps that for 1 down to deep backward square. Of course, Glenn from going from 66 for 9 overs is now figures.
I'm blaming you for that as well.
2
wickets in an over. Yeah.
And this is the final ball of the innings from Sarah Glenn to Brett. And she's left that alone, missed that. I'm not really sure we're going to say about to finish the innings there. So Warwickshire finished their innings on 269.49. There's a just running through the batting card there. Meg Austin was caught and bowled Woolston for 94 off 114 balls. Davina Perrin ran out early off a great bit of fielding from Clark in the covers for 15. Katie George was caught in the deep off that full toss for 27 off 51 balls. Brooke Holliday on her debut for the Bears was 37. She was caught Clark, bowled Cooper. Caris Paverley was stumped by Winfield Hill off the bowling of Cooper for 18. Emma Arlott with that quick fire 44 off just 19 balls was also stumped by Winfield Hill off the bowling of Jonathan. Then Nat Wraith caught Langston at mid-off for 7 off the bowling of Cooper. Mary Taylor 9 not out at the end there off 5 balls. Alexa Stonehouse was out for 5, caught by Stair Callis in the covers off the bowling of Glenn. Hannah Baker with that first ball down to Campbell at long on for 0 off the bowling of Glenn. And then Phoebe Brett in at number 11, not out 1 to bring the total to 269 for 9 off of 50 overs.
More worrying, and I'm hoping this is precautionary, they have, as you will have heard in the background, brought on the hover cover to cover the ground because it is looking really menacing over to our left, the west hand side of the West Mids conurbation. It looks like it's about to start raining in the city centre. The sun is here, that's the picture that you will see, but they definitely are getting ready for some naughtiness from the sky, so they're putting the hoses out and everything, so they are expecting a potential downpour here with the hover cover on as the players leave the field for some lunch.
And just quickly before we leave you for the break, because the scores around the ground, the Blaze have finished their innings on 365 for 4 and a fantastic 136 from Catherine Bryce and 134 not out from Georgia Alwis as well there. So a great score from the leaders of this competition, the Blaze. Surrey women were 228 all out after that great start off just 44.2 overs, and Essex women, they're currently in the last over of their game and they're 256 for 8. Jodie Grucott getting 87 and Sophia Smale 83 of those runs there.
Excellent. So we will have a short break now. We will come back. We're hoping it's going to be a short break. We're not hoping it's not going to be weather lengthened after Warwickshire get the score of 269 for 9. So Yorkshire will need to find themselves 270 runs, providing we have a full game when we get back to you. So we're going to have a little break and we'll be back to you shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Edgbaston, where Warwickshire made 269 for 9 from their 50 overs. We've had a rain delay, as you've probably already ascertained from watching the pictures during that break. We were due back at 19 minutes past 2. The scheduled resumption is now 5 past 3, so that's a loss of around 46 minutes. And what it means in terms of this game is that Yorkshire will require 260 from 46 overs. So the Yorkshire chase has been reduced to 46 overs and their target has been reduced by 10 runs to 260. So it doesn't hugely affect the game. I think you'd be a bit miffed if you're the Yorkshire opening batters that you've lost those 4 overs to get yourself in, but I think it's still a pretty fair contest, isn't it? It's about what we it's a very similar chase, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and that's what we want. We want to kind of as close to a full game as we can possibly get, and a decent total chase down. But if you weren't here for the first innings, the Warwickshire innings was very interesting. It started very slowly, very patiently or frustratedly, whichever way you want to look at it. Yorkshire did really well to strangle the batting to start off with, and then hey presto, they started to get going, and because Warwickshire can all bat, and they do bat really well and do bat very low down, particularly Emily Arlott came in and enterprising innings, shall we say, I suppose is the cliche, but yeah, got them back on target again.
Yeah, it was built around Meg Austin, wasn't it? 94 runs from 114 balls in 140 minutes. She hit 9 fours in that innings, and then, as you say, Emily Arlott's 44 for a 19 provided the late impetus. Halliday, in her first game as Warwickshire's overseas player, made 37 from 49 balls in 72 minutes, including a boundary, which was a 4. So those were the notable.
Yeah, and the Arlott as well. Not only was it 44 off 19, it was 5 fours and 2 sixes. I mean, she really came in and meant business. We've got the umpires out, Redfern and Widdop.
And I think it's as the Warwickshire players make their way onto the field. I think it's also worth giving a mention to Claudie Cooper. 10 overs, no maidens, 55 for 4 were her figures, and given she had Karis Pavley out twice effectively before she actually got us stumped, she might even feel she could have got 5 or 6 today. But
it would have been 5, but for a catch on the boundary that was taken over by Esther Callis for 6.
Could argue 7 then, because Pavley was dropped twice, wasn't she? So, yeah, very well bowled, Claudie Cooper with her off spin. And that might be the way forward for Warwickshire as well. The pace off seems significantly more difficult than the pace on, was my feeling in that first innings, which is not surprising given the dry summer we have had here in the UK. But it'll be pace on to start with, you would imagine, from Warwickshire, and it looks as if that is going to be the case, with Stonehouse just getting the ball in hand and marking her run out. So we're ready to go. As we say, 260 will be the chase for Yorkshire here if you just join us. We imagine the likes of Phoebe Brett and Emily Arlott will play a part with the ball, with the seam on. Certainly in Arlott's case, and Stonehouse as well here. But it might be the slower bowlers who will get a bit more joy potentially. Here comes Stonehouse to start the bowling to the Yorkshire captain Lauren Winfield-Hill, who is wrapped on the pad. There's a rather hopeful appeal from most of the Warwickshire team, actually, but I think that one was just fading past the stumps from Stonehouse, to say the least.
Energy from having just had lunch, like, yeah, we'll have a shout at that.
They gave it some gusto, to be fair to them.
Yeah.
Here comes Stonehouse again. Bowls the ball and beats Winfield-Hill on the outside edge now. So Raptor on the pads with the first, beats her on the outside edge with the second. It remains 0 for 0. 2 dot balls to start Alexa Stonehouse's spell. On loan from Surrey at the moment, and she has taken 9 wickets in the competition so far. She's on her way again. Pacing in, knees pumping, and bowls a ball that this time swings back in. And that one's missing by even further than the first one. I think Winfield Hill will be a little disappointed not to have stuck that one away for some runs, but she's feeling her way in. She's got Alice Clark at the other end, who was with Lancashire, but moved here on loan and has made the move permanent. Here comes Stonehouse again. Left arm over the wicket. Oh, that's a full toss, and it will be banged away into the offside. Pavely doing the honours out there. Sorry, on the leg side, rather. Pavely doing the honours on the square leg boundary, and Yorkshire are underway, 1 without loss. Claire Jenkins is the former county player and women's cricket commentator alongside myself, Mike Perkins, here. And we are underway in the chase from the Yorkshire point of view.
We are indeed. We've got a left and a right hand here, so got a left-handed bat. Field adjustments.
From the Warwickshire point of view, it's about taking those wickets, really. Can they get the early inroads?
I wonder what the cricketing gods have got, because certainly Warwickshire may well have ridden some luck there in terms of dropped catches. So what is karma got in store?
Stonehouse bowls, it's left outside the off stump. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run on offer. Just trying to work out who the fielder was at short extra cover there, but of course it's the new overseas Brooke Halliday, the New Zealander. In terms of the field, we've got a very wide slip. That'll be the captain, Katie George, I would fancy. Backward points, cover, that short straight extra cover mid-off, and then you've got mid-on, straight mid-wicket as this one's bowled through outside the outside edge of Alice Clark. Didn't get any contact on it. And then the other fielders are the ones outside the ring at long leg and at third. That's the end of the first over. 1 without loss is the score for Yorkshire, and that is exactly the same as the score was for Warwickshire at the end of the first over.
Some symmetry. Yes, the umpires today are Sue Redfern and Simon Widdup. The scorers are AJ Ruffles and E. Brereton. And she who must be obeyed, Sarah Bartlett, is the match referee.
Looks like we're going to have a very similar field at the Birmingham end, as well as a couple of shadows move across the green turf. It's looking very bright again now, so hopefully that shower that kept us off for 46 minutes over the interval, well, more than that I suppose, because you've got the half an hour for the interval. Hopefully that is our rain for the day, and we're on course to watch a exciting chase here potentially. 260
here.
the target.
Yeah. I mean, Warwickshire started very slowly and then finished with an absolute encore, didn't they? So
it feels if a Winfield Hill or a Jonathan get in, they can almost control the chase, but other than that, you're kind of looking at Callis really for the runs, aren't you? As in comes Arlott, starts her work for the day with a ball that's chopped to backward point by Winfield Hill, and no run is on offer. But Yorkshire's batting certainly built around those two, I think, Winfield Hill and Jonathan, but Callis, as we know, can play an important innings too, and be interesting to see how Clark gets on as well.
Erin Thomas, the under-19, she's been doing well as well. So
they can all play these days.
It's
fair to say. Very similar field to the last over, as we were mentioning. Slip, backward point, cover, short straight extra cover, mid-off. Fielder down at third on the offside as Winfield Hill defends into the leg side for no run, where she finds mid-on, mid-wicket, who's just picked up the ball, and a backward square leg in the form of Hannah Baker. So a sedate start after our extended mid-innings break.
And you should probably repeat that Arlott will be joining Yorkshire next season, so this is playing against her future peers.
As I say, I don't think she'll be bouncering Winfield Hill much. She flogs this one over the leg side. It was slightly back of length, and Winfield Hill has just sort of thrown the wrists at it as much as anything and helped it over the infield on the leg side and away for 4. First boundary of the innings. Winfield Hill has all 5 of Yorkshire's runs and they're yet to lose a wicket. 255 more required for victory. There's a decent number in the first innings, just sunning themselves in the seats. 1 or 2 have had to retreat due to the wet weather in the break, as this one's played into the covers.
Oh, Caris Pavley proving that she can hit the stumps from wherever she is.
Yeah, finds Pavley over there. And she did let it go. Stonehouse had to be on her guard backing up, but the ball clattered into the stumps. Clark was well within her ground though. So no run is the result of that flurry of activity. Winfield Hill will be starting to feel good after that boundary.
Because Warwickshire struggled to get the time in, didn't they, at the beginning a little bit as well?
Did indeed. They were struggling to get up around 1 ball to the drinks stage of their innings. That one's played away into the leg side. Again, no run. Halliday with the fielding. But firmly struck by Winfield Hill.
They are tempting Lauren Winfield Hill to play across Emily Arlott because there's a big gap between square and quite a fine mid-wicket.
There's an appeal and it's out. Winfield Hill has played across one, looking to access the leg side. She's missed it and Winfield Hill tucks her bat under her arm. She is out for 5. Yorkshire 5 for 1. And it's Emily Arlott who will be switching teams from Warwickshire to Yorkshire at the end of this season. She's signed a 3-year deal with Yorkshire and she has dismissed their opening batter and captain Lauren Winfield Hill. Great bit of bowling.
Is that not quite as bad as running out your future captain? You know, like you don't want to upset your future captain because that's your chances gone.
Well, big appeal. Nat Wraith knew, I think, behind the stumps. She was up with 2 hands. And great to have 1,000 of you with us watching it. Was speared in quite a way, that one from Arlott. Perhaps Winfield Hill might feel a little hard done by that. But she's had to depart. She's out. First wicket has fallen. And it's a good one for Warwickshire.
Yeah, which brings Jess Johnson, the Australian, to the crease, who's having the season of her life in terms of English domestic cricket. She's the most valuable player across all the teams across the entire Metro Bank One Day Cup, with bat and ball in hand.
Yep, 20 wickets plus any she got today, of course. Came into this game with 20 wickets and 451 runs at an average just over 50, 300s and 150. So that generally gets you MVP status, doesn't it? Pretty good going. As the new over begins from Stonehouse, prodded away by Clark, finds Emily Arlott, and there is no run. A couple of little bits of applause from the Warwickshire players. Mind you, been broadcast this game by the Match Centre at Warwickshire or at edgbaston.com, and the YouTube page Warwickshire Cricket is the flash outside the off stump from Clark, makes no contact, and the ball goes through to the keeper. Just the 1 wicket for Jonathan today, so she's up to 21 for the competition.
If Warwickshire get a win, because it's 4 points for a win, that would leapfrog Durham, which would put them in the eliminator should they all stay where they are, which is unlikely.
Here's Stonehouse, bowls back of length, and it's awkwardly worked back down the onside of the pitch, and Stonehouse comes and collects and takes her dot ball. Yeah, if you're looking for a bonus point for Warwickshire today, they'd have to bowl Yorkshire out for less than 216. And that'll obviously adjust with the new target as well. So let me double check that, because that's a flash outside the off stump. There's excitement behind the wicket from Wraith and George. There's not, though, from much from Stonehouse, and the umpire's not interested. It remains 5 for 1, no run there.
Got a slip and a gully in, effectively. So they are hoping to get a catch off the bat of Clark.
In comes Stonehouse again. Bowls, and that one's left well alone and was just teasing the wide line a little bit there, but stayed the right side of it. So no run is the result again. Good start this from Stonehouse.
Should they play themselves into the eliminator, it will be on Wednesday the 16th of September ahead of a final at Southampton Utilita Bowl on Saturday the 19th of September.
Here comes Stonehouse again. Bowls, and it's left outside the off stump. Leaning forward from Clark. Lets it go again. Still yet to get off the mark. 8 balls face now for Clark, and she just wanders down to have a chat with Jonathan, who'll be offering reassurance, no doubt.
Sun's out. Edgbaston is looking gloriously green in comparison with, I imagine, if you were to see an aerial view of Cannon Hill Park behind us or any of the parkland around here, it would look significantly more like the strip that you're viewing on the live stream than it would do the outfield here, which is green and verdant already after a couple of nights' rain.
Yeah, it's very straw-like, isn't it, in the parks, but no problems here. The plane makes its way up into the sky from Birmingham Airport in the distance. And the backward square leg is, well, in fact, Brett has been moved from long leg, in fact, from third to a wider third, because it's the left-handed Jonathan who's on strike to Arlott. It's punched firmly up to mid-on. No run on offer.
Presenting the bat face beautifully straight.
Yeah, good stroke from Jonathan. As we say, she's in good form at the moment.
Enjoying the Metrobank 50 over, certainly.
Waits again with a couple of taps of that bat. Arlott approaches, delivers, driven into the offside this time by Jonathan, but without the power she'd have liked. So no run available.
Jonathan is the second in the most fours in this competition, having hit 61 of them already before today.
And dropped down in the sort of the live table of most runs to 6th, but obviously she hasn't had her go yet today. Elwys, who made 134 not out, today's gone past her as this one's played into the leg side. Pavely off the boundary to return the ball. 6 for 1 the score moves on to with that little work stroke into the leg side.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sophie Luff just got a 50 in that game. You said that was that's the Surrey game, isn't it? Surrey in Somerset. Continuing her form from the 100 with Trent Rockets. Trophy win under her arm. Not bad for a late call up as backup for Nats Everbrunt.
It took experience, really, did Trent Rockets, didn't they? Georgia Adams also part of their setup as in comes Arlott and bowls straight into the defensive stroke of Clark. That's as assured as she's looked since she began this innings.
Yeah, Trent Rockets seemed to get the blend of overseas and good domestic. Which probably sealed their victory overall, playing well all the way through the competition.
That's the voice of Claire Jenkins alongside myself, Mike Perkins, as this one is bowled by Arlott and just pushed away behind square on the leg side for another single. Gets Clark going, she's off the mark now. Reminder that Yorkshire have lost 4 overs, but they also need 10 less than they did at the halfway point, so 260 is the target, another 253 more from where they find themselves. Arlott bowls and defended, but with an angled bat that took it away to backward point there from Jonathan. Completes the over. 7-for-1 then is the score for Yorkshire. We've had 4 overs of their reply. Just in the steady stages at the moment, aren't we, of
just feeling
Yorkshire building the innings.
Yeah, and certainly Warwickshire started slow and then built to a much faster end. So there's lots of ways of doing this, isn't there? Going out fast and then accumulating, or slow and steady wins a race, as they say.
Here comes Stonehouse again. Elbows jutting out as she approaches. Left arm over the wicket, driven firmly by the left-handed Clark, who's a little disappointed not to get a run there, you would think, because she hit it very firmly but straight at extra cover, so no run is the result.
Brooke Halliday doing the fielding there.
As you were mentioning, Somerset going well, 105 without loss against Essex, who made 267.
Essex, that was it.
Surrey all out for 228, Hampshire 138 for 3 in reply, so both the chasing sides there looking well placed, as this one's defended behind square on the offside. Davina Perrin doing the fielding at backward point, and there's no run. And then Durham with a fairly unlikely task of 357 to chase down against the Blaze. They've been frustrated by the rain of the Blaze there, having got that big total, because they have Durham 43 for 1 after 10 overs, but the sides are off because of the weather at the moment. That one just leapt slightly on Clark.
Ooh,
and then there's an
overthrow.
overthrow just winged in by Pavely way over the head of Nat Wraith, and the single is taken. 8 for 1. A little bit unnecessary, that.
It was a bit of too much of a mad throw.
I suppose you can get a bad bounce, but you always feel with those ones, if you are going to throw it, maybe bounce it in to ensure that if you do get it wrong, you're going to
slow it up a little.
Still sort of, you're not going to go over the wicket-keeper's head, you're going to still give them a chance. Oh, that's a big swing from Jonathan. That's very unlike Jonathan, actually. That was a loose stroke outside the off stump, and I think that probably would have gone straight up if she connected with it, rather than where she'd be looking for one of the gaps.
I think we might have a top edge on the way, potentially.
So 2 chasing sides well placed, 2 with work to do as Stonehouse comes in and bowls, and this one's forced away in front of square on the offside. That's going to be 4 runs to the total, as it takes us towards the end of the 5th over of the Yorkshire reply. And Jonathan with a much better shot that time, 12 for 1. Stonehouse getting the ball back at the back of her mark was something to contemplate for the first time in this innings. Here comes Stonehouse again, as the wind ruffles the Warwickshire flag in the distance, and this one is played to mid-off, slightly on the up. Phoebe Brett there with the return. Again, not a great one for Nat Wraith, but it was short of her this time. And with that, we'll swap around our commentators, and in next to myself, Mike Perkins, will be Sarah Ginn, level 4 coach. Been involved with the Warwickshire junior setup in the past, and he's back with us here, Sarah. And I think, well, at this point anyway, certainly if you're looking at count back, Warwickshire are ahead on both in terms of runs and wickets. They were 20 without loss at this stage, Warwickshire, and Yorkshire found themselves 12 for 1, albeit in pursuit of 260 from 46 overs.
Yeah, it's been a nice tight start from the Warwickshire bowlers, these first few overs not giving much away, and obviously that key wicket of Lauren Rinford-Hill early on. Emily Arlott particularly looks to be bowling sort of dangerous areas, and the left-handed Stonehouse is just swinging the ball nicely from near end here.
She'll have liked that, getting Winfield Hill out, won't she, given she's about to move and be part of her team. Around the wicket comes Arlott and bowls a ball that is pushed off the back foot into the cover region. No run on offer for the young Alice Clark. Say young, she's 24 now, I think, Alice Clark.
She's a new addition to this side, though, isn't she? So it's obviously finding her feet and been given the opportunity to open the batting today. As you know, she's going slowly, but she's still there and she's looking quite steady so far.
Here is Arlott bowling in towards the hip of Clark, who just touches it away for a single. Yeah, opportunities were always fairly limited for Alice Clark when she was at Lancashire, so she'll want to make the most of this one here at Yorkshire.
I think it's nice to have a fresh start, fresh teammates, and make a name for yourself somewhere different. And she's obviously taken that leap, and she's signed permanently. So, good luck to her.
Waits for a ball that she drives into the leg side, and Jonathan doesn't pick up a run here to Davina Perrin. Yeah, 25 years of age now. Alice Clark turned 25 15 days ago.
Oh, there we go. So it looks a totally different day than an hour or so ago, doesn't it, Mike?
Absolutely. It's sun back out, as it was for much of the first innings. Arlott bowls and just had enough length there for Jonathan to go cross-batted at that one, but didn't find a way past Perrin, so another dot ball recorded.
Jonathan in the 100 played various roles and batted in different positions in different sorts of games. She's one of these versatile players that you could open the batting with, or she could come in at number 7 as your pinch hitter. She's the role today again is very different in this longer form of the game, coming in at number 3.
Here's Arlott bowls, pushed off the back foot. There'll be runs this time. Out square of the wicket, and they're going to get back for 2. So score moves on to 15 for 1 there, Sarah.
Yeah, it's it's a steady start from Yorkshire. I think although they're perhaps not up with the run rate, there's a very long way to go in this game, despite there being slightly less overs because of that rain break. I don't think they'll be too concerned at the moment. So Warwickshire also got off to quite a slow start and was made very different at the end of the innings by that cameo from Arlott that changed the tempo of the game, if nothing else.
Yeah, it helps knowing what you need to get. Another 245 from this point to reach the target of 260 as Arlott bowls a ball that's whisked away, but down to a fielder at long leg. Brett picking up and returning. So just the 1 to the total. First it looked like Jonathan had found a route to the boundary, but it was a boundary that was being patrolled by Phoebe Brett. So 16 for 1. Score moves on to at the end of the 6th over.
Looks like that Jonathan's receiving a little bit of treatment here for something from a member of the Yorkshire medical staff that's just run onto the pitch. Let's hope that she's not suffering with anything too badly, because it'll be a joy for everyone here to see her bat. Although Warwickshire would be happy to see the back of her, no one wants to see that through an injury.
No, might be a pre-existing issue that she's gone out there with, and
she seems to be clutching the back of her leg here a little bit, like the hamstring area. I mean, obviously it's difficult to tell from our vantage point, but yeah, they're definitely having a chat about something.
Yeah, sort of almost seemed, didn't it, where the hamstring kind of joins the back of the knee, that she was rubbing that, but seems more a conversation than anything else.
So let's hope so. It's set up nicely for her today, and so nobody wants to see someone going off injured at this point in the game.
Well, it feels like she's the sort of person, if she does bat through, she could really kind of control this innings for Yorkshire. Although Winfield Hill, who's one of the players who can play that sort of role, has already been dismissed in this innings. If you weren't one of the around 1,000 people we've got with us at the moment who were there for that, it was LBW to Emily Arlott for 5. it looks like Jonathan is ready to resume her work. A little bit of chat with one of the Warwickshire players as well, which is good to see. And in fact, it's the captain, Katie George, who came over there just to check on the welfare of Jess Jonathan. And she walks back to her position at gully, does Katie George, who's got a fair bit on her plate. I mean, she's very experienced. I don't think it'll phase her at all today, being in charge.
No, I think it's something that she looks like she's a natural at. She's just moving a fielder there.
Stonehouse bowls, and it's played behind square on the offside. Just sort of took the outside half of the bat, really, as much as anything. And the single is added to the total, 17 for 1. And Jonathan didn't seem too affected in her movement there.
Oh, it's quite a young side here for Warwickshire, and Katie George definitely one of the sort of more experienced players in this lineup, and she's played a lot of cricket over the years, been involved in the England setup and everything else, and she looks like she really knows her stuff out there.
Stonehouse bowls down the leg side, it drifts, and that'll be a wide ball, 18 for 1. Got Austin at first slip, George at round about fourth slip, then you've got Davina Perrin at backward point, Mary Taylor's down at third, then you've got Halliday in at the short extra cover position, it's Pavley at the more conventional cover, and then Brett at mid-off as this one again goes down the leg side, and that'll be 19 for 1 with another wide added to the total.
Yeah, Stonehouse started very well with the balls. She was getting a nice shape away. She seems to just be bringing this across the left-hander at the moment and struggling with her line here to the left-handed Clark. I was hoping that she can find this back again, so it started well for her.
Just the two fielders on the leg side for Stonehouse. Emma Arler did a very wide mid-on as that one's flashed out outside the off stump and not connected with by Alice Clark. Remains 19 for 1 with a dot ball, and Hannah Baker, who's out at deep backward square leg. It's fairly clear what Stonehouse is trying to do here. Hit off stump or outside.
Yeah, it's all very well having a plan, isn't it, Mike? You just need to make sure that you're executing, and obviously she's trying her best to do so.
Stonehouse bowls and again drifts down the leg side, and again that'll be a wide ball, and as we say, with the way the field's set, it's a little bit of a freebie for Clark, because if she misses it she gets a wide ball and another go, and if she hits it she'll get runs here. 20 for 1 the score's moved on to.
You can see Hannah Baker out at deep square leg having a little bit of a warm-up. Can't be too long until we'll see her, especially the way that she bowled in the 100 competition, which was definitely the pick of the bowlers at times during that competition, and got a lot of vital wickets.
Yeah, had a very good little tournament there, did Hannah Baker. Here comes Stonehouse. Bowls again into the pad this time. As we said, it's such a vacant leg side area. When it dribbles out off that pad, it's always going to be at least 21 for 1 the score. Just needs to get a bit of control back here, does Alexa Stonehouse, who's been very good in her opening 3 overs, but struggling a bit more in this one. Here comes Stonehouse. Delivers. Clipped firmly up to Arlett, and for Jonathan, Meg Austin's left the slip region and's in its short straight mid wicket. Just evaded her.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be bowling to some sort of plan here, so it's just whether Stonehouse can keep this line and keep a little bit more discipline on where she's popping this ball.
Delivers a ball that's driven to short extra cover this time in the form of Halliday, but no run on offer. Yeah, Baker bowled in 10 innings. It was the equivalent of 30 overs. Obviously in the 100 you bowled in sets of 5 rather than the usual 6, and took 11 wickets in those 30 overs as this one's bowled, and it's hit in the air straight to Davina Perrin. As easy a catch as she's going to get. And Jess Jonathan has to depart for just 9. She's out. An uppish, pushing little stroke, and after an indifferent over, it's Stonehouse who gets the reward. Her first wicket, having conceded 10. And it's a disappointed end for Jonathan, and there's work here for Yorkshire to do in pursuit of 260. They're 21 for 2.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? We say that her line needs to be better, and she's putting a few down the leg side, and then Jonathan gets done by the good straight ball and puts that straight into the hands of Davina Perrin at point. And yeah, I think Jonathan will be disappointed with that, understandably so. I think maybe a little bit of a lapse in concentration there due to the sort of additional balls that are being bowled. But yeah, it's a shame to see her go, but Warwickshire will be very pleased that it's now 21 for 2.
Indeed. And off walks Jonathan to contemplate what she might have done differently there. And Yorkshire in a spot of bother here. Can change so quickly, of course, just takes the one partnership, but it's Warwickshire who are on top in these early stages. And the new batter coming to the crease is a familiar one.
Yeah.
In the form of Stair Callis. Is he even going to help Sue Redfern, the umpire, just knock the stumps in there? Far end. Never easy when it's this dry. They always need a little bit of water down the holes, don't they, at this time of year?
Yeah. I think at clubs it's even trickier. Get the flags in and out, and getting the stumps in at the moment is a tricky job with the ground being so hard.
Tapping away at the hard ground of the crease is Alice Clark, who's about to face a new over from Emma Arlett. It's angled in towards the left-hander's stumps, and she drives up to mid-off as a result.
I think Warwickshire will be very pleased with this start. So those 2 key wickets that they've got of Winfield Hill and now Jonathan. Obviously Callis we know can bat. They don't know as much about Clark because they've not as many opportunities, but it'd be interesting to see how this unfolds.
Bowled in towards the hip there from Arlett. Worked away to Perrin. No run on offer. Just bounced once on its way to the short mid-wicket fielder. Plenty of fluffy white clouds at the moment over the city of Birmingham. We look set fair now for the remainder of this chase. Lost 4 overs from it. Another 239 required by Yorkshire. They're already 2 down. Alice Clark plays away into the leg side. Pavley's in to pick up and return to Wraith. Another single to the total.
Yeah, you do wonder when the last time they used the hover cover here was. Can't have been used much this season at all.
That's true. That's true. 22 for 2 then. The score as the number 22, Stair Callis, takes her guard. Looking towards a familiar Birmingham end, because she represented Warwickshire last season, whilst also representing Yorkshire. So, yeah, played for both these counties. That one's bowled outside the off stump. Through it goes to Nat Wraith. No run on offer.
And Callis and Arlett would have previously been teammates in the 100 when they were both playing for the Phoenix. Obviously, neither of them filling that role this season.
Yeah, off to Welsh Fire for Emily Arlett. She's getting about, isn't she? Was signing for Yorkshire next year as well.
Yeah.
Worcestershire cricketer originally, Arlett. Turns once again. Made a useful contribution with the bat as well today. Delivers a ball that Callis can't force away, and it does just look sticky like it did in the first innings. It's just difficult for the batters to get away at the moment. It's attritional cricket, really.
And Arlett having some issues here with her foothold, whether it's that hard that she can't plant that front foot. Katie George doing a little bit of remedial work, I think you'd call that. I'm not sure the groundsman will be overly happy, but Arlott needs to get that grip of the front foot, obviously, when she's trying to bowl through the crease.
Let's see if she can do that now. Bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Callis. And almost plays that one from between her legs there, Callis, slightly overbalanced. Still got it up to mid-on with a bit of power, but work still for Yorkshire to do. They're 22 for 2 after 8 overs. Callis yet to get off the mark. Clark has 4. The batters out so far are the 2 important batters, really, from the Warwickshire perspective. They've got Lauren Winfield-Hill for 5 and Jess Jonathan for 9. When that rain was falling in the break, they'd have certainly taken that, you would have thought, Sarah again.
Oh, definitely, and I think it's not just the fact that it's 2 wickets down, it's who those 2 wickets are that's very important for Warwickshire as well. I mean, there's obviously strength and depth in both of these sides, but they're the 2 big ones. If you asked them at the start of the day, who would you like to get out early, I'm pretty sure those would be the names that they would come up with.
The Warwickshire score of 269, built on 94 from Meg Austin and 44 of 19 deliveries from Emily Arlott as Stonehouse begins a new over that's worked away into the leg side. Clark thinks of coming back for the second but can't do so. She's on for 5. That rain that we mentioned reducing the Yorkshire innings to 46 overs and the target down to 260.
Yeah, this line to the left-hander is something that Stonehouse has got right on occasions, and obviously taken that wicket of Johnson, but she's coming slightly wider of the crease to the left-hander, and yeah, perhaps not getting the angle right at all times, but it'd be interesting now to see how she bowls to the right-hander, staying the same side of the wicket, but perhaps angling her run up at a different trajectory to see how she can get that to go perhaps away from the right-handed Callis.
Stonehouse bowls as a swish of the bat outside the off stump. No contact is made by Callis there, just feeling away into this innings.
And Clark coming down the track and mentioning to Callis to keep her eye on the ball there, and say it just went nicely away to the bat, straight into the hands of Nat Wraith.
Taken cleanly by the Warwickshire wicketkeeper, who waits again. Stonehouse bowling. This one is cut away by Callis. That was one invitation too many to play that shot, and Callis has got it right into the gap behind square on the offside. 27 for 2 the total. That was a nicely placed shot to get Stair Callis going.
Yeah, so we're trying to get it to go away, but perhaps not that far away from the back, because that's opened up a really good scoring shot option for Stair Callis there, who's just popped that through between the 2 fielders there for 4 runs. I think that is that Halliday now going back onto the rope.
It is indeed, yeah. The New Zealand overseas player. Stonehouse on away again. Delivers. Brings a defensive stroke from Callis, who was back in orderly fashion. Dot ball that time. In terms of that bonus point target from the Warwickshire point of view, I think they'd have to bowl Yorkshire out for less than 198 with the reduced score. Might be 208, just depending on whether you go from there. Just depending if it's 1.25 times more than your opponent's run rate from what you scored in the 50, or whether it's the revised Duckworth-Lewis 46 over target. But I think it'll be 198, which was the score they made in when they got their 269 from 50 overs. So it'll be 198 in 46 for the bonus point target for Yorkshire is my maths on that. No run from that delivery driven into the offside as Stonehouse comes up again and bowls into the defensive stroke of Callis, who again looked orderly in defence, just feeling away into the innings.
Some good math skills going on from you over there, Mike, getting the calculators out, but these bonus points might come into play, so that this competition is only top 3 go through to sort of a finals day, if you like, and so every point must be counted.
It's all tightly packed. It looks as if Warwickshire will move past Durham one way or another. At the moment, Durham are off for rain, 43 for 1 in pursuit of 357. So it looks unlikely that they will win that game. They may well pick up 2 points from it, but that would still allow Warwickshire, who start the day 1 behind, to go past with or without a bonus point. We've also got Surrey taking on Hampshire, who are in 2nd place in the table. Surrey just outside the eliminator spots with, they made 2-8, but look like they're going to be defeated today as Clark plays into the leg side and finds Perrin at short mid-wicket.
Just before Arlott bowled that ball, Sue Redfern did signal the end of the power play, so because we are reduced overs, we have gone to the end of the power play at 9 overs today. So I'm not sure if Warwickshire have put any more fielders out. I'm just looking underneath me. Yes, they have got 3 out at the moment, sort of all behind the bat for the left-handed Clark.
Good spot, that one. Because, yeah, 46 overs the chase, so the power play comes down as that one drifts down the leg side. It'll be a wide ball. 28 for 2, the board moves on to with the extra. So Hampshire 168 for 4 in pursuit of that 229 against Surrey, so they look well placed. And the other score we haven't given you is Somerset. They're 152 without loss now against Essex, who made 267 in their innings. Bex Odgers has 61 and Sophie Luff is 79 from 66 balls at the moment. And that's bowled. Brilliant little bit of bowling from Emily Arlott. Just getting the ball to tail in, I fancy, to Alice Clark, who was driving at it, didn't connect. And 28 for 3, Yorkshire find themselves in pursuit of a reduced target of 260. And they're in all sorts of trouble here. Clark is out for 5, bowled by Emily Arlott.
Yeah, that's an excellent ball. So just Clark seemed to just play all around it, and it just took the stumps quite convincingly there. I think she's looked steady, Clark, but she hasn't looked like she could score many options, and maybe she's just she's conscious of that, and she's conscious that they do need to get the score ticking over, and she goes for just 5 of 23 deliveries, that is putting Yorkshire definitely behind the rate and behind the 8 ball at this point.
Yeah, when you take that long to get in, you generally have to go on. And Clark just pushing at the ball, really. Do anything about it. It's Arlott's 2nd wicket. Also got Lauren Winfield-Hill out. Getting Clark bowled there for 5. Same score Winfield-Hill got. Stonehouse getting Jonathan caught at backward point by Perrin for 9. So that is why Yorkshire find themselves in a spot of bother with Erin Thomas walking to the crease.
Yeah, Thomas took one good catch to dismiss Katie George in the innings, and I think she was one of the culprits of perhaps one of the drop catches in the Yorkshire innings. But so far, Warwickshire seem to be taking their chances when they come their way.
Yeah, took a good one, did Erin Thomas, to dismiss Katie George. But as you say, another one she couldn't cling on to, so she'll feel she has a little bit to do with the bat. Amy Campbell, of course, in that Yorkshire lineup was here with Central Sparks, as was Sarah Glenn, who's listed on the card I'm looking at 7, so they're the next 2 to come. But it feels a lot of work to do at the moment for Yorkshire, and it's a very good start from Warwickshire. And Arlott bowling like she has a point to prove ahead of her move to Yorkshire at the end of the season.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is Emily Arlott at her best. She's had a good little run with the bat, and she's now coming to the front with the ball as well.
Bowls, and it's driven back to mid-on by the new batter, Erin Thomas. No run on offer. Arlott here bowling to fielder at 3rd, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. You've also got mid-on, short mid-wicket, and then you've got backward square leg and long leg. Here comes Arlott again, in the sunshine in Birmingham. Delivers, and it's driven by Thomas up to mid-on, and no run on offer.
And slightly easier to keep the line now as well with the 2 right-handers, although this is the side of the wicket that Arlott seems to be having issues with, and still scraping away at the front of the crease there where her landing foot is coming down. And yeah, she's very particular as Emily Arlett. She does a lot of things right in the warm-ups and at the board. She needs to get that, feels that she needs to get that foot planted here to bowl it in the right areas.
Delivers to Thomas, who again drives to mid-on. Seems to be a preferred option at the moment to Emily Arlett. Still hasn't brought her a run though. Just feeling her way into the innings.
Yeah, so Arlett 2 for 12 off her, well, nearly on her 5th over here, end of the 5th over. Yorkshire got to be thinking we've done well with this signing.
Wind blowing across as that one is just a little over pitched and played away for 4 runs. Neat stroke to bring Yorkshire to the 10 over mark. They're in a bit of trouble though, 32 for 3. I will leave you with Sarah Ginn, and she will be in the company very shortly of Claire Jenkins, who will pick up the ball by ball commentary.
Yeah, so thank you, Mike. After the turnovers there, I think everybody around here would agree that Warwickshire are in a prime position at the moment as Katie George looks to place her field for Stonehouse and these 2 right-handers. So you've got Stair Callis and Thomas at the crease now. So Stonehouse has been bowling well to the right-hander and bringing the ball across them. Maybe giving a little bit too much width at times, but when she's got it right, she's looked fantastic with the ball in hand. And welcome back, Claire Jenkins.
Thank you very much. Ooh, well, you've done very well here for Warwickshire. 3 wickets as Stonehouse comes in again. Getting a good line there. It's cut off by the captain, Katie George. Was it Katie George? Or was it Caris Pavley?
2 left-handers with blonde hair. It's,
yeah. Some words to the bowling attack. And the captain. Left arm over to right-handed Callis. Takes a swing at that, puts it through. Point, that's a lovely 4 runs to Stair Callis.
Yeah, it's just that width again there from Stonehouse, and that's where Callis is bread and butter there. She loves that shot and she plays it so well. As soon as that ball comes that slightly wide of the crease for her, she's managing to send it away through point backward. For a point cover area there for 4 runs.
Beautifully played, wasn't it? Stroked through there, and as soon as you beat that infield, it's going to run away across those practice strips here at Edgbaston. A little bit of, it's gone a bit overcast, but it's still very pleasant here. Beautiful green at Edgbaston. They're doing a great job to keep this outfield looking pristine as Stonehouse comes in again. Callis tries to find the same gap, but only succeeds in sending it straight to the backward point fielder, and there is no run.
I think we're so used to not seeing any clouds in the sky that we're thinking today is positively dark, but it's actually, the clouds are, there's been a few dark clouds and we did have that spell of rain, but generally it's looking quite nice out there.
We were for lunch, we were in an area with the aircon. Sarah was, I haven't been cold in a long time. Stonehouse comes in again. Callis has to defend that. It's a great line there from Alexa Stonehouse. Yeah, we're enjoying the cold bit over lunch, or you were going to come get your cardy, weren't you?
Yeah, it's a little bit too cold for my liking in there with the air conditioning on. It's nice to see a lot of the members here from Warwickshire. They're obviously getting their lunch at the time between innings, but supporting the women's team here, and there was plenty of interest in the proceedings and what was going on.
There was much discussions over lunch. That's worked backward of square. There is a fielder there who's going to come off the rope, Caris Pavley, and just get the 1 to the total. So 37 for 3. Callis on 9, Thomas on 4. As you were mentioning with Mike that if you'd given Warwickshire a choice of who they'd like to get out first, it probably would be the ones that they've got, really. All top 3 out. So can they continue that? Thomas to face. Squirted backward of square. She didn't really know much about that. I think it was an inside edge that went just between her back and the stumps there, and they get through for a single, but not much of an idea where that was going.
And although you'd say that Callis has played a couple of good shots, you would say that neither of these are set at the crease. So, yeah, Warwickshire will be pleased at the start that they've gone to now. And, I think they'll be changing things up. It looks like Phoebe Brett coming on to have a bit of a bowl. And let's hope that they can continue in this form.
Yeah. So. And also, the win earlier in the season against Yorkshire, Phoebe Brett of England under-19s, and she's been playing out at Worcestershire. She got 2 for 31 in that game and had the best economy, so Yorkshire will not be looking forward to facing Phoebe Brett.
Yes, she's a very good cricketer. She's got a very good sort of stats with the ball. She's come up through the ranks of the Worcestershire Warwickshire. It's a pathway, and a good, lovely sound action, and we'll see it.
Nice dancey action, isn't it? Is it a left arm off spin?
Yeah.
Left arm. The pigtails flying. Thomas just defends that down, and there is no run. It's a nice lyrical action role. She played a bit for Birmingham Phoenix, didn't she? It's a lovely dancey action, almost Hayley Matthews styley.
Yeah, I think she played the last game here against London, my London now, isn't it? Not my London,
yeah.
not
yours.
Not my London, not London Spirit. Yeah, which is the last game which the Phoenix did manage to win.
It's nice for the fans that they finally got a victory. I just feel like they've been vying for the first pick of the draft each year that they've played. As Brett comes in again, shaping to make a big shot there was Callis, but decided to just defend it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yes, they've not had the best of seasons despite their team sheet, and that's swept into the leg side. Davina Perrin's behind it, manages to stop it. They just get the one. It was a big shot and it was a long distance, but they only got the one because it was almost too efficiently hit.
Yeah, she did get away with that a little bit. Dropped that one short, Phoebe Brett, probably just still in that first over, finding her length, but well fielded from Davina Perry on the boundary.
Well, it's because you've got to watch the spin down there as that's dotted down in front of her, and there is no run. Out of the power play now, so the women are allowed 4 outside of the 25-yard circle, 30-yard circle in the men's game. The numbers inside and out are different. 4 for the women outside the 25-yard circle as Brett comes in again. That's dobbed down, there is no run. So now they're allowed 4 out. The men are allowed 5 out. And actually, the men commentators who are doing the sort of top-level stuff have finally worked out that actually that means that for the women's game there is always a gap somewhere. And it kind of looks like the women aren't putting the field positions right, but actually it's just because they're only allowed 4 out. So they've got to sacrifice one of those places that would be covered by a fielder in the men's game.
Yeah, and I presume that rule's in place so that there are higher scores in the women's game, and I think it's some sort of slight nuances with the coaching that actually looking for gaps on the outfield is even more important really in the women's game, because there will be more gaps, and there's always effectively an extra gap to hit if you can do, and if you can go over the infield, all the better. Of course, there's still only two allowed out in the power play in both games, as we've got a change in the bowling.
Mary Taylor, right arm over. Oh, it thumps the pads, sort of hopeful appeal, but that was well outside the line there. Down the leg side, potentially pitching. A dot ball, nevertheless. Yeah, but my concern is that it's to make people hit up and over, isn't it, in the power play to try and get big scores. But when the circle is that much closer, the spaces are so much smaller. So it makes it. I think some ways it's a disadvantage in the women's game, because the tactics would be very different if that circle was at 30 yards. You could play about with the field a lot more. Taylor floats one in, and it's right onto. I shouldn't laugh. Right onto Callis's toe there.
I know how. I'm only laughing. Toe, yeah,
I'm only laughing because I know how painful that is. It's certainly winded last year's Warwickshire and Yorkshire and Netherlands and Birmingham Phoenix player Stair Callis, or Stair Miles Callis, as she must have been entirely on the road for the whole of last cricket season. She seemed to be playing every single day. Dot ball now. She does a bit of gardening, gets a bit of something off the pitch.
Yeah, it's been a busy summer for a lot of these players doing the obviously World Cup as well.
Yeah,
during
World
the summer.
Cup. This summer's been busy as well, as you say. Taylor in again, and that's worked out past point to Hannah Baker. Comes off the rope and they just get a single. Yeah, it's been a busy year, isn't it? The Women's T20 World Cup. Then the first ever women's test match at Lord's. That was glorious, I have to say. I was properly bathing in the glory of that. It was an amazing experience to be there. Of course, the Rachel Hare Flint, bless her, the late Rachel Hare Flint certainly gave good weather for those 4 days of the test matches. Taylor comes in again, goes down the leg side, signalled a wide by umpire Widdop. Yeah, it felt like the weather had been granted by the late Rachel Hare Flint. It was glorious.
Yeah, it was a great few days, and it's so lovely that the weather was on our side, as was throughout the World Cup. Hosting a World Cup in the UK, you always get slightly worried that what's going to come, but
you do. Thomas to face. That's thumped back to Katie George. It's short mid wicket, and there is no run. If you're hearing some noise in the background and you weren't with us the first half, the hotel is going up to our left, and it's going up at some rate. The sort of skeleton of it is already, well, there's about 4 or 5 layers there in already, and then there'll be stands in front of it, the Dennis Amos stand. So they're working away, hence the clanking in the background as Taylor comes in. Thomas takes a little swipe at that, but she went towards the ball, so she's looking accusingly at the umpire. But if you take a swipe at it, you're bringing it into play. So
yeah, I think
the
that
blue
moved
line
away.
Is a guidance. Yeah, it went away afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you do well to leave that alone when your team is 42 for 3.
Well, yes, that's the other point. Yes, well corrected. Mary Taylor flicking her heels up. That's thumped to Alexa Stonehouse at mid-on, and there is no run. Warwickshire frustrating Yorkshire here as turning the tables. This is what had happened in the first innings in some respects. So that's 13 overs gone. Warwickshire needing to keep Yorkshire out of this game. Yorkshire 42 for 3, having lost. Lauren Winfield Hill trapped LBW by Emily Arlott. Clark was bowled by Arlott, and Jess Jonathan was caught parrying off the bowling of Stonehouse.
Yeah, and we talked about Jonathan and Glenn in the first innings with the spin from both ends, really tightening the screw on Warwickshire, and Warwickshire will be looking to do the same here with Brett. You know, she's only gone for 2 off that first over, and hopefully she can keep it tight.
It is. That's squirted through point. Caris Pavley comes around and takes that off the boundary in front of the Hollies. Good throw which rears up at Nat Wraith and just misses Stair Callis on its way back.
Yeah, Warwickshire have opted for keeping pace at the near end here, but they've obviously got the spin options of Hannah Baker, who we've chatted about previously, and Pavley.
Yeah. Got some other options, haven't they? That's knocked forward a point this time. They get through for a single. Another one to the totals. They head towards that milestone of 50. 45 for 3. Callis on 14. Thomas on 6. It's a lovely dancey run up. Left arm around. It's in the air, but it goes past the first fielder. Second fielder picks it up, but they get through for a single. I think Katie George thought she was in there. Fielding at cover. Not quite close enough.
Yeah, Phoebe Brett plays at King's Worcester School, or played at King's Worcester School with Bryony Gilgrass, who's now gone to Essex.
Oh yes, she was on the pathway here, wasn't she?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think she would have got her A-level results last week.
Probably a lot of them, yeah. Another single out to Caris Pavley there off the bowling of Brett. 47 for 3. Oh yeah, It'll be a while before your boys are getting exam results, won't it? Or
no, next summer I've got GCSEs. First.
That's worked into the leg side by Thomas, who chases through for a single. Davina Perrin does the throwback. Next year?
next
Already?
year. Yeah.
Oh,
So if my older
that to
one's
look forward
listening,
to.
what if he's listening? I hope he's done some work today in my absence.
That's Callis putting the ball straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. Meg Austin doing the tidying up there. That's the end of the over. 14 overs gone, and Yorkshire are 48 for 3. Callis 15, Thomas 8.
Of course, the likes of Brett and Gilgrass and others that will be doing their exams, I'm sure that they've combined to play in the cricket. I mean, it's probably more cricket than most would play during the exam period, but I'm very much of the ilk that actually they need to do some sort of downtime. I know cricket's a long sport, but keeping things up during the summer helps mix exams, exam pressure, and takes that away a little bit. Although perhaps not playing a full day the day before your exams, but still mixing some of that for those youngsters who are listening.
Yeah. Good decompress as that's down the leg side, signalled a wide. Because you do some work at Solihull School, don't you?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And you're in charge of all the sports here.
Well, the girls' cricket I'm in charge of. I wouldn't say I'm in charge of any other sports. We've got a lot of good heads of sport across the board that I work for Jane Sixsmith over the winter for the hockey. So she's more in charge of the hockey than I ever will be. But yes, it's a good team there at Solihull School.
Excellent. Right arm over to Thomas, who works that backward of square. There is a fielder there on the 45 who's going to pick that up, and one more to the total. And that's the 50 up for Yorkshire, 50 for 3, and this is just the start of the 15th over. Callis on 15, Thomas on 9. Well, Jane Sixsmith, I umpired her playing for Westmid Schoolgirls for Sutton and for Warwickshire. She then went on to play for England as well. So Jane Sixsmith is a name that I recognise from my hockey days. Callis defends that straight to Davina Perrin, and there is no run. Taylor getting a rhythm here. She goes back to her mark. A few words of encouragement from Emily Arlott. A lot of the bowlers choosing to start not much shy of the 25-yard markers, so Taylor comes in. Callis takes a big swipe but can only really defend that straight to Alexa Stonehouse at mid-on, and there is no run.
I remember playing some club cricket back in the day, and Izzy Wong played at our club then, and she said to me, she's probably only about 14, she said, "This circle's wrong for the fielding circle."
Oh, yeah.
And I said, "Oh, how do you know?" She said, "I know because I know my run-up starts on the edge of the circle." And
That's
she
right.
was right. It was obviously at the men's distance of 30 yards.
Yeah. Always best to check. Callis places that straight to Davina Perrin. The field go as if to cover, but don't need to. Perrin feels the back of her leg. Let's hope that's no portent of anything. Some good thumping from the building site here. Warwickshire chasing a win, which gives them 4 points and will make them leapfrog Durham in the table, providing everything else remains the same. Taylor comes in again, floats one. Oh, Callis does the nutmeg there, playing that between her legs into the leg side. They get through for a single. That was exciting.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that did her for lack of pace. I'm not sure whether she was on it too soon, but it was a nice sort of full, almost Yorker ball there, and she did actually well to dig it out and get to the other end.
Somebody with, invented by Nat Silverbrunt, because they both have great eye to ball coordination. If you can do that, they do practice that. Oh, there's a shout and it's out. LBW. So Thomas falls LBW to Mary Taylor for 9, and Warwickshire have another wicket there. 51 for 4 are Yorkshire, and they are in search of that 260 off the 46 overs that are on offer to them, because we had a rain delay from the lunch break. So 4 wickets down, and I'm going to say thanks to Sarah Ginn, level 4 coach, formerly involved with the Warwickshire Pathways, etc., knows lots of these players from their junior days. And welcome back, Mike Perkins.
Well, if Winfield Hill maybe felt a little hard done by hers, that one was very, very straight, wasn't it, for Erin Thomas there?
Yeah, we're at an angle, so I best not comment.
Smacked her right in front there, and no complaints, I don't think, from the batter. As you say, we are on a slight angle, but it just looked very, very squared up by that one, and it was very full as well, which always helps with an LBW.
Warwickshire bowling has been generally pretty good.
Yeah, it's been very good. I've actually been impressed because I thought it might be the slower bowlers today who do the damage. I'm going to see one of those now in Phoebe Brett, obviously Hannah Baker there as well. They're missing a couple in Millie Taylor and George Davis, who at the start of play we found out would be leaving Warwickshire at the end of the season. So actually the fact the seamers have done the damage is quite impressive, I think.
That was the end of an over, so Phoebe Brett starts again from the Birmingham end. Callis makes a big wind-up, plays a tennis forehand out to Caris Pavely on the point boundary. Throws that back in beautifully, and they only get 1 for that, so 52 for 4 are Yorkshire. Callis on 17, and Campbell, who's a left-handed bat, formerly of Central Spark, so she'll know lots of these players, and certainly the dimensions, etc., of the ground here. She has a little look round at the field, but Yorkshire not only struggling with the wickets down, but also getting some sort of partnership together here.
Yeah, it's the wickets column that's the concern, because the runs are exactly the same at the 15 over mark. Both sides had 52.
Interesting. Left arm over to Amy Campbell is Brett.
But unfortunately for Yorkshire, they are an extra 3 wickets down.
Yeah, chasing that 260 as Brett comes in again. Amy Campbell takes a few steps and launches the ball up and over the field. It's going to plug, possibly, and it does. We saw this happen in the first innings, so it was a big shot. And where it landed, which was only probably about 10 yards in from the rope, just stopped. So it's worth chasing the ball down, because what you might have expected to run, particularly given the dry weather we've had this summer, it's just stopping. There's just enough moisture in the outfield to just stop it going any further. So, yes, frustrating for Campbell, who just gets a 2 there. Might have well have expected 4, having used her feet to get down to that ball. She plays that straight to cover, and there is no run.
Used her feet a little bit to that one as well, but yeah, we have seen a few plug today. I think the thing really costing Yorkshire, though, is probably the catching.
Well, yeah. Lots of ifs and buts, as we mentioned earlier. Campbell launches another one. There is a fielder out there, but it's going to go over her head and onto the hoardings. So you could put the boundary where you like there. That actually hit the fence. That's a big old 6 there from Amy Campbell, formerly of Central Sparks.
I think I agree with you, Claire. I think it's time that the boundaries just go.
Yeah, just put them back. Put them back. Put the 25-yard circle back out to the 30-yard circle, and
just crack on.
Crack on. Get it done.
Because that one.
That wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter where you got the boundary there.
You could have sat somebody in row A, B, or C there, and they'd have had a better chance of catching it than the fielder.
Good point. Excellent point. Well made. Left arm over to the left-handed Campbell, who launches another one, this time up and over this. It's going to go all the way for 6. It is. Sue Redfern signals a big old 6 there. So Campbell's taken a bit of a liking to Phoebe Brett there, Mike.
Yeah, she's come in with, 209 needed. And it appears Amy Campbell's going to go about it in a fairly aggressive manner. She's 14 off 5.
I remember in her Central Sparks days, I remember hearing her interviewed on a podcast, and I think somebody asked her about her fielding and things, and she said, the thing is I get bored. So I don't know if the same applies to her batting, that she doesn't really want to stick around, although you and I watched her, and particularly Abby Freeborn, because I always thought that her and Abby Freeborn in the middle of the Central Sparks innings, I described it as the engine room, because they used to really kind of work well together, left and right-handed combination, etc., and both thumping the ball to all corners. But Yes, Warwickshire want to see the back of their former colleague as soon as possible. So Mary Taylor starts the 17th.
It just feels like Campbell's gone, I'm not going to get there by poking and prodding around here, so I'm going to put back to ball.
Callis to face this one. She has to defend that down straight to the captain, and there is a no run.
She might have looked at what Arlott did late in the Warwickshire innings as well and thought that's the way to go today.
She's certainly not doing it by stealth, and I noticed that Katie George went and literally put an arm round Phoebe Brett at the end of that last over to just say, look, you know, sometimes just someone gets their eye on whatever you're doing with the ball and says, thanks very much, I'm going to smack it up and over.
She might have said, take a rest there.
Yes,
well.
yes, possibly was. Oh, that's got a thump on the pads there for Callis. I think it was probably outside the line, judging from where we are, but we're not at a good angle, as I mentioned earlier. And nevertheless, it's a dot ball. So Yorkshire are 66 for 4, Callis on 17, Campbell on 14, but determined not to be spending a lot of time potentially getting whatever she's going to get. Taylor, number 9 on her back. In again, Callis thinks about several shots but plays it straight down in front of us. A sort of slight pocket there where there ought to be a short cover perhaps, and they get through for a single. Davina Perrin doing lots of running round. She's obviously decided she needs to get her miles in, doing a big circuit there, and the field adjusts for the left-hander.
The LBW of Thomas was Mary Taylor's 13th wicket since, or in this competition, her 13th wicket since signing for Warwickshire.
Very good. Well, last season's Metrobank, she was the best bowling average, but of course she was playing for Hampshire in last year's Metrobank. So, good acquisition from Warwickshire, as are Stonehouse, Surun Kumar, etc. as well. So, Taylor in again. Campbell. Oh, it's gone in the air. It's going over the head of the fielder, and it's another 6. Big 6 backward of square for Amy Campbell. She took a like to that one, and obviously just fell in her arc there.
She's just going to whack it, isn't she?
She's just decided, yeah, no stealth mode today. Emily Arlott, was a big discussion now.
It's going to be
Katie George, Emily Arlott and Mary Taylor deciding what to do. Go.
It's going to be entertaining, isn't it?
It's going to be, Campbell.
It might only last a few more balls, but it's going to be entertaining.
It is. Yep.
Because obviously
Stay
going
watching.
after the spinner, it was like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, she's
But
pace as well
first
now.
ball from the quickie, she put her over back square leg for 6. So
They've put the field back. So in terms of the leg side to Amy Campbell, we've got a backward square, got a deep square, backward square, and a mid wicket. That sort of went underneath the bat then, straight through to the wicket keeper. I think it had much promise with the backswing, but it didn't actually connect very well there. Probably fortunate for Warwickshire.
Didn't hold her shape, did she?
No.
Very well on that one, but
Changed her mind, I think.
just ended up chopping it down into the pitch.
We did. So we've got a deep fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket on the leg side for Amy Campbell.
Deep cover on the off as Taylor bowls.
Yep. Again, not convincing underneath the bat there, but they get a single nevertheless, and the score moves on to 74 for 4 for Yorkshire, and that's 17 overs gone. Yorkshire need another 186 to get to the revised total of 260 off 46 overs. Warwickshire put themselves into bat this morning. Took a long time to get going, but then got to decent total of 270, but we had a rain delay after lunch and overs were shortened to 46, and the total was revised to 260. So that's, if you're looking at the scores thinking it's a bit odd, that's what we're doing now.
Well, brilliant to have 1,700 of you with us. Found the match centre at edgbaston.com or the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page, and chances are, with Amy Campbell on strike, the next few minutes might be quite entertaining here.
I think it is.
Might not be great from a Warwickshire point of view, but
draw up your chair, get your popcorn, and watch carefully.
When you said the arm was round Phoebe Brett, I suspected this might be the case. They're going to try with Hannah Baker here, the more experienced
The
spinner,
Baker
and
bear.
see if Campbell can do it to her.
Right arm over. Oh, straight back to the ball, underneath the bowler. Baker put her hands down, but it went straight through her. She's a slight figure, so it is easy to get through her. And they get a single, and the field adjusts for the right-handed Callis to face the next ball. And Katie George has a quick word with Hannah Baker. Where does she want to field for the right-handed Stair Callis? They will know Stair Callis, of course, from last year and the games that she played for Warwickshire when she was playing Tier 1 Warwickshire, Tier 2 Yorkshire, the Netherlands internationally, and Birmingham Phoenix. Big swipe into the leg side. There is a fielder there who's going to cut that off. Brooke Halliday out there on the rope. Just the single, another one to the total.
Campbell back on to strike.
Yeah.
It's only been 8 balls, or 9 balls now.
It's going to be
It's been
entertaining.
very interesting.
Yeah, 22 off 9 so far. Could be a bit of bish bash bosh here. Yeah, up and over again. They're going to have to chase it. The ball is running the race there. 4 more runs to Amy Campbell. So she moves to 26 off 10. And Yorkshire are 80 for 4. Partnership already at 29 off 15.
Good option that, because if she'd connected with it, she'd have gone down the ground. But and she'd have probably got 6, such as the ferocity of her swing. But because it was thrown wide, she was able to go over the fielders up on the offside.
She was. That's in the leg side this time. And they're going to cut that off. They're not. That's another 4 runs to Amy Campbell. She managed to place that perfectly between the 2 fielders on the Hollies boundary there. Another 4 to the total. 84 for 4. Campbell 30 off 11 balls.
Well, more and more people join us all the time, and I can see why she's got 30 off 11.
They're like, how many is she going to get?
She's,
Fireworks here. Don't let them off at
flying
home,
along.
though. And this dry weather. We've got Amy Campbell to watch. Oh, straight through there.
She's just been beaten all ends up trying to play a sort of proper little prod into the offside. I think I'd just keep going if I was Amy Campbell here.
Yeah, Baker played for Sunrisers Leeds, so the best group stage, best economy. Did well in the 100. Oh, straight through. I think she might have nurdled a bit of bat on that one. Mary Taylor's chasing it. I think he's going to cut it off. She is. So they're going to have to run these. Just the 2 there, just the 2.
No,
it's a bye.
byes.
2 byes.
So that was a missed stumping, really.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over. 18 overs gone. Yorkshire 86 for 4. Callis on 19. Campbell on, and entertaining so far. This could be properly exciting Mundo. 30 off 13 balls. Several 6s already for Amy Campbell. 3 6s for Amy Campbell already. So yes, get a cup of tea and a biscuit and put your feet up and watch Yorkshire, and in particular Amy Campbell.
But a very difficult stumping there, but you probably have to say a missed one.
You're a wicket keeper, so I bow to your greater judgment.
Well, just by the fact that it
It's
beat the
just-
batter and she
yeah.
was out of crease. But yeah, it's a difficult one with her charging down.
It is. And moving about the crease as well. Callis thinks about a single, but Amy Campbell's not having any of it. Well, there's a mad overthrow, and they could have burgled a run potentially, but didn't. As Katie George does a couple of rounders running round. Perhaps they're paying her as captaincy by the yard for how far she can run round.
Not a great reply that. Doesn't look good at Trent Bridge.
Oh yeah.
The Blaze, who made 357.
Mm-hmm.
They're still off
Still off
there
a rain.
with Durham 43 for 1 after 10 overs.
With Durham doing a rain dance, no doubt, in the outfield as Taylor comes in again. Callis rocks back, but manages to just find a little pocket there, which Davina Perrin has to try and cover. In cover, and they get through for a single, chased down, and annoy the field by going left, right.
So I don't think 10 overs would constitute a game on Duckworth Lewis Stern in that one. I'm not 100% certain.
No, I'm sure we'll get some
It
advice.
feels a little bit too few overs, that, to me.
Yeah. So, what's Amy Campbell going to do here? Can Warwickshire Bears set a trap for Amy Campbell. Right arm over to left-handed Amy Campbell. It takes a big swipe, but again doesn't really connect. But they do get through for a single as she just clipped one on the underside of her bat, I suspect, unless we're going to get some sort of signal from umpire Widdop. No, it was bat. Another one to the total.
Hampshire haven't quite managed to chase in time for a bonus point against Surrey, but they are on the verge of victory. They're 227 for 6, chasing in Surrey's total of 228. So 229 for victory.
That's at Guildford, isn't it? We assume that that's pretty dry and small boundaries there, so that's almost over. Taylor comes in. Callis plays that straight to Katie George, but it goes underneath her, so they managed to get a run as Alexa Stonehouse does the tidying up to the wicket keeper. Another one to the total, 89 for 4.
So that's probably relatively good news for Warwickshire, because Durham are a place above them.
Yep.
And would get 2 points if it was rained off to go to 26. And I don't think even if they get back on, they're going to chase the 357. Warwickshire on 23 would get at least 4, so would go 27 and into the 3rd position. And then Surrey wouldn't catch up.
Oh, it's banged in by Mary Taylor. So short ball, but didn't get up. But they managed to get through for a single. Yes, Warwickshire need those 4 points. Leapfrog Durham, put themselves into the eliminator, the one semi-final place that's up for grabs in the week before the finals.
Yeah, so Surrey heading for defeat there. They'd remain on 22, so obviously they wouldn't go past. And Lancashire aren't playing today, so they'd remain on 19. The team that would close the gap would be Somerset.
Okay. Callis. Oh, it's down the leg side. Is this going to be given as a wide, or did it come off something? It's going to be given as a leg bye. 4 leg byes to the total as Yorkshire head towards that potential 100. So they are 90 for 4 at the end of the 19th over. Callis on 21, Campbell on 32 off 15 balls. Their partnership is building nicely as well. They're on 43 as a partnership of 24 balls. And
they would close the gap unless Warwickshire bowl their opponents out and get a bonus point, because Somerset are well on course. Bex Hodges and Sophie Luff have now passed 220 without being dismissed. So 220 for the opening.
Captain Fantastic putting on a big partnership there.
So yeah,
Go Luffy.
220 for the first wicket for Somerset there. They're chasing 267, so they're well on their way.
Baker to continue. Straight back to the bowler, goes down in slow motion and stops the ball. Dot ball. Some sirens go off around Edgbaston. It's a busy old set of roads around the stadium here, down the Persia Road, etc. And the hospital's pretty close, as well as Amy Campbell uses her feet, works that into the leg side. And it's going to be cut off by Meg Austin. They just have the 1 run.
That said, they're going to have to go at 6.5s to get there in time before the 40 over mark for the bonus point. So
is that Somerset?
That's Somerset to get to the Essex total. So they might not get their bonus point, but you would suspect with 10 wickets in hand, they might be quite keen to have a little dip at that.
Yeah, Sophie Luff, as they carrying on her form from the 100, as that's hit down and on its head for no run by Stair Callis. Off the bowling of Baker.
And Durham are back out, and they've lost a wicket. They're 50 for 2 now after 11 overs against the Blaze. It'll be a revised target. They need 227.
Thump of the pads and no run.
And the game's been reduced to 34 overs, so 227 from 34 seems quite difficult.
Tough target. Baker to Callis. Again, dotted down. Yeah, it was in that game Blaze, I gather, Elwys and Catherine Bryce Hart both got 130s, 130 odd. So that was some innings from both of them. As that's played, I tried to play it through Amy Campbell, but it just got a deflection straight to Katie George. So I didn't even get a run off that. That's the end of the over. So 20 overs gone, and Yorkshire are 95 for 4. Callis on 21, Campbell on 33, and I'm going to hand over to Sarah Ginn and leave you in the capable hands of Mike Perkins.
Yeah, reminder here, we're reduced to 46 overs in the Yorkshire chase, so they won't have to get the 270 that they were set. Forgive us if there has been an interruption in transmission at the moment as well. May just be having a slight technical difficulty, but either way, 46 overs now to get 260 for Yorkshire. Amy Campbell's little enterprising innings here is threatening to put them back in contention here, Sarah, again.
Yeah, it's been interesting 5 overs to watch from the other side of the comms box here. Yeah, Amy Campbell's gone straight away from ball 1 really, and has sort of turned the tables a little bit here. As Brett coming from changing ends here, she's tossing the ball up, looking around at her field, and she's coming in to the left-handed Amy Campbell, who's using her feet again and driving that for no run into the outfield there. But yeah, she just came in with sort of a no fear good intent and went for it really. And Brett left arm over, and that's just popped up a little bit there. Oh, and there's a misfield. Someone looks like they've pulled up in the field a little bit there. Yeah.
That's a slight worry we had technically has been resolved.
Okay, good
It was
news.
just a slight little sound thing.
And Brett back into Campbell after those 2 runs of that misfield. Just hit it up in the air here. Is this going to be caught? And it is, and she is out. So that cameo from Amy Campbell has come to an end there with a great catch. Kind of, I think that fielder started off at fine leg and ran around there to take that ball. And so this exciting little spell from Amy Campbell comes to an end, and she is dismissed for 35 off 19 balls.
Yeah, and she hit 2 sixes off Phoebe Brett when Brett was bowling from the Birmingham end, and the switch of ends seems to have helped Brett. It's a tough little catch coming round on the move there. It was up for a long time. One the fielder would expect to take, but the fact she has is very, very useful indeed, because Amy Campbell was just threatening to get Yorkshire back into this chase there, and she's been dismissed for, I think it's fair to say, an enterprising 35 in the end. But really Yorkshire needed that to go on for a period of time. She's kind of, I suppose in some ways, matched the quick-fire Arlott contribution, but they're going to need somebody to really bat from here.
Yeah, it was a different situation in the game, wasn't it, when Arlott came in, because it was later on in the innings with a few wickets to spare. But there's obviously still wickets in hand here, but they could have, Yorkshire definitely could have done with Campbell hanging around at the crease for a while longer there. And it's brought Sarah Glenn to the crease here. Phoebe Brett coming back over the wicket to the right-hander. Brett into Sarah Glenn, who goes back first ball. Didn't quite read that, be fair to say. Just went back and got sort of a bit of an inside edge on it, and it was no run. So I think that was Brooke Halliday with the catch there, was it? I'm not sure. The
scorers have got it as unknown at the moment, which is why I've not committed to it just yet, but I think you might be right.
Oh, that's a great ball there from Brett, straight into the hands of Nat Wraith. And Glenn looking to get off the mark there, but actually it's missing that delivery, going back to the slow left arm of Phoebe Brett. So Brett to Glenn again, and there's an appeal for LBW, and it's given not out. But it's a good start for Brett as well. A good sort of recovery from Brett, coming back on from the near end here, and a good few deliveries at Sarah Glenn to end the over as well.
Yeah, just got one to grip and go away there to Glenn, having got the wicket, the important wicket of Campbell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Brooke Halliday. As I say, the scorers haven't confirmed that just yet, but that was my view of the catch. He was the one at short third, and as I say, it was an important one because Campbell was going well, having hit 2 4s and 3 6s, and 2 of those 6s were off Phoebe Brett.
Yeah, she'll be pleased that she won that battle at the end there, and brings Hannah Baker staying in the attack to Callis, and that's well fielded in the covers for a single.
So 25 overs of this chase remaining now for Yorkshire.
As Glenn's taking her guard, looking around the field for those deep fielders. So Hannah Baker's got her deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and it's another dot ball to Glenn there. Glenn is one of those players, it's fair to say, that does like to score as well, likes to get off the mark. She's 0 from 4 at the moment. You can see her trying to desperately get these balls away here. Baker comes back in, Glenn hits that to the leg side, and she will get off the mark with that shot just for a single into mid wicket.
It was a chase at Trent Bridge in the Central Sparks days, where she came in and played a very important cameo towards the end, hitting some sixes.
Baker rolling to Callis, takes a big swing there, and that's beaten the cover fielder. And will the other fielder get round here? Yes, she's quick there, isn't she? So that's I think that's Pavley out there, and that's just well, went for 2 in the end for Callis.
Yeah, quick round from Pavley, did well. That's the 100 up.
Yeah, 101 for 5 of 21.4 overs. It's another shot into the covers for Callis, fielded by Pavley for 1. I think it's more important now at this point, though, that the wickets have fallen, Mike, because yeah, they are 5 down Yorkshire at this point, although they've passed that 100 mark, and the run rate is decent after that spell from Campbell. And that's a single again for Glenn out to this deep cover point fielder.
Yeah, you might fancy this 158 as a sort of 20 over chase or so. It'll be a few less than that by the time they get to the 20 over mark, but the issue is that wickets column. That's going to make it very, very difficult for them, because they won't be able to take quite the same risks you might be able to take in the T20 game.
Yeah, and I think obviously with Callis starting to get set, she is a capable batter, but she does need support from the other end, and Glenn can hit the ball. She just needs to play herself in a little bit here, and then perhaps go out. But yeah, and as you said, the risks at this point with 5 down should be slightly more minimal. It's Brett to Glenn, and that's through the covers. Jason cut that off nicely by Hannah Baker for 1 run.
What they will know, though, is the longer they can keep, so the rate's around 7s at the moment, and the longer they can keep it around there, the deeper the game goes, the more that they come into it, and the more that they become favourites.
Brett to Callis for no run. That's just played to the 3rd area to Brooke Halliday.
In fact, 6.5 at the moment, the required rate. So if they can keep it there and get, say, towards 10, 8 overs to go, something like that.
And that's another shot into the mid-wicket area by Stair Callis. Didn't hit that entirely cleanly, but again, getting a run every ball this over so far, just ticking the scoreboard over.
But it's the keeping it there bit
Yeah.
that's going to be the challenge.
Slightly shorter from Phoebe Brett there, and Glenn has played that behind square. There's a chase on, and she'll come back for 2 runs. Yeah, they've had some overs where it looks favourable, and others where it hasn't. But there's that innings from Campbell where she hit those 6s. I think has brought the run rate down again, but it's still quite a tricky chase from here.
Absolutely.
Oh, and that is going to go away. No, that's just cleared the mid-wicket fielder, but Pavley round just to cut it off for 2 runs. Thought that was going to be close then, but I think it was well over the head of the fielder there in mid-wicket.
Yeah, it just tempted them, didn't it? Just for a moment.
Brett. Tosses the ball up. In she comes to Sarah Glenn. Again, a little bit shorter, but just patted back into the bowler's hand for no run. And to finish the over, Yorkshire are 109 for 5 of 23.
But yeah, as I say, if they can keep the rate about where it is now, between 6s and 7s, and still have it there with sort of 10 overs to go, 8 overs to go, something like that, Yorkshire will, at that point, start to become the favourites. But it's keeping it there that's going to be the challenge over these next few overs. They've got a chase of 46 overs today, needing 260, so another 151 from here. And having lost your 5 wickets for 109, that starts to look very, very difficult. Stair Callis really feels the key wicket now.
Oh, definitely, and so she is the set batter, and she has got a lot of shots in her armoury, and she's going at perhaps a run every couple of balls at the moment, but we know that she's capable of more than that, and she can hit the ball well, and so she's shown snippets of it in this innings so far, but it'd be nice to see her to take this from a Yorkshire point of view. Nice to see her take this forward. Obviously, Warwickshire will be hoping for something quite different as the players and umpires take a drink. So we're probably just about we are the halfway point now of this reduced over chase. So 23 overs gone, 23 remaining. For those of us who are supporting Warwickshire today, Warwickshire women, there is actually going to be a celebration, Mike, of Warwickshire women on the 3rd of September.
So I've heard, yes.
Yes, that's going to take place here at Edgbaston. If you look on the Warwickshire CC website, I know that there's a form that you can sign up to come along to that day, and that's going to be a celebration right the way back to the early days of Warwickshire women's cricket, through the Central Sparks era, and back into the Warwickshire women eras now. And there's I think many people will be attending in that, and
it'll be right back to that first game that they played against an Australia touring side, won't it?
I think it's 1930, 35, 36, something like that. And obviously going into then the kind of 90s, 2000s, where there was other games played, competitive games, and then right up to the modern era, if you like. So they when the county cricket, we went to the Central Sparks, but Warwickshire still played some T20s in the county cricket games then, and then say right back up to the present day, where we've now got a professional Tier 1 women's side at the ground here at Edgbaston.
In pursuit of that bonus point, Somerset have now lost a wicket. Sophie Luff out caught by Gardner off the bowling of Grucock for 103 off 96 balls. Hit 11 fours in that innings, did Sophie Luff. Bex Hodges is still there, 117 off 112 balls. And Corney's gone out to join her. Looks as if they're going to struggle to get to that bonus point. They're going to need 23 off the next 3.3, although wicket's not an issue for them. So a little bit of something in that one. Hampshire have already won by 4 wickets, defeating Surrey. Good result, that one, for Warwickshire, it feels, with Surrey starting a point and a place behind Warwickshire today. And obviously then we've got this game here, which is looking to be going in Warwickshire's favour, although 151 now required from the remaining 23 overs. Does give Yorkshire a little bit of a chance if they can just keep going. And the final game taking place today, the Blaze made 357 for 4 from 50 overs. There was rain then, and that has left Durham chasing a reduced target. They need another 194 from their remaining 19.1 overs. They are on 83 for 3 at the moment in the 15th over of what seems an unlikely chase, but you never know in those shortened games. Strange things can happen.
Yeah, it does change the perspective a little bit when the overs are reduced. Obviously reduced before they start the innings rather than as they're carrying on through it. As Baker comes into Callis, rocks back, misses that ball that goes through to Rafe. So yeah, they know the target they are chasing from the start. But
well, no, they were 43 for 1 at 10 and then went off.
Yeah.
So they have had a little interruption. So they've sort of had 5 overs since their resumption.
It's a little bit too short from Baker there, but I think she's got away with it as Callis tried to pull that to the leg side, but perhaps didn't get hold of it as cleanly as she could. And again, we've not been working out games for Duckworth Lewis for quite some time this season.
Thankfully not.
It's Baker to Callis, who swings nicely through the ball, and that's dived over a little bit in the covers, but it's gone through to Pavely for 1 run.
It's not on the board at the moment, which always gives you confidence that they think we're going to see the remaining overs through to 46 if we have to here.
Yeah, there's not as much detail as some grounds on the board here today, but obviously we've got the vital things that we need. So Glenn, 7 off 10. Yeah, and that's just drifted down the leg side for a wide from Hannah Baker. Yes, it's very clear where the score is and everything else, but we haven't got some. I think it's when we're at New Road, there's a lot of information on the scoreboard there, and it's quite hard sometimes to find the item that you need. As Baker into Glenn, who just rocks back and knocks that behind square on the leg side to Davina Perrin for 1 run. Warwickshire looking quite buzzy and active in the field at the moment. See moving the field slightly for Stair Cladis now for her to be on strike. Baker with her very effective leg spin puts that one fuller to Callis, who rocks back and sends it down to Pavely at deep cover for 1 run.
Yeah, so I make the Durham chase 277 off 34. Which seems a challenge, I have to say.
Sounds like a challenge, definitely. So Baker to Glenn. He's got down on one knee and swept that. Davina Perrin's very quick in the field here. She's coming round and she stopped it easily, you'd have to say, in the end there. Throw that back in for 2 runs. And that is the end of the over. And Yorkshire are 115 for 5 off 24.
So Warwickshire still seeming in control. They'll sort of probably want, what, another wicket in the next 6, 7 overs, something like that. They'll just want to knock another one off just to, and ideally they'd like it to be Stair Callis, because that's the factor in this game at the moment.
Yeah, you'd have to say that if they did get the wicket of Callis, you'd feel that they're very much on top of this game. As Brett comes in for her 6th over. Slow left arm. Oh, and so that's a good start if that's her intention this over. Callis not timing that one at all and not getting anything on it, but going straight through into the gloves of Nat Wraith behind the stumps. Brett. Callis is taking a big swing. Is this going to clear the field? I think this is going to go for 4. That's a great shot down the ground by Callis there for 4. Over the head of mid-on and 2 bounces to the boundary to bring up her, so 4 more runs to the Yorkshire total.
Well placed, that one. Knew the fielder was up in the ring. Knew if she could get enough on it, there was 4 runs on offer, and that's how it turned out.
Callis moving her feet again, getting that just a point fielder for no run. Yeah, she's obviously knows where a field is. Any young cricketers watching, it's very vital that you know where these fielders are mid-on, mid-off, being up or back is a great sign of where to place the ball. Callis swinging again. Said that she knows where the fielders running round. Stonehouse didn't make it then, and that's gone for another 4 to over the top of mid-off and 2 bounces again. Alexa Stonehouse running round from now the long on position, but not quite getting there in time, and that's another great shot from Stair Callis.
That's a classic example of what you're saying, knowing where the fielders are, because the long on fielder had gone back, but the mid-off fielder was still in, so she went over the top of mid-off that time.
And it rocks back and misses that one for no run.
I think Callis will actually be disappointed. I think her next task is to try and dissect these fielders at backward points. There's 2 of them there.
Brett to Callis. She's gone. Oh, she hasn't dissected them, but she's taken the chance on the run there. And Glenn quickly through to the single Yeah, we see this quite often at the moment, don't we? The kind of two backward point fielders, and it's difficult to get it through and you're going on the back foot, and you definitely don't want to put it on the up if it's quite close to your body and you're trying to cut there. But yeah, they still managed to get through for a single there, Yorkshire, to end the over, to bring the score to 1-2-4 for 5 off 25. Callis is on 37 off 54 balls, and Sarah Glenn is on 10 off 12.
But I think that Callis knew it'd be very difficult to bowl full again at her, having gone down the ground twice. So she sort of knew where it was going to be, and she kind of knew if she got a little nick past the keeper, she was still probably going to get 4 for it as well. So it was worth targeting.
So Baker continuing her spell. Callis just nipping that behind square on the leg side for 1 run. Yeah, it's having these plans for when you do get hit, especially as a spinner, and looking at where you want to target the ball.
I'm going to leave you in the company of Claire Jenkins, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Mike. So Baker into Glenn. She'll pop that into the point field of Phoebe Brett. Flow is slightly wayward, but they're not interested in a second run, so it's just the single there to Glenn. I think just checking that Phoebe Brett's not injured herself throwing this ball in here, as the physio runs out again. Sort of slipped as she picked up the ball there and threw it in. So I thought the throw was slightly wayward, but I think that might have been because she's hurt herself as she's thrown it. This is not a nice sight to see. I hope that Phoebe Brett's okay here. She's currently down on the floor. And welcome back, Claire Jenkins.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, I missed the end of Amy Campbell's entertaining innings. We just take the attention away from the injured player for a moment. That was very enterprising, was it not?
Yeah, some lovely shots in there, and I think it was a shame to see her go, but from a Warwickshire point of view, they'd be very pleased. She didn't quite time the one that got her out. She got caught out, to a shot that perhaps early on in the innings, or another shot that would have perhaps gone for 6, but it was just a top edge, and then she was caught out.
Oh. So 35 off 20 is not bad though. 2 4s and 3 6s. 22 minutes. Pretty good.
Yeah, as the players take a short drink here, and so we can still hear the noise of the building site. It's coming on 5 p.m. I wonder if how late they continue over here, Claire, because they're still very much
working. Or they're making a noise. Perhaps they just sat somewhere, just banging something, so it sounds like they're working. Do you think?
Well, when I came to a 100 game, there was quite a few of them with their Phoenix flag standing on the over here and supporting the game. There was less of the noise and the construction. But yeah, I don't know whether they had to stop during the games of the 100. They didn't appear to be working, but a couple of them definitely snuck in to have a watch. There's quite a good vantage point up there, so it's going to be nice when you've got yourself a room there, or to watch the game, or to just stay in the hotel. And it's I think it'd be an interesting place to stay.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, as you mentioned, quite a few of the grounds have got hotels attached to them. And I think about Old Trafford, there's a couple of hotels there. Southampton, they have a hotel as well. But because these venues, just having cricket is not going to be sustainable over a long period, and you have to make them viable for conferences and hotels and various other events and things to keep the money coming in, to keep them going, because they're expensive places to maintain, etc.
Yeah, it looks like
she's going to make her wake.
It looks like she's
limping off
the field there, unfortunately.
Suran Kumar's on as 12th. She's not she's a very handy fielder to bring on as 12th, and she's a brilliant fielder. Well, good all rounder, but handy fielders. Brett's taking some attention just in front of the Hollies there from the physio.
As Baker to continue her over. Stoke Ellis playing that down. Suran Kumar straight in the game from ball 1.
Welcome to the game.
Yeah, there she goes. And that was a dot ball in the end, and well fielded after initial juggle there.
Yeah, straight in.
Callis on strike, looking to be positive, and she has, as discussed, dissected those 2-point fielders, and that is going to run away through backward point for 4 runs. That was slightly fortuitous, but got to the boundary nevertheless.
As you mentioned earlier, just before I came on, that if Warwickshire could choose, I guess they'd really like Stair Callis out. Stair Callis, meanwhile, would like to get to her 50 since she's on 42 at the moment. So who's going to win that battle?
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen, but batting quite confidently at the moment. Just defending that one off Hannah Baker for no run. So Callis played a lot of cricket last year, as we've discussed, but
yeah,
also
a lot of cricket. Ooh.
Seems to be allegiance much more to Yorkshire this year. Now they're in Tier 1. She hits that nicely through the covers, and the chase on for Paverley there to try and stop that ball. And she's done well with the dive to just keep it. Are they going to run a third? No, they're just sticking for the 2 runs there to Callis to take her on to 44 at the end of the 26th over. And Yorkshire are 132 for 5.
It's a good gymnastic stop there from Caris Paverley on the boundary, saving some runs there. And Yorkshire need another 128 to win after that. Before that delivery, it was 130 versus... They'd got 130, but they needed 130, so they were kind of halfway stage, if you will.
Yes, an enforced change at the bowling here, obviously with Phoebe Brett going off injured. But it does bring another spin option to the crease in Paverley, who will be also bowling left arm, and she's going to mark her run-up before we start here. And yeah, it's a shame for Phoebe Brett. Just trying to see if she's. I think she looks like she's just walking around with the physio. It might be
gingerly.
Yeah, she's. I mean, she's up on her feet and walking around. So let's just hope that that's nothing too serious for her. So a good young prospect took part in the 100, and a young prospect here for Warwickshire women. As is Paverley. So you know, just a change to another good quality young spinner here. It's Paverley into Glenn for her first ball of the innings. Glenn rocks back, sends it through to backward point for 1 run.
Babby's been doing well with the old catches as well in the field, so she's before today started, she was 5th in the most catches in the Metro Bank with 6 catches.
She's a very good fielder, and she's been covering some ground today already. She's out on that square leg boundary. She's in now. Just there, Callis, who's on 44 of 59 balls. Slightly wide there, but it's done well at that backward point position to go for no run.
Because Caris Paverley and Davina Perrin called up to the England squad and will play in the 3 ODI series against Ireland in September. It's quite a quick series. It's the week that follows the bank holiday, so they'll both have a chance to cover themselves in glory, hopefully.
It's Paverley back into the right-handed Callis, a little bit fuller, better delivery, and no run to Davina Perrin. Of course, they will know the Irish coaches well when they.
Yes, it's the former Central Sparks
coaching team
crew,
that will be with the Irish women who were over at the World Cup and this summer. Lauren Tennant and Dominic Osler working there. Paverley to Callis, who's hit that backward. Is that going to go? That has gone for 4 runs. I would say a good, strong shot from Callis, slightly behind square on the offside to take her through to 48. Just waiting for the scoreboard to change. 48. There we go.
Yeah.
And the score is on to 137 for 5.
What shot is she going to choose to try and get this 50 off Caris Paverley?
Well, we've got a long on and a mid off. We know that she can go over the top, but at the moment Paverley's given her a little bit of width, and she's hitting it more towards this offside where those 2-point fielders are currently in situ.
Back at a square, reverse.
Yeah. She's just defended that ball for no run. Just biding her time, Stair Callis here. I think she knows that if Yorkshire are to win this game, it would need her to be still probably at the crease or at the crease to the mostly through the game. She is their more main batter still in now at this point of the game, where they are 137 for 5 with 19 overs and 1 ball remaining.
Katie George has plugged that gap with herself at fine leg.
So Paverley was well fielded there by Meg Austin at that backward point position, but she still gets through for a single to end the over and retain the strike. So Callis is now on 49 of 64 balls, supported by Sarah Glenn, who is 12 of 14 balls. Yorkshire are 138 for 5 of 27 overs.
And they still need another 122 to win this game. You've got to say Warwickshire in the box seat, but yeah, I think you make a good point. I think if Callis can keep going, they can use her as the anchor and bat around her, can't they, to try and get to that total.
Yeah, I mean, she still needs the support, obviously, at the other end, but Sarah Glenn going nicely at the moment, sort of hasn't had much of the strike in the last few overs, but Callis is probably happy with the way she's been going so far. So 1 more run needed to bring up her 50. She's looking around the field now as Hannah Baker comes in. She's hit that straight to mid-off for no run.
Emily Arlott.
Yeah, of all the people with the only hitting over the top, you need
Yeah,
your
don't-
tallest fielders at mid-off, and it's a good position for Arlott that seems to make it her own there. And so if anyone's going to catch it, it's going to be her. As Baker comes back over the wicket to Callis, who's taken a quick single here.
Oh, Surun Kumar couldn't
Kumar.
quite reel that in, could
And
you?
that is Callis's 50 of 66 balls. So she will be pleased with her contribution to this game so far. But I think she knows that that's not it's not done, and she needs to push on from here on in.
Yeah, brilliant innings for Stair Callis. 50 off 66 balls. And that was 6 fours, and she's taken 86 minutes with that. So
As that brings Sarah Glenn to strike to Baker, and there's no run as it goes into the hands of the captain, Katie George, at mid-wicket.
you mentioned 1 or 2 of the players of Warwickshire had gone through Worcestershire. Well, Sarah Glenn has as well, hasn't she? She played a season at least for Worcestershire.
Oh, and that's well bowled by Hannah Baker there. Yeah, there seems to, if you look at it, lots of players have played for more than one county. Probably lots of different colour kit in their wardrobes. And now with the 100 as well, playing for all these different teams. It's Baker into Sarah Glenn. I think, I'm not sure yet. Would you think there was a miss stump in there?
No, it was nearly. It was a
Yeah.
nearly, wasn't it?
And
Nearly lots of things.
Callis having a quick
Yeah,
word with
just to
Sarah
calm
Glenn here,
down.
just to keep her head over the ball, especially watching the spin and the turn from Hannah Baker here.
Yeah, spin bowler to spin bowler.
Yeah, she comes in for a final delivery of the over, and Glenn hits that for no run to Taylor there at backward point to finish the over, and that's 28 overs gone, 139 for 5.
Yorkshire still need 121 to win. 18 overs to get them in.
So just going back to what we just said about lots of players playing for different clubs and different counties. We've seen that in the 100, especially this year. There's a lot of movement around, and it is quite tricky as a youngster, I think, to try and find who you want to support and where your favourite. Do you follow your favourite player and move clubs, or do you stay with your local club and your local team? And it's a. So I think we said earlier about the Phoenix only had 1 player on the pitch that was the same as the year before, and it does make it slightly tricky. Gavis Paverley playing for London Spirit this year, and Davina Perry staying with the Phoenix, but and then they're both on the pitch together today for Warwickshire women. It's Paverley into Callis, who hits that to a backward point fielder for no run.
I think because you and I think of the 100 as a sports and a cricket fan, and I think we kind of need to free that thinking a little bit, because there are people who just like the 100 and they don't really mind who's playing. which is sort of alien to you and I because we're used to kind of picking a team or picking a player or whatever.
Pavely to Callis, who rocks back, puts that again into the hands of Meg Austin at the backward point position. Well, I've been to the finals day, Claire, for 5 out of the 6 years, and I haven't seen Birmingham Phoenix play once, and I've still had a very enjoyable day.
But you've seen lots of people in Birmingham Phoenix shirts.
Yes,
even
watching the final.
They just want to watch the 100 because they just like the 100 and the sort of steadiness of knowing that it's going to be on the telly every day for a month.
Pavely into Callis. He's got that through now, through the legs of Surev Fern at point for 1 run.
Come on, you're not looking into the sun. Keep your eye on the ball. Get out of the way. In a bloody way. Umpire. God, you can't trust them, can you?
So the 100 was definitely a spectacle this year. The finals day, you had Ella Eyre playing at the half-time way through the game, and it's it always is. Fortunately, the women's game perhaps wasn't quite as exciting as it could have been, but the men's one got quite close at the end, and I think the whole day is eventful. But yeah, I would like to see my team get there at some point.
Yes, it is a bit of a bang in your head on a brick wall.
Into Glenn, and that's through cover. There's a chase on here.
Brooke Halliday cutting that off.
Halliday chased that nicely to keep that for 2 runs.
Yeah, what strikes me about those finals days is that if you look along, families are turning up and they've all got different shirts on, and none of those shirts are the teams playing on the pitch because they just love the 100, which is.
Of course, there's been a change of a lot of the shirts this year as well.
Yeah, lots of shirt changes. Yeah.
It's Beverly to Glenn, who uses her feet nicely, sends that to the point fielder, but just to the right of her so they can scamper through for a single.
The partnership is 46, so Warwickshire will want to break this as soon as they can. 46 off 50 balls.
You think that they're still in the hot seat here, Warwickshire, but they just could do with that wicket to just change the dynamic of this game from where it is at the moment. It's Pavely into Callis, who hits that nicely down the ground, but only as far as Stonehouse in that long on position for 1 run. And after 29 overs, the score is 144 for 5. Mike's got the binoculars out.
I know. I don't know what he's looking at. It's
looking, spying on someone.
Intently across the ground. He's a secret. He's not even going to tell us. Yorkshire need 116 to win.
Hannah Baker keeping it nice and tight from this end here. She's bowled 6 overs so far of her spell, and gone for 32 runs. So she came on to replace Phoebe Brett at the far end, and then Brett swapped ends before unfortunately she went off with a slight injury. Don't have any update, and I believe she's not back. I'm trying to see if she's back on the field.
Perhaps that was what Mike was spying on.
Yeah, maybe.
We don't know, do we?
I think she might well be back in the point area here.
Oh yeah, back on the pitch.
Yeah, so that's good news for Warwickshire, because she does still have overs remaining.
Yeah, well, yes. Good news that she's back on the pitch and able to play.
And we actually have a bowling change. Emily Arlott coming back into the attack to try and get this breakthrough. She's bowled 5 really good overs so far, just going for 16 runs and taking those 2 wickets. So she had Lauren Winfield Hill out LBW and bowled Alice Clark as well. And so she comes to Callis now. Oh, and that's a good appeal for LBW, and it's given first ball, and that is the breakthrough that Warwickshire wanted. Stair Callis out, LBW for 52 off 70 balls, and what a good bowling change from the standing captain, Katie George, to make at this point in the game.
Yeah, really, we were saying that the Stair Callis innings was going to be a key one, and if she could stay in, that certainly Yorkshire would have more hope, and she leaves us for 52 off 71 balls. She's spent over an hour and a half at the crease, and she's hit 6 fours, so it was looking like a key innings, Yorkshire having lost early Lauren Winfield Hill and Alice Clark, and even early Jess Jonathan, so their 3 top batters were out 5, 5 and 9. Callis at 52 has played a key part in this innings of 144 for 6 so far. And we're now going to see Beth Langston, former England player, come to the crease.
As we also see that Brooke Halliday has now come off the field, so Surin Kumar's back in. So we saw Halliday during her batting innings holding her leg, and the trainer came on. I hope that this isn't a bad thing, and she's just taking a little break from the pitch for other reasons. So these injuries picked up with so much cricket going on at the moment, you hope that this is just a temporary measure. But Surin Kumar back on the field again. So Phoebe Brett thankfully back in, and Surin Kumar taking the place of Brooke Halliday at mid-on. As Claire mentioned, Beth Langston, there's a new batter at the crease. And I think that was probably a wise move to not scamper through for a quick single there.
I wouldn't be taking a quick single with Katie George that close in.
No, I definitely think that was the right move there. So Langston remains on strike to Arlott. It's coming right out over the wicket. And that's just nipped off the legs of Langston. A chase on for Nat Wraith as the rest of the team run into the stumps as coverage. Katie George taking it not very cleanly there. And it was a run, I think, wasn't it? Yes, it was a run to get Langston off the mark.
So, still need another 115 to Yorkshire. Arlott, as you say, bowling well. 3 wickets already.
She's had a good day today so far.
Yes.
As the sun comes back over the ground, we see the shadows forming again. The clouds are dispersing somewhat, and it's going to be, I think, a lovely evening here at Edgbaston. Arlott into the right-handed Glenn, who rocks back, sends that through to third, but Mary Taylor picks that up nicely for just 1 run again.
Please remember to press the thumbs up button to help other people find us as we get to the pointy end of this game here at Edgbaston Metro Bank One Day Cup. Warwickshire put themselves into bat, now trying to seek wickets against Yorkshire.
Arlott to Langston, just plays that down into the ground for no run. Yeah, you do think that this is Warwickshire's game from here, but so it was a good knock from Callis, but she did need to stay in longer and take them into the latter stages of this game. But she was well dismissed from Emily Arlott's first ball back in her spell. It's into Langston. She's played that off her legs, and there's no run to finish the over. And Yorkshire are now 146 for 6 off 30 overs. And I'll hand you back over to Claire and Mike.
Yeah, you're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer, and you will shortly hear the voice of Mike Perkins.
Hello.
Hello. And you were listening to Sarah Ginn, who is a level 4 coach and been involved with the Warwickshire Pathways in the past. Hello, what have you made of all this then,
I
Mike?
thought at 25,
Yeah.
if I come back at 30 and Callis and Glenn are still batting, that's the point Yorkshire become favourites.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Fair point. Well, no.
So, for me, Warwickshire's still slightly ahead here, and it helps that Emily Arlott is
On form.
playing like a woman possessed, 44 of 19 with the bat, and she's done well with the ball as well. It's going to be Karis Pavley, though, to try her luck from the pavilion end here. And bowls a flat left-arm orthodox delivery that's pushed out to Davina Perrin for 1 run, 147 for 6. Yeah, Arlott now figures of 6 overs, 18 for 3 with the ball to go with that 44 off 19. So she is very much giving a taster to her future employers who have signed her on a 3-year contract at the end of this season. As Pavley approaches again and bowls a ball that's very awkwardly defended by Beth Langston there. I don't quite know if she knew what she was doing there,
No,
but she kept it out.
It was almost like trapping a hockey ball more than a cricket ball with a cricket bat.
Langston does have phenomenal experience, and she does know how to use that bat when given the opportunity. So Yorkshire not out of it, but their task has definitely got more difficult now. Callis is out, prodded into the offside by Langston, who is forward and picks up a single. 148 for 6.
It sort of feels like one of these two batters is going to have to take the aggressor role as well too.
Well, that's the thing, isn't
getting
it?
some boundaries to take the pressure off them for the run rate.
Glenn's only got 17 here to her name. She put on 47 with Callis off 52 balls, and that has given Yorkshire a sniff here. Reminder they're chasing in 46 overs, a total of 260, as this one's cut away into the offside. Again, only one run on offer to Glenn. Moves on to 18, 149 for 6. The other thing I was contemplating is how do we use sort of count back to the Warwickshire innings, because obviously we lost 4 overs, so it's not really a direct comparison. But I would say the 31 over mark plus the 4 is probably the equivalent of the 35 over mark. So I'll let you know where Warwickshire were at that point after this delivery, or these 2 deliveries from Pavley. The first of them is cut away to Suran Kumar, who is out on the point boundary, and another single's taken. The 150's up, 150 for 6.
150.
I can tell you the Warwickshire score was in excess of 150.
Ah, okay.
So I'll give you that much for clue.
Yeah, heads up.
Here comes Pavley again. Remember, Arlett's innings was still to come at this 35 over point as well. That's another factor, as this one again is cut out to Suran Kumar, who's been busy in this over, out on the cover boundary. Returns again, 151 for 6. 31 overs gone. If you add the 4 overs on that we lost, I think that's a fair comparison to where Warwickshire were at the 35 over mark. 154 for 2. And it was the second of those blocks of 5 overs where they scored more than a run a ball as well.
Yeah, interesting comparison, isn't it?
The only one where they didn't was between 40 and 4 from drinks onwards. The only one they didn't score at more than a run a ball was between 40 and 45, where they only managed 23. But then they went from 213 up to their 269 from there. So obviously the last 5 were the
exciting
was the
ones.
biggest set of 5 overs in the innings. Anyway, in comes Arlett, who was a big part of that acceleration towards the end, and Glenn jabs it away out into the offside for another single. 152 for 6. Yorkshire seem happy with singles at the moment, but they're going to need something more flamboyant at some point. They're just, it seems at the moment, trying to take this game deep.
They still need 108, so it's still well over a run a ball.
Here comes Arlett again. Balls to Langston this time. He's on the cut. Oh, that's down. Well, the Warwickshire catching has been a lot better so far than the Yorkshire catching. Yorkshire, I think, put down 7 or 8 in the end. Well, Phoebe Brett there puts one down for Warwickshire. Perrin and Halliday have taken catches to dismiss Jonathan and Campbell, but that one really should have seen the back of Langston, who waits again for Arlett. Goes on the pull this time into the leg side. That's a better option. Chasing round is Hannah Baker. Picks it up. Will return the ball into Arlett for the loss of another 2 runs. 154 for 6 the total moves on to.
Baker and Suran Kumar doing particularly well on that boundary opposite the Hollies, because it's across a lot of practice and used strips, and it's really quite bubbly out there. That combined with the dryness, Arlott amends her field. She's bringing the fine leg slightly squarer. So is this a trap?
Yeah, and square leg's almost forward square leg now, and Langston's tried to go in between those 2 fielders at long leg and forward square leg. Stonehouse from long leg, who picks up for the loss of 2 runs once again. So they've gone from single mode into 2s mode here. 156 for 6. Langston has 7. She's on strike. Glenn has 20. Langston dropped on 3 there by Phoebe Brett back into the field. Arlott bowls and hit by Phoebe Brett up to mid-on, and there's no run there. Surun Kumar picking up. As Arlott makes her way back. Turns at the back of her run, Birmingham End. City glistening in the sunshine behind her as this one is turned into the leg side. It's Perrin's turn to come and do the fielding, 156 for 6. That will be the score after 32 overs of this chase. Still in the balance, but still Warwickshire favourites, you feel?
With the 6 wickets down, that's the thing, isn't it? And I mean, I don't know enough about the Yorkshire batting attack from sort of having seen them that often, but I would, you know, I have confidence in the Warwickshire batting order because, as I mentioned several times, you know, they do bat because they can bat, because they do bat all the way down. It kind of feels like getting these 2 out, Claudie Cooper, Hannah Rainey and Jess Woolston left to bat.
How fit Brett will be to complete her 4 overs is another question mark here, or, well, some of them will only bowl 9 overs, of course. You're sort of allowed 110, aren't you, and 4 9s as this one's played away into the offside. Surun Kumar picks up. You would imagine the 10's going to go to Arlott. She's had 7 so far.
I mean, if she hadn't tweaked something, I might have said Brooke Halliday bowling off what looks like the wrong foot can be quite successful. She's the way she bowls for New Zealand, but I think she's off the pitch at the moment. And it's Caris Pavley as a refusal.
Yeah, there's been a few little niggles, hasn't there, for Warwickshire here. Here comes Pavley again with her shadow beginning to lengthen towards the east as the sun moves to the west, and this one's driven back at her. She picks up on the return, does Pavley. Busy cricketer, always likes to be in the game, does Caris Pavley. Didn't quite happen for her with the bat today, but she's trying her luck with the ball now. Wipes hair away from her brow and then just pauses at the back of her run. In she comes. Twists the left arm delivery into a cutting stroke from Langston, who remains on 7. Dropped on 3 though by Phoebe Brett at backward point off Em Arlott. Will that prove crucial? At the moment,
Warwickshire keeping the lid on it at the moment, aren't they? The batters are less than run a ball.
And one more with Cooper, Rainey and Woolston to come. You feel could well do the job. Down into the pitch goes Pavley. Cut away as a result. Single taken. Busy Surun Kumar again, who picks up. Elsewhere in this competition, we've had wins for Hampshire over Surrey, Somerset over Essex. Somerset getting there after a late little flurry for the bonus point as well. Something about the 130s today. We saw as Pavley bowls, and that one's just missed the leg stump. The batter had moved right across. Must have taken a little bit of something, which I think was what excited Pavley on the way into Rafe's gloves.
I think she thought
no
that
run.
She might, the wicket might be broken once the batter had moved out of the way.
But I think just given there was no wide signal as well, there might have just been a brush of something that excited her. But yeah, there was 2 scores in the 130s from Catherine Bryce and from Georgia Elwes for the Blaze, as this one's bowled and just pushed away into the offside. Surun Kumar will pick up. There'll only be 1 run. 159 for 6 is the score. We've had 33 overs of the 46 allowed in this Yorkshire chase. And Bex Odgers finished 133 not out in that Somerset chase. Sophie Luff also making 103. They put on a a score of 223 for the first wicket in that pursuit of 267 for victory, and won by 8 wickets. So, and they did so with a bonus point. So good news for Somerset. Surrey, who started the day a point and a place behind Warwickshire, they've lost. So Hampshire in second, picking up a important win there. The Blaze seem on course for victory, as they have throughout the day, really, having made 356 for 4 from their 50 overs. Durham's chase was reduced at the 10 over mark, and they still need another 107 with 8 overs remaining. They have 170 of the 277 they need, but they're running out of overs, having completed 26 of their 34. So 2 games still going in this competition, as in runs Arlott. She will bowl a 8th over, and she takes Glenn on the pads, and this feels like a roll of the dice from the captain, Katie George, here for Warwickshire. Gets a dot from the first ball, but it feels like she's looking for wickets here, just to finish this off and assume that they're not going to have to bowl all of those 46 overs if they can get another wicket here.
Yeah, Katie George is having a little word with Emily Arlott there. Bit of advice and encouragement, no doubt.
She would be allowed 10. One bowler can bowl 10 here. That one goes back, and Arlott sort of almost deflects it towards the stumps, but gets a bit much on it, and it hurts her fingers in the end. 159 for 6, it remains with the dot. In the men's test match at Headingley, that I know Yorkshire fans could well be interested in, 171 all out, Pakistan's score on day 1 of 5 in that match against England.
That's been rain affected, hasn't it? What you were
It
saying?
has indeed, yeah. They lost a lot of the morning session there. So you're all up to date on the cricket going on across the country, as Arlott bowls, taking a little bit of Glenn's pad. They're going to maybe get 2 as a result, because it took all the pace off the ball, but flying in was Stonehouse, and she whisks a throw into the gloves of Wraith.
Sort of slightly undecided about the second run, and probably was the right decision not to take it.
160 for 6, the score as a result, exactly 100 needed to win. As here comes Emily Arlott, Birmingham end. Bowls a ball, and it evades Nat Wraith. Just seemed to cut back slightly, go over the top of the stumps. Wraith couldn't gather. This will be 2 byes, I would fancy. The throw's over her head as well, which isn't much help for the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, buys.
162 for 6 then, with the extra 2 onto the total. Reminder, the chase 260 in 46 overs here at Edgbaston. Lost a couple during the rain break. The shadows of the floodlights and the stands starting to stretch now across the pitch from left to right as we look towards the city of Birmingham. Dab down to Mary Taylor, who picked up at a sort of short third, even though she's fielding as a second finer backward point, pretty much. Dot ball the result. Just a bit of tension still there,
Yeah,
Claire.
Warwickshire's starting to put the pressure on the squeeze on here, aren't they? And they just need one more wicket, might well see the back end of this.
Arlott bowls, and this one is off the inside half of the bat into the leg side, fairly straight. So Nkuma did well to get across to just look as if she was going to pick up cleanly. That was enough to put the batters off. 163 for 6 then at the end of the over, but another one of Arlott's precious overs has ticked by as the other factor here. Game in the balance, approaching the 35 over mark. The Warwickshire flag just to the left of the scoreboard's almost blowing off the flagpole at the far end now.
Yeah, and the black sheet sight screen is ripples of wind going across it.
And the players' clothing being ruffled as well. So that indicates a straight hit at this end would be more difficult than at the other end, you would think. Here comes Pavley. Got the ball in hand. Stops as she does at the back of her run, and then delivers. It's hit straight at the mid-wicket fielder, who Almost threatened to do dive on her front there, did
Katie
George, as if she was going into the swimming pool on holiday, but managed to keep on her feet. Didn't stop the single though. 164 for 6, 96 to win. Pavely approaches again, stops for a moment, assesses the batter, and then from the foot pointed to toe makes her way in and bowls a ball that's cracked to Perrin at cover. Makes an effective stop. 165 for 6.
Still need 95 to win.
Creeping towards it, a Yorkshire, but running out of wickets as well. Pavely once more with that back foot, as I say, just pointed down at the turf at the start of a run. This one's cut down into the pitch by Langston, picks up another single. Just accumulating a Yorkshire here.
Run rate required is kind of cranking up as they only take singles off some of these balls, and Warwickshire managed to bowl at a few dots.
Here comes Pavely to bowl again. Delivers. Up in the air it goes, but over the top. The fielders have to chase back towards the rope. It's Perrin who gets there. Has a little snigger at Arlett, who I think had misjudged that one.
They both ran without looking at the ball, hoping that it was going to.
And Arlett ended up running past it. 168 for 6 with the 2 to the total.
92 to win.
Nearly 2,500 of you with us at the moment as Pavely makes her way into bowl. Delivers now. It's cut towards Perrin at extra cover. Would just get behind it and settle for the single off that ball. 91 needed to win. Last ball of the 35th over. There'll be 11 remaining after this. You feel Warwickshire are just one wicket away at the moment of breaking this game open in their favour. Pavely bowls, clipped leg side on the advance down. Ball goes to Stonehouse. Wide of her at long on. Returns for the loss of 1 run. So 170 for 6. 90 runs needed off 11 overs. So the rate's above 8 now. 8.18 recurring if you're particularly interested. But 90 runs still feels a lot with 4 wickets remaining, Sarah. But the deeper Yorkshire take this, the more nervy it's going to get for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I mean, you do think that Warwickshire are in control, but you also have this niggling feeling in the back there that you know Glenn can hit the ball. We know that Langston can hold a bat, and then we don't know too much about the rest of the order below them. But actually, the longer Warwickshire take to get this next wicket, then the more they would start to worry.
Yeah, that would be the surprise, wouldn't it, if Cooper, Rainey or Woolston came out and really put bat to ball in a menacing way. That's a very tight single, but it's a well-judged one. Glenn getting to the striker's end. Langston picking up the single. 171 for 6. It was just a little deflection off the front foot behind square on the offside.
I mean, you do think that a lot of coaching nowadays, there's a lot of power hitting involved, a lot of teaching girls and boys to get their hands through the ball and hit it. So yeah, so whilst we don't know too much about these lower order batters, it could be that someone could chance their arm and take a few boundaries and, you know, make the game go a little bit closer than Warwickshire would like.
And we know Glenn can chance her arm. We've seen her do it for Central Sparks whilst playing here at Edgbaston. Waits now. Left arm over the wicket, and Race missed a stumping. She's not happy. She kicks the ground in frustration. And it's the second one off the bowling of Brett that's gone missing for Nat Wraith today. In fact, the first one was off Baker. I beg your pardon. That was Amy Campbell. And this time it's Sarah Glenn. Takes a single this time with one angled more in towards her toes. 172 for 6. It was Campbell's innings that really got Yorkshire going. And that one for Glenn on 26 could prove crucial as this ball turns Langston right round and goes out into the offside. Single taken again.
Of course, there has been a break in the domestic competition for the 100 to take place, and Nat Wraith not actually involved in any of those teams, the 100. And I think whilst they still have training and some matches, then it's you're facing different bowlers in different situations now.
Brett bowls, it's helped round the corner, and it's a vacant area of the pitch down towards fine leg. They're going to run at least 2 here, and they're going to look to come back for 3. And Langston does well there. Clever shot from Sarah Glenn. Miss stumping on 26. She now moves on to 30. Could that prove crucial? That would have been the moment that would have opened it up for Warwickshire, but they must wait a little longer. Under blue skies with just a smattering of clouds over the city of Birmingham.
Of course, the revised target with the slightly less overs for Yorkshire.
And this time Wraith makes no mistake. It's Langston who's out. Pretty much walks past one from Phoebe Brett. Did grip and turn a little bit. And Langston is dismissed for 14. Wraith with the stumping off the bowling of Phoebe Brett. Langston out. 176 for 7. Yorkshire running out of wickets, needing another 84 here.
Yeah, I mean, that was you thought that was coming. I mean, she had the opportunity there to stump Sarah Glenn a couple of balls previously, but Nat Wraith made no mistake with that one. And Langston, whilst her stay at the crease was quite lengthy, she wasn't necessarily scoring the runs that they needed to win the game. But we'll see now when Cooper comes in to bat, what she's got in her armoury and how they can take the game forward. But yeah, Warwickshire will be pleased with that wicket. I think it's sort of definitely firmly in their favour now.
It's been such a good keeper over so many years. Has Nat Wraith for Western Storm in the regional setup and even going back into the Kia Super League. And there, just staying calm, having not had her best day behind the stumps, and was able to take the bails off. And that's an important little wicket to add to the pressure, and we will get a look at the Yorkshire tail now. Claudie Cooper the first to come out to accompany Sarah Glenn. Quick discussion of the plan.
Yeah, Cooper bowled well earlier. She'll be on a sort of high after that side of the innings, but now she's got a bit of a tough job to do ahead of her here.
10 overs, no maidens, 55 for 4, Claudie Cooper's figures earlier in the day. The pick of the Yorkshire bowlers. She'll wait at the non-strikers to start with because we've got a new over being bowled here by Karis Paley. Now this has gone high. Davina Perrin's under it. It was swirling a little, but Perrin makes no mistake. And Sarah Glenn is out for 30. Caught with an uppish drive. Almost took a leading edge into the offside. And Yorkshire slipped to 176 for 8. And with that, surely Warwickshire have taken control of this game. They've sort of had it throughout the second innings, really, but they've really asserted their dominance in those last couple of balls. Yeah,
and Sarah Glenn, you'd think, was probably Yorkshire's last hope in this situation to get them anywhere near the line, let alone over the line. But yeah, she's concentrated well in that innings, and you feel that she was looking quite settled. But that was just a bit of a loose shot. I think it was taken surprise by perhaps the bounce and the little bit of turn that Pavely got there, and a straightforward catch, I'm going to say, for Davina Perrin, who's a great fielder. We've seen a few drop catches today, but Perrin made no mistake there.
Yeah, took Jonathan earlier in the innings and picks up Glenn crucially there. And as you were saying, Sarah, again, the finish line seems a long way away now for Cooper and Rainey. They're 84 away from it. With overs starting to tick away as well. We're inside the last 10 now. This one is bowled and it's played down into the pitch. No run. And I think it's almost the exact opposite of what we were saying in the Warwickshire innings, where we were talking about how the right batters were coming to the crease at the right time. It just feels batters for Yorkshire are coming to the crease a little bit early every time. Bowled by Pavley, driven off the back foot. Second ball without a run for Rainey.
Yeah, they've had quite a few starts, haven't they, Yorkshire? But nobody has managed to play that innings where they've gone on and taken sort of a lead in the game, and it's just it's shown now with them being 8 down.
The mainstays Callis with 52 off 71, Campbell 35 off 20 as Pavley bowls again and will run and pick up before it goes out on the extra cover line to Perrin. So a dot ball. And then Glenn's 30 there off 38 as well in an hour and 6 minutes. Another useful contribution. In comes Pavley once more. Bowls a ball, uppishly manoeuvred into the leg side. The captain George picks it up, just rolls it back to a bowler and then runs away to short fine leg. 3 back on the leg side boundary, long on mid-wicket, and a fielder just behind square on the leg side boundary.
There was a little bit of discussion about whether they should run there. I mean, these two may not have batted together for a long length of time.
Bale's taken, but Rainey was back in a crease, doesn't make contact. And the game just slipping away now from Yorkshire. They've been chasing it for some time. 84 to win. And there's another 9 overs of the innings remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire have made a good fist of it at times in the innings, but they just haven't had that consistency and someone to really take the batting forward. I think the early loss of Winfield Hill obviously sets them back, and whilst Amy Campbell came in and there was a little bit of fireworks for a short amount of time, it was just that, too much of a short amount of time rather than that long innings that they needed from one of their top 5.
And that rate that was above 8s is now above 9s. Round the wicket comes Brett. Just helped on its way out into the offside. 176 for 8. The total. That becomes 177 for 8 with the single. Rainey takes guard. I think that's proof of why they've just got to take every run they've got, because if they had turned down a single there, Rainey would have been straight back on strike. A little lofted drive down the ground brings her 178 for 8. But boundaries needed really for Yorkshire now throughout the remainder of this innings.
Yeah, and Brett's flighting the ball really well here, and I think both of these new batters to the crease are struggling to sort of pick where their gaps are here.
Throws it up and it's hit down the ground. Oh, brilliant effort from Suran Kumar, who seemed to have no right to get anywhere near that one, but got a hand diving forward and may actually be disappointed in the end not to cling on. 180 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, she was at full stretch there, but maybe she had moved slightly earlier, but it was a very tough chance there.
Durham on their way to defeat against the Blaze, as this one is flogged into the leg side. Good shot from Claudie Cooper. Great stop. Great stop out on the boundary. Davina Perrin and Hannah Baker exchange a little slap of hands. That's great fielding out there. Keeps the score into 2.
Yeah, even at this stage in the game when Warwickshire must be surely thinking, we've won this, Davina Perrin putting her body on the line there and stopping that ball from going for 4 and saving a couple of runs.
182 for 8 will become 183 for 8 as it's hit out to Perrin again at deep mid-wicket for 1. Yeah, so Durham now needing 60 in just under 4 overs, so they're slipping to defeat there against the Blaze. Already wins for Hampshire and Somerset, as this one's prodded leg side by Rainey. Wide of long on for a single. 184 for 8. Was advancing down the track there, was Rainey.
Yeah, I mean, they are batting with some intent here, Cooper and Rainey, but doesn't seem so far that they've got that big shot in that locker or somewhere to really take the game away from Warwickshire at this stage. You know, if you had that percentage win calculator, I think it'd be firmly in Warwickshire's favour right now.
Indeed, indeed. It's a case of needing to play several lusty blows as well now for Yorkshire. They find themselves needing 76 of 48. This one's clapped up to Em Arlott, who's been excellent throughout the day. 44 with the bat, getting her team going. And then she was, and those runs coming off just 19 balls. And then with the ball, she's led the way there too. As this one's hit into the offside, but out to cover, 185 for 8. Yeah, Arlott's figures 8 overs, 24 for 3 as things stand. And she's moving to Yorkshire, of course, at the end of this season. We've also found out at the start of play that Georgia Davis, the Warwickshire captain, will leave at the end of the 2026 season. Pavley bowls, high it goes, and this could be 6. It is 6. Well, we were wondering what shots Claudie Cooper had still to play here, and clearly that's her arc, because she's connected beautifully with a slog sweep that takes the score to 191 for 8. Brilliant 6.
It's not a small boundary out there either, is it, Mike? And I think that was a very good blow from Cooper there, sending that over the boundary. And yeah, you just hope that she's not got too many more of those to play. But Pavley put it back on the spot there for her now, and hopefully that won't happen again from a Warwickshire point of view.
Was she going the block hole, or was she going to the pitch here, Pavley? She runs in now, goes full, and it's worked leg side. A little bit of slap and tickle as Davina Perrin was calling it on commentary at the 100 final, when you hit a 6 and back it up with a single. That's what Claudie Cooper's done there, but she needs much more of it if Yorkshire are going to get to their victory target. In goes Pavley again, fields off her own bowling, but not before a single is taken into the cover region. A little chopped cut. One ball remaining in the 39th. Game seemingly drifting away from Yorkshire now. They've been behind where they've needed to be for much of this second innings, a reduced chase of 260 off 46 overs. Here comes Pavley again. Left arm around the wicket from the pavilion end. Delivers full again to Cooper. Don't think she'll be making that mistake to go into the arc of the slog sweep again. Here, and it's a single to long on, is the result of a squeezed out shot. So, just to run you through the card, as we say, Yorkshire behind the rate for much of the chase. They lost Winfield Hill for 5, LBW to Arlott, then Jonathan caught off the bowling of Stonehouse by Perrin at backward point. Clark was bowled by Arlott for 5, just pushing a little too much at a drive. Callis came in, lost Aaron Thomas as a partner, LBW to Taylor. Campbell, though, got the innings going with an enterprising 35 off 20. As the new over begins and just misses leg stump by a fraction there. It was inside the line of the batter Cooper, who was looking for the slog sweep again. That's why it won't be a wide, it'll be a dot ball instead. Campbell was out for 35, caught Halliday bowled Brett. Then it was Callis and Glenn who put on runs as this one goes high in the air. It's going to land in between everyone. Is it? Oh, Soren Coombs put it down. Well, if the last one was a brilliant effort, that was one that should have been taken probably 8 times out of 10. It was going back over her shoulder, but she was in a good position.
Yeah, she got herself nicely set there, didn't she? She got back, was slightly over her shoulder, but she got herself back behind the ball quite nicely, but then, yeah, just came out of the hands.
And that's what cost Yorkshire, as the bails are taken by Wraith as Cooper again goes for that slog sweep but doesn't connect. So yeah, we were up to the dismissal of Campbell. Then Callis and Glenn put on 47 off 52 balls. Good little partnership, that one. As down the track comes Cooper. She's gone in the air and it's over the head of the captain, Katie George. Watching it all the way, it was almost like the ball was mocking her there, teasing her from the sky, and it found its way back down to the turf. Single taken by Cooper. 198 for 8. But 2 taken by Cooper there. Back on strike. In comes Brett again. Drags it back and Ray takes the bails and gets her second stumping. And such can be the life of a wicket keeper. She's had a couple of tough ones she missed earlier in the game, but now she's picked up a couple. And Claudie Cooper, credit to it, tried to accelerate things. It's what she had to do. But 1 wicket now remaining, 198 for 9. The target 260, so there's still 62 away, Yorkshire, and that feels that, Sarah. Again.
Yeah, and I think you can't blame Cooper for having a go there. She'd hit some nice, say, slug sweep the over before. She'd used her feet nicely, but yeah, she just didn't allow for the turn that Phoebe Brett is getting today, and she came down the wrong line. And again, a nice stumping by Nat Wraith, who hopefully won't be now too bothered about that missed one earlier, although she'll be kicking herself a little bit because she's had 2 nice stumpings in the last few overs, and it's put Warwickshire firmly in the driving seat here.
Cooper out, Wraith keeping her composure, and she's got a couple of victims now. As we say earlier in the innings, Callis was the one out to break the partnership with Glenn. She made 52 off 71 balls, 92 minutes, 6 fours. Glenn then went 30 off 38. As in comes Brett. Bowls to the new batter Woolston. Plays it away into the leg side for 1 out to mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket, that is. 199 for 9. We've had 40 overs and we'll bring Claire Jenkins back. Just concluding that card. Beth Langston out for 14 and then Claudie Cooper out for 18 in the previous over.
Yes, and the 40 overs have gone, and it's 199 for 9 for Yorkshire. Thanks, Mike, for updating us there on what happened in the first innings, and say it's definitely Warwickshire's game as we welcome Claire Jenkins back on the mic. And Paverley's still got the ball in hand. She's bowled 7 overs and she's 1 for 36. Oh, welcome back, Claire.
Oh. I was just having a cough then, excuse me. Yes, well, nearly there now, aren't we? Oh, it's at the air. Oh, drops in a space in front of Surun Kumar. Paverley's continuing. She's into her 8th over now. 1 wicket for 37. She certainly caused some pressure as Emily Arlott tries to kill her colleague by throwing the ball at her out of the sun. That's too much amusement. The 200 is up for Yorkshire. They still need 60 more runs. Paverley pauses. Rainey manages to get bat on that, and it goes just forward of square, and Katie George does the tidying up. Just the 1 run, so 201 for 9. Just this last one then, Sarah.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long from a Warwickshire point of view.
Paverley left arm around. Rocks back, does Woolston. Puts it past the bowler, but they resist the run.
Yeah, it seems like they're putting the pressure on Warwickshire here, rightly so. They have still got 3 fielders outside the ring, but bringing in both the mid-on and the mid-off into catching positions for Paverley's over here.
Yeah, just to put that pressure on the new batters. That is worked forwards of point, straight to Surun Kumar, who can pick up easily as it dollies towards her, and they just get another one again. 202 for 9. 58 more to get for Yorkshire in just over 5 overs. hum of the building site in the background. Shadows lengthening. Oh, and it's bowled. That's out, and that's the last wicket. So Pavely gets Rainey clean bowled there, and that is Yorkshire all out. They still needed those 58 runs, but that is Yorkshire all out. Also, Warwickshire do the double in the Metro Bank One Day Cup by winning here at Edgbaston, having beaten Yorkshire earlier in the season up at Scarborough. So honours to Warwickshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. What do you make of that then, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was only a matter of time before we got that wicket, but we haven't seen many bowled today, and that was it was quite right. a full ball from Pavely there, and say Rainey just missed it for that last wicket. I think so. There have been times of this game where we've been worried about Warwickshire and their total, but they did, to be fair to them, push on in the second half of their innings and put the total beyond Yorkshire's reach. After those initial wickets, you thought that the game was always going to go Warwickshire's way.
Yeah, so 57 runs they win by today. In terms of the bowlers, Arlott got 3 for 24, Phoebe Brett got 3 for 59, Caris Pavely picks up 2 for 39, and Stonehouse and Mary Taylor both get a wicket each. Hannah Baker bowled well, but didn't get a wicket for the 32 runs she went for the 6 overs she's done. Just a pick of the batting, really. The highest score was Stair Callis, who felt like she was going to hold that inning.